Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1852, 1852. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei raises eyebrows. Jiang Fei had read a lot of books in the Five Directions, but he had never heard of the name Blood Demon Wasp. This blood demon wasp is a kind of fierce beast. However, because it is an ancient mutant, its number is extremely rare. Old Ape began to explain. An old man asked, "When I was young, I went to an ancient tomb by accident during an experiential learning. There was a record of this in the brushstrokes. The blood demon wasp embryo carved on it was exactly the same as this thing. According to the record, this thing was indeed bred by parasitizing in the body of a young girl with excellent talent." Old Eight replied. Jiang Fei did not speak. He just listened quietly. The appearance of an ancient xenogeneic is not a good sign. Moreover, they chose our Wang family. The old man in the lead side. Wang Shifeng pointed at the blood demon bee in Jiang Fei's hand and asked. Old Su frowned and then looked at Old Eight, trying to find some answers from him. After all, among everyone present, he was the only one who had some understanding of this kind of creature. It's not easy for the blood demon bee to reproduce, so it attaches great importance to its offspring. Old Eight did not finish his words, but it was clear that he did not approve of killing the blood demon bee. This was because once the young one was killed, the adult blood demon bees would definitely come to seek revenge on the murderer. Wang Shifeng was dumbfounded. Anyway, this blood demon bee has been taken out and has been saved. So as long as it is not dead, we can get rid of it. As long as it does not die in our Wang family, and it is not killed by our Wang family, then it does not matter, said Old Eight. When Jiang Fei heard that the Wang family did not dare to touch the blood demon bee in his hand, his thoughts became active. When the Wang family heard that Jiang Fei wanted the blood demon bee, they could not ask for more. Now that their third lady's illness had been cured, the blood demon bee was a hot potato. That's why they can't wait to give it away. In fact, this is not the fault of the Wang family timid. This ancient xenogeneic is not easy to get along with. Do not look at the Wang family true immortal level, there's several old. But in front of the ancient xenogeneic may not be able to get any advantage. Another point was that the Wang family was a big family. Although the elders were not afraid of the adult blood demon bees, they could not care less if the vicious beast retaliated. If it attacked the entire Wang family, then the Wang family might not be able to do anything except for a few elders. The rest of the Wang family would be buried together with them. However, Jiang Fei was different. His old master was alone in the five directions of heaven and earth. He also had powerful spiritual power and the 10th dimension as a guarantee. Therefore, he was not afraid of the blood demon bee's revenge. Even if the blood demon bees were too powerful, Jiang Fei could just run away and leave the five directions of heaven and earth. Without the 9 revolving star plate, would the blood demon bees still be able to pass through the barrier and chase after him? Therefore, Jiang Fei did not care about the revenge of the adult blood demon wasp. The little guy in his hand was a rare treasure. Although the blood demon wasp was still a premature baby, after careful nurturing as an ancient mutant, it was also a top-tier pet. It was even stronger than an ordinary, true immortal pet. Jiang Fei let out a silver light between his brows. He immediately kept the little blood demon wasp into the 10th dimension. As the little creature had given birth prematurely and had been attacked twice by Jiang Fei's mental strength, its body was very weak. Without the conditions to heal it, the 10th dimension, where time stood still, was the best way to preserve it. Just as Jiang Fei was storing the little blood demon bee into the 10th dimension, somewhere thousands of miles away, a woman with blood-red eyes let out a shrill scream. "Who killed my son?" The woman roared angrily. Instantly, she turned into a ball of blood-red light and pounced toward the Wang family. As Jiang Fei had kept the blood demon bee into the 10th dimension, he had cut off its aura. This caused the adult blood demon bee to be unable to sense the existence of its child. Naturally, She thought that someone had killed her child, so she rushed over to seek revenge. The members of the Wong family were the same as Jiang Fei. No one had expected the adult blood demon B to be on its way to seek revenge. Jiang Fei said humbly. At this time, the elders of the Wong family had already looked at the third lady on the bed. Although the third lady was still unconscious, her pulse was very calm. Moreover, her complexion had also become much ruddier. It seemed that the effects of the vermilion fruit had begun to take effect. Mr. Jiang, I've already prepared a small amount of wine. At this time, Wang Shifeng was overjoyed. Not only had the third young lady's injuries been healed, but had also resolved the future problems. The genius young lady of the Wang family could be considered to have been saved. That's good too. I have indeed consumed a lot of energy just now. I really should eat something to replenish my energy, Jiang Fei said with a smile. He was not really here to eat, but he had not told the Wang family about the serious matter yet. This time, Jiang Fei did not come to the Wang family specifically for the sake of saving the world. Although he had gotten a baby blood demon bee, this was just an accidental gain. Was it not to pull the Wang family members to the outer universe to work for him? Therefore, he did not say anything about the official business. How could he leave? Not much time passed. The Wang family's living room was filled with cups and plates. A sumptuous banquet was set up. Besides the Wang family's master, Wang Shifeng, who accompanied Jiang Fei, there were also a few elders. Mr. Jiang, let me first toast you. Wang Shifeng did not toast Jiang Fei as the master of the Wang family. Instead, she toasted him as a simple father. Jiang Fei smiled and shared a toast with Wang Shifeng. Although he was the father of the third lady, Wang Shifeng was also the decision-maker of the Wang family. Therefore, he had to prioritize the interests of the Wang family most of the time. Although Jiang Fei had helped him this time, it did not stop him from taking the initiative to rope Jiang Fei in. After all, it was very difficult to find a true immortal-level godly doctor. In the future, it was inevitable that he would have to beg the other party for help. In the future, it would be easier for him to ask for help when he needed it again. Chapter 1853. Translator 549690339. One side was trying to win him over, while the other side was deliberately using him. Therefore, the Wang family and Jiang Fei could be said to be having a good conversation. The entire banquet seemed to be very harmonious until the remnants of the banquet were removed and the servants served tea. Jiang Fei felt that the time was right, so he was ready to get down to business. However, at that moment, a dangerous aura suddenly rose in Jiang Fei's heart. What's going on? At that moment, a few elders of the Wang family suddenly stood up. Jiang Fei was stunned. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept across the entire Wang family. Those who were not at the Mahayana stage felt their hair stand on end. However, those who were above the Mahayana stage were even more terrified. This was because those below the Mahayana stage only felt a terrifying chill. They did not discover too many abnormalities. However, experts above the Mahayana stage could clearly feel this terrifying killing intent. Oh no! Eighth brother was the first to react. The leader of the elders jumped up and rushed out. He followed closely behind the other elders. A few sword lights rushed out of the Wang family and flew into the distance. After all, Jiang Fei had taken the baby of the blood demon bee. If he did not do anything at this time, the favor that the Wang family owed him would be rendered useless. Thank you very much, mister. Because Wang Shifeng was not very strong, she would definitely stay at home. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he summoned the Chungying sword and turned into a ray of light that flew straight towards the terrifying aura. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei arrived at a mountain hundreds of miles away. At that moment, the Wang family members were really confronting a woman who had her hair cut off. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. The ferocious beasts in the 5 directions were really different from the cosmic beasts in the outside world. They would not use their aura to call out the experts of the Wang family to negotiate. Instead, they would directly run over and kill people. Therefore, from this point of view, The ferocious beasts with complete intelligence were just humans of another race in Jiang Fei's eyes. They were just like the Deckard people with crocodile heads, or the piggy people. Although their appearance was different from humans, they also had complete intelligence and a social and moral system. A human with this bit of intelligence was completely different from a cosmic beast. Before a human did something, he would consider the consequences of what he did. However, a cosmic beast without a complete intelligence and moral system would not be like that. As long as they wanted to, they would go back and do it. As for the consequences, they would not consider it. Jiang Fei heard the blood demon be asked coldly as soon as he arrived. "Umph. You evil creature, you were the one who plotted against the Wang family's disciples first." The old man from the Wang family questioned. "You killed beasts to obtain meat. I use humans to breed my children. This was just for survival." The blood demon bee's face was dark. There were only women in her family. If they wanted to breed, they could only wait for the jade blood spirit pearl, which only bloomed once every 1,000 years, to mature. Only by consuming the jade blood spirit pearl would they be able to find a human genius girl to parasitize. Therefore, every child was extremely precious. Therefore, the blood demon bee did not care about the fact that she had murdered the children of other people. She just insisted that the Wang family had killed her child. "Oof. You evil creature, what nonsense are you talking about?" The old man of the Wang family was so angry that his face turned red. "Everyone, leave this matter to me." Jiang Fei stepped forward and said, "Mr. Jiang, this matter is also caused by the Wang family." The old man from the Wang family was also very loyal. However, they did not push the blame onto Jiang Fei. Instead, they were willing to bear the responsibility together with him. Don't worry, my brothers. I can handle this matter." Jiang Fei smiled. The elders of the Wang family were still worried. After all, Jiang Fei had just helped them a lot. It would not make sense to let Jiang Fei face a strong enemy alone. "Don't worry, I'm Yufine." Jiang Fei smiled at the elders of the Wang family. "Sai, since you're so confident, little brother Jiang, let's not talk about it anymore." When the elders of the Wang family saw that Jiang Fei was determined, they had no choice but to return on their swords. "Do you want a child?" As Jiang Fei spoke, he took out the baby of the blood demon bee from the 10th dimension. However, he only waved it in front of the blood demon bee for a moment before he put it away again. The blood demon bee's eyes suddenly lit up, because in that instant, she had sensed the aura of her child. This meant that her child was not dead. Jiang Fei rode his sword and flew. When he saw that his child's blood demon bee was following closely behind him, it only gave birth once every 1,000 years. This made the blood demon bee highly value its child. It followed closely behind Jiang Fei. As he flew along, Jiang Fei finally arrived at a desolate place. Then, he landed and quietly waited for the blood demon wasp to arrive. After more than 10 seconds, the blood demon wasp landed in front of Jiang Fei. The blood demon wasp said as it looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. Although the blood demon wasp's human form was extremely beautiful, its pair of blood-red eyes gave people goosebumps, said Jiang Fei with a smile. At this moment, he had the absolute advantage. If the blood demon bee was just seeking revenge, Jiang Fei had to be more cautious because this fellow was really too powerful. Judging from her aura, she was one of the strongest powerhouses that Jiang Fei had ever met. She was second only to the giant steel scorpion. Of course, the blood demon bee was still a lot weaker than the giant steel scorpion. However, compared to Tyrion and the galactic spirit that he sat on, the blood demon bee was still more powerful. When the blood demon wasp heard that its child was going to die, it immediately became anxious. Looks like these beasts have the same problem. Jiang Fei thought to himself. In fact, whether it was the blood demon wasp or the giant steel scorpion, they were both extremely powerful. However, their fertility was extremely low. Therefore, once they had a child, they were absolute treasures. Everything had to be done with the child first. Your child was taken out of the host's body. It could be considered a premature birth. Her body has not fully developed yet. It is impossible for her to survive on her own. Jiang Fei said. The blood demon bee wanted to say something, but Jiang Fei rudely interrupted her. But what? Jiang Fei asked loudly. In an instant, the blood demon bee wilted. However, Jiang Fei was secretly happy. He roared so loudly that the blood demon bee did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the entire world, perhaps only Jiang Fei could do it. Chapter 1854. 1854. Translator 549690339 Kina. The blood demon bee asked as she stared into Jiang Fei's eyes. She knew that her question would definitely put her in a passive position in the negotiation with Jiang Fei. She was too eager to save her child. Therefore, the blood demon bee had no other choice. Jiang Fei smiled faintly as if this was nothing to him. This way, the blood demon bee's attitude towards Jiang Fei became even more respectful. As the saying goes, when one is courteous, one must have a request. Although the blood demon wasp was an ancient mutant beast, she knew that she could not offend Jiang Fei at this time. Otherwise, she would not be able to protect her child. The blood demon wasp was, after all, a ferocious beast. She was not good at negotiating with humans. The twists and turns on the negotiation table were too difficult for her to understand. To be honest, Jiang Fei really had not thought about it. Previously, he had only taken the baby blood demon bee because he thought that this little thing had great growth potential. He wanted to take in a pet. In the end, he did not expect the adult blood demon bee to find him so quickly. Therefore, Jiang Fei really did not know what to ask the blood demon bee to do for him. Moreover, whether it was the members of the four great families or the moon goddess sect, they would not be easy to control when they were outside, said Jiang Fei at this time. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Although the baby blood demon bee that he had obtained had great potential, it was still a premature baby. Moreover, it was uncertain how long it would take for this little thing to mature. How could it be as convenient as a ready-made adult blood demon wasp? Moreover, Jiang Fei had always had a problem. Although his ally, the giant steel scorpion, was powerful enough, the cosmic beasts were different from the ferocious beasts of the five directions. They could not transform. Their main body was hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size. It was impossible for it to appear beside Jiang Fei. The appearance of the blood demon bee made up for this. First of all, it was powerful enough to be in its current position. Among the powerhouses that Jiang Fei had seen, other than the steel giant scorpion, the blood demon bee could also transform. Although the blood-eye beauty that she transformed into looked a little scary, it was fine for her to wear a large cloak. With such a super bodyguard by his side, Jiang Fei's safety factor had increased exponentially. What conditions do you have? The blood demon bee, who was not good at negotiations, had already revealed her trump card. She would do anything to save her child. The conditions? Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Although he wanted to make the blood demon bee his pet, Jiang Fei knew in his heart that this was too much. Although the blood demon bee was willing to do anything for his child, this was the only exception. Ferocious beasts often viewed freedom as more important than their lives. Even if it was for the child, the blood demon bee was unlikely to become Jiang Fei's pet. Therefore, in order to avoid a direct breakdown in the negotiations, Jiang Fei decided to use a different term. Hire. To humans, this term was nothing more than you spending money and I helping you do things. However, it was different for a berserk beast. Berserk beasts were not as calculative as humans. As long as they agreed to help you, they would not go back on their word. There was not much difference in taking the blood demon bee as a pet. The only difference was that there was a time limit for hiring. You can let me save your child, but you have to be my bodyguard for a while to protect me, my family and friends, said Jiang Fei. As expected, the blood demon hornet, who valued freedom the most, was most concerned about this issue. Jiang Fei was a little hesitant. He did not have the intention of keeping the blood demon hornet by his side for a lifetime. As long as the matter with the gamma space was resolved, Jiang Fei would take his family and live in seclusion. At that time, he would not need any bodyguards. When the blood demon bee opened its mouth, it was a great help to Jiang Fei. Originally, Jiang Fei had planned to say 20 to 30 years. Moreover, he had already said as much as he could. When the blood demon bee opened his mouth, it took the initiative to give Jiang Fei 100 years. Actually, this was also the difference in concept between the two races. As a human, 20 to 30 years was already quite a long time for Jiang Fei. However, the blood demon bee was a ferocious beast. 100 years was nothing at all. After all, the blood demon wasp would have to wait 1,000 years for it to reproduce once. Therefore, spending 1/10 of the time to protect this child was very cost-effective for the blood demon wasp. However, if she wanted to become someone else's pet and sacrifice her life's freedom, she would rather wait another 1,000 years. Then, she would give birth to another child. Jiang Fei agreed immediately. If he had not gotten rid of the trouble in the gamma space within these 100 years, the universe would have long ceased to exist. After all, the players who played the game had no interest in wasting 100 years with him. After reaching an agreement with the blood demon bee, Jiang Fei had a super bodyguard by his side. With such a bodyguard, it would be much more convenient for him to travel at home or kill people for goods. Jiang Fei smiled and asked the blood demon bee. The blood demon bee replied, That's a good name. Come and put this on." Jiang Fei took out a large black cloak from the spatial ring and handed it to the blood demon bee. The blood lady refused with a cold face. Jiang Fei was stunned. Could it be that the blood demon bee, as a super powerhouse, did not like to hide? Blood lady spat out a word coldly. However, it made Jiang Fei choke until the corner of his mouth twitched. Forget it then. In the end, Jiang Fei was too lazy to design any clothes for Blood Lady. He directly handed his original goggles to Blood Lady. Ever since Jiang Fei obtained the Eye of the Violet, the goggles that could detect the strength of others were no longer of much use to him. After all, the Eye of the Violet could see through the essence of the other party from the energy source. The goggles were, after all, a technological product. When faced with a top-tier expert, they would still be deceived. This time, Blood Mistress did not refuse. When Blood Mistress put on the goggles, Jiang Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, Blood Mistress's appearance was quite beautiful. It was not the kind of gentle beauty, but a kind of heroic beauty. It was somewhat similar to Hua Mulan's temperament. However, her pair of blood-red eyes made people feel a little creepy. Now that she put on the goggles, her blood-red eyes were covered. Blood Mistress immediately became a cool and handsome beauty. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. Chapter 1855, 1855. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei was the type of person who would do anything he thought of. Therefore, he immediately had 0541 create a set of black leather tights and a black windbreaker in the ring space. The style was basically the style of a gangster. Jiang Fei handed the set of clothes to Blood Mistress. This time, Blood Mistress did not resist. Instead, she took it and started changing. F***CK. Jiang Fei asked with his eyes wide open. Because Blood Mistress did not have any intention of avoiding him, she began to take off her clothes in front of Jiang Fei. Blood Mistress, who was born as a ferocious beast, did not feel that there was anything wrong with meeting him so openly. In other words, ferocious beasts with simple hearts were not as dirty as humans. Jiang Fei turned around helplessly. However, when he turned around, he could still see Blood Mistress' perfect body. After a moment, Blood Mistress changed her clothes. Her originally loose hair was tied into a high ponytail. At this moment, she really made Jiang Fei's eyes light up. "All right." Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Such a female bodyguard was indeed much more pleasing to the eye than the one with the long hair and blood-red eyes. After changing her appearance, Blood Mistress still did not speak much. She nodded and followed behind Jiang Fei. She was no different from an ordinary bodyguard. After half a day, Jiang Fei brought Blood Mistress back to the Wang family. At this time, the Wang family's attitude towards Jiang Fei had become more and more respectful. In the future, when the Wang family needed help, they could ask for it. However, their attitude towards Jiang Fei had now become one of respect. The elders of the Wang family were not fools. How could they not recognize the blood mistress who had changed into a disguise? One had to know that an expert did not look at a person's appearance. Instead, they looked at her aura. Although the blood mistress had changed into a different outfit, her aura had not changed at all. The elders of the Wong family recognized this ancient mutant, Blood Demon B. Moreover, this Blood Demon B was obediently following behind Jiang Fei. It was obvious that it had been subdued by Jiang Fei. This Blood Demon B was not an ordinary ferocious beast. It was an ancient mutant. It was in existence on the same level as the green-eyed white dragon. One could only imagine the strength of a person who could tame such a ferocious beast. Therefore, the people of the Wong family looked at Jiang Fei in a new light. They had a feeling of awe towards him from the bottom of their hearts. Come, let's continue with what we did not finish at the dinner table, Jiang Fei said with a smile after he sat down. Mr. Wang Shifeng said humbly, Yes. Jiang Fei then told her about how he had managed to walk out of the Five Directions world. Mr. Wang Shifeng's eyes lit up. The four big families were very different from places like the Moon Goddess Sect or the Valiant Martial Hall. They were all family-style management. The head of the family might not be able to convince the masses with his or her strength. The reason why they were able to become the head of the family was mostly because of their own management skills. Of course, it was also necessary for them to have the support of a true immortal. Therefore, the family heads who had backing would not worry about the chair under their buttocks like the Valiant Martial Hall's head. This way, they would have no reason to reject such a good opportunity to develop the family. Mr. Wang Shifeng asked. Of course not. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. He just wanted to give his families a sense of urgency to compete. Wang Shifeng asked. They said that they were considering it. Anyway, I'm not asking anyone for this matter. If they're willing to cooperate, then cooperate. Jiang Fei deliberately described himself as a saint who had no desires. This way, he could gain the most power during the negotiation process. After all, having no desires was hard. The opponent would not be able to grasp his weakness. Mr. Wang Shifeng asked. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He knew that Wang Shifeng was tempted. Then, please wait a moment. Mr. Wang Shifeng apologized to Jiang Fei. Then, she led the group of elders out of the room. After about 10 minutes, Wang Shifeng led the elders back to Jiang Fei's room. What do you think? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Wang Shifeng said. Jiang Fei nodded with a smile. Wang Shifeng said, Tell me about it. Jiang Fei nodded and said, We want the Wang family's disciples to train with your faction after they leave the world of Five Directions, Wang Shifeng said. Oh, Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect Wang Shifeng to take the initiative to hand over the Wang family's disciples to him to command. I think they will get better training by following you. Mr. Wang Shifeng smiled and said. Jiang Fei nodded. His brain that had been developed quickly understood Wang Shifeng's intentions. It was impossible for the people of the Five Directions not to be curious about the outside world. Now that the opportunity had come, they would definitely go out to take a look no matter what. When that time came, it was almost inevitable that they would cooperate with Jiang Fei. Since it was inevitable that they would work together, it was naturally better to work together sooner rather than later. The sooner they worked together with Jiang Fei, the closer their relationship would be, the better the treatment they would receive. Wang Shifeng had her own considerations. First of all, they knew nothing about the outside world. If they were to rashly barge in, it might be even more dangerous. Although if they were to follow Jiang Fei, they might be used as cannon fodder. Jiang Fei was a very protective person. If one took the initiative to join him, they would be treated as one of his own. Those who wanted to retain their authority would instead be treated as outsiders by Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei needed cannon fodder, would he use his own people as cannon fodder or outsiders? This was obvious without even thinking. Jiang Fei, who was familiar with the outside world and even had his own forces outside, could easily take advantage of a bunch of ignorant fools. Therefore, after some thought, Wang Shifeng decided to hand over the Wang family's disciples to Jiang Fei. The Wang family would receive treatment that was second only to Jiang Fei's direct line of descent. After Jiang Fei thought this through, he could not help but look at Wang Shifeng in a new light. This guy had thought so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, he had such great courage. It was no wonder that he could become the leader of the four great families, the Wang family, even though he was only at the insightful void stage. Chapter 1856, 1856. Translator, 549690339. After reaching an agreement with the Wang family, Jiang Fei and Wang Shifeng agreed on a time. During this time, Wang Shifeng would select and gather the Wang family's disciples. When that time came, Jiang Fei would open the door to the outside world for them. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei left the Wang family. 0541 asked. Jiang Fei had not decided yet. He was only missing the Xiao family and the Xie family. Then you should go to the Xie family. After all, you just came out of the Wang family. 0541 suggested. Hee, you don't understand. I just came out of the Wang family. Jiang Fei laughed. He had his own goal. 0541 asked. I have been to the Wang family. I'm afraid that the Xiao family's secret agents have already reported back. Now, the Xiao family must be very curious about what I have said to the Wang family and what agreement I have reached, Jiang Fei said. 0541 asked, puzzled. Then, they are anxious to see me. When the time comes, I will tell them about the matter. As the competitors of the Wang family is going to explore the outside world. Jiang Fei smiled and said. 0541 nodded. Although he was a high-level artificial intelligence and had a complete sense of self, he still knew very little about human nature. Jiang Fei said confidently. 0541 was skeptical. Jiang Fei laughed. After he left the Wang family, he did not go far. Instead, he found a tavern in the city and sat down casually. In fact, Jiang Fei's guess was not only correct. Moreover, the Xiao family's arrival speed was even faster than he had imagined. Less than 5 hours after Jiang Fei left the Wang family, two strangers, an old man and a young man, appeared in front of Jiang Fei's table. The old man's strength was around the tribulation stage, while the girl's strength was only at the fusion stage. You are Mr. To Jiang Fei's surprise, the person in the lead was not the old man, but the young girl. The old man seemed to be the girl's bodyguard. Yes, I am Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked despite knowing the answer. My surname is Xiao. My name is Yuhan. My father is Xiao Changyun, the master of the Xiao family. The girl introduced herself. So it's Miss Xiao. Jiang Fei continued to act dumb. My father heard that Mr. Jiang had a miraculous hand in bringing back spring. Xiao Yuhan said. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that someone from the Xiao family would also have an accident. Jiang Fei asked curiously. My father is fine. It's just that great-grandfather's body has been a little strange recently, Xiao Yuhan said. This time, they were in a hurry to find Jiang Fei. It was not for the reason that Jiang Fei had imagined. Although the Xiao family was curious about what Jiang Fei had discussed with the Wang family, they needed Jiang Fei's magical medical skills even more. According to the reports of the Xiao family spies in the Wang family, Jiang Fei's miraculous hands had healed the third lady's injuries in an instant. He had even cured the third lady of her hidden illness. This was what the Xiao family was most concerned about. Recently, Xiao Changyun's grandfather had been suffering from qi deviation during his cultivation. His health condition was extremely poor. Unlike the other big families, the Xiao family's position as the head of the family was not that stable. Xiao Changyun's uncles and brothers were all concerned about the chair under his butt. The position of the head of the family would not have been his. However, now that Xiao Changyun's backer, the true immortal grandfather, had lost control of his cultivation, the chair under his butt was not that stable anymore. Even his entire family would be implicated, because once the position of the family head was lost, the new family head would definitely eliminate the dissidents. When that happened, the fate of Xiao Changyun's family could be imagined. Therefore, when Xiao Changyun heard the news from the spy, his focus immediately shifted away from the agreement between Jiang Fei and the Wang family. A miracle doctor who could cure his grandfather's injury was what he needed the most at this moment. Zhang Fei looked Xiao Yuhan up and down. The exact age of this girl was unknown. She looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old. She was also quite beautiful. The arrogance that she was born with could even stimulate a man's desire to conquer her. Being looked at like Zhang Fei was looking at a product made Xiao Yuhan extremely uncomfortable. However, she knew her father's difficulties. She also knew what would happen to her father's side once her great-grandfather fell. Therefore, even if Zhang Fei was so rude, even if she had already lost her temper, she still restrained herself and allowed herself to maintain a smile in front of Zhang Fei. To be honest, both Xiao Changyun and Xiao Yuruo had already made some mental preparations. Then, she would have no regrets. Interesting. Zhang Fei laughed. He was not looking at Xiao Yuhan because he was interested in her. He just wanted to see how she would react when she was humiliated. Xiao Yuhan, who was initially nervous, felt relieved. However, she also felt a sense of loss. Ever since she was young, as the daughter of the family head, she had always been in the hands of others. When had she ever been bullied like this? It was as if she was looking at a high-quality product. Most importantly, the customer did not seem to have taken a fancy to her. The old man behind Xiao Yuhan reminded her in a low voice. Xiao Yuhan, who was in a daze, regained her senses. Oh, Xiao Yuhan quickly nodded and led Zhang Fei out of the tavern. Mister, after leaving the tavern, Xiao Yuhan rode her sword and stood up. The old man followed closely behind. Zhang Fei nodded and rode his sword as well. Not only were the Xiao family and the Wang family not in the same city, they were not even in the same county. Zhang Fei followed Xiao Yuhan for thousands of miles and finally arrived at the Shuoyang County where the Xiao family was located. Xiao Yuhan landed in front of a large house. Zhang Fei followed closely behind and landed in front of the large house. Mr. Xiao Yuhan smiled. However, compared to before, her gaze towards Zhang Fei was always a little evasive. Chapter 1857. 1857. Translator 549690339 with Xiao Yuhan, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Leading the way, Zhang Fei and the others were able to enter the Xiao family without any obstruction. Along the way, they passed through the house and the courtyard. Soon, Zhang Fei and the others arrived at the inner court. In the living room, Zhang Fei sat in the guest seat. Xiao Yuhan did not sit in the main seat. Instead, she stood by the side with her hands clasped. Soon, a servant girl brought some fragrant tea and fruits. Xiao Yuhan looked at Blood Mistress, who was standing behind Zhang Fei, and asked. Blood Mistress was expressionless. She did not bother with Xiao Yuhan at all. As a ferocious beast, Blood Mistress did not bother with a weakling like Xiao Yuhan. In her eyes, a mere fusion stage guy was not worthy of talking to her. Zhang Fei shrugged and said to Blood Mistress, Sister, please sit. Blood Mistress still did not reply. However, she sat next to Zhang Fei. Based on Blood Mistress' personality, she actually did not care about Zhang Fei. Moreover, her child was still counting on him to save her. Therefore, Blood Mistress still gave Zhang Fei some face. Uncle Fu, go and tell my father that Mr. Zhang has been invited by me, Xiao Yuhan said to the old man behind her, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Uncle Fu nodded and turned to leave. After all, this was the Xiao residence. No one would dare to harm Xiao Yuhan again. Therefore, it would not be a problem for the bodyguard to leave for a while. Mr. Xiao Yuhan accompanied Zhang Fei in the living room. Yes, this is my first time coming to the Xiao residence, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Then, how do you feel about the Xiao family? Mr. Xiao Yuhan asked. Zhang Fei said with a smile. Xiao Yuhan repeated. However, she added in a very low voice, it's a big business, and it's also a big trouble. Before long, Uncle Fu returned. Moreover, there were 3 people who came with him this time. 1 in the Mahayana stage, and 2 in the Tribulation stage. Zhang Fei smiled in his heart. From the way these 3 people walked, it was clear that they were not on good terms with each other. It was obvious that the 2 in the Tribulation stage were in cahoots. When they walked, they intentionally or unintentionally repelled the person in the Mahayana stage. Xiao Yuhan immediately greeted when she saw the person who came. Yes, the man at the Mahayana stage asked anxiously. Yuhan, don't bring anyone who doesn't want to come to our Xiao family. Although your father is the head of the family, our Xiao family isn't a wet market. The other two guys at the tribulation stage said with sarcasm, Fourth uncle, it's okay for you to teach Yuhan a lesson, but Mr. Jiang is the most distinguished guest of our Xiao family. Xiao Yuhan wasn't a kind girl, because she usually had the support of her great-grandfather who was at the true immortal level. She wasn't polite to these uncles at all. Hee, the most distinguished guest. Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle said with disdain. Fourth uncle, I'm warning you for the last time. Xiao Yuhan said sternly. You little girl, how dare you talk to your elders like that? Fourth uncle was clearly angered by Xiao Yuhan. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle had clearly fallen into a trap. These two guys probably did not receive any information from the spies, so they did not know anything about Jiang Fei. At that moment, it was obvious that they had been tricked by Xiao Yuhan. Xiao Yuhan was a ruthless girl. Although she did not know about the blood demon bees, she had learned from the spies that Jiang Fei was a true immortal level expert. That was why she had deliberately lured her fourth uncle to attack Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei became angry, her fourth uncle would have some fun to watch. However, since Jiang Fei had seen through Xiao Yuhan's tricks, he would not be a free servant for others. Little girl, you want to use me as a servant, but don't give me any benefits. Jiang Fei whispered into Xiao Yuhan's ear and laughed. Xiao Yuhan's tricks were exposed on the spot. She was a little caught off guard. However, this little girl had seen the world. Therefore, she immediately calmed down and said, Yuhan knows her mistake. Please don't blame me, Mr. Jiang. If you want any benefits, please feel free to ask. Yuhan will definitely satisfy you. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then, he looked Xiao Yuhan up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Xiao Yuhan's little face was red from Jiang Fei's gaze. It was as if she was naked in front of this person. Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle saw her flirting with Jiang Fei. In the end, he was so embarrassed that his face was red. He was even angrier. Just like his third brother, he did not know about Jiang Fei's background. He only heard that Xiao Yuhan had brought a man back. That was why he came over to cause trouble. He wanted to embarrass Xiao Changyan. Although the matter of Xiao Changyan's grandfather, Xiao Tingsu, practicing martial arts had been kept a secret, there was no such thing as a secret. Therefore, the third and fourth uncle had more or less heard about it. Otherwise, they would not have dared to come and cause trouble for Xiao Changfeng so brazenly. Fourth uncle looked at Jiang Fei and laughed coldly. At that moment, Jiang Fei's aura was restrained. To outsiders, he was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought that there would be such a young, true immortal? Jiang Fei asked Xiao Yuhan in her ear again. The hot wind that he blew made half of Xiao Yuhan's body go numb. When had there ever been a man who was so intimate with her? Xiao Yuhan's voice was so low that it sounded like a mosquito. At that moment, her smile was even redder than blood. What's going on? Xiao Changfeng was actually quite happy. He had already planned to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. If his daughter took the initiative to fall in love with this godly doctor, it would be a happy ending for everyone. Jiang Fei, who had had enough of teasing Xiao Yuhan, suddenly looked down. His aura suddenly burst out. An overwhelming pressure swept across the entire Xiao family. What's going on? A few elders who were living in seclusion in the Xiao family were suddenly startled awake. An unknown true immortal suddenly burst out his aura in the Xiao family mansion. Could it be that he had been killed by his enemies? Therefore, the space in the hall distorted. 4 or 5 elders of the Xiao clan appeared in the hall at the same time. Of course, Xiao Tingsu, who had gone mad, was not among these people. Who is so impudent in our Xiao clan? Who is it? Do the two distinguished guests have some misunderstanding with our Xiao clan? These elders of the Xiao clan had just reprimanded him when they noticed the blood concubine, who was still sitting on the chair by the side. Although the blood concubine's aura was still restrained, who among the true immortals present was an idiot. They had discovered this great god at a glance, so their attitude had undergone a 180-degree change on the spot. Chapter 1858, 1858. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he looked at the elders of the Shao family with a playful expression. Granduncles, this girl, Yuhan, has gone too far. She actually brought back such a wild man from the outside without making a sound. Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle clearly did not see the anxious expressions of the elders. Therefore, he continued to complain loudly. Originally, as the core direct descendant of the Shao family, Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle had the strength to cross the tribulation stage. Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle had very high hopes of becoming the head of the Shao family. However, Xiao Changyan managed to obtain the position of the head of the Shao family with the full support of his true immortal grandfather. This made Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle very resentful. Therefore, Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle had always been against Xiao Changyan. Today, he was provoked by Xiao Yuhan's words. Therefore, the anger in his heart was even greater. Just now, he had intended to humiliate Xiao Yuhan and Jiang Fei as his elders. However, he was intimidated by Jiang Fei's powerful aura. This made him afraid, and at the same time, he hated Jiang Fei. Although he hated Jiang Fei, as he was only in the crossing calamity stage, he was no match for Jiang Fei. Therefore, Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle could only endure it in his heart. However, when the old man from his family came, he felt that he had someone backing him up. He immediately began to label Jiang Fei. He wanted to teach Jiang Fei a lesson through the hands of the elders. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle was blinded by anger. He did not notice the expressions of the elders at all. Therefore, this was also destined to be his tragedy. Jiang Fei shrugged and raised his eyebrows at the elders of the Shao family. The elders of the Shao family looked at each other and cursed Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle in their hearts. One of the elders had a good relationship with his fourth uncle's father. He wanted to help him out at this time, so he took the initiative to scold him. Initially, this elder's intention was to kick his fourth uncle out. This matter would be over, and Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle would be spared from punishment. This could be considered as helping him out for his father's sake. Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle did not appreciate his kindness at all. Seventh uncle, why are you scolding me? Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle was still blabbering on and on about Jiang Fei and Xiao Yuhan. However, he did not realize that the 5 old men's faces were already ashen. The old man who was ranked 7th was already so angry that he could not speak. 7th, stop talking. The leader of the elders sighed. Elder Su wanted to say something else. Forget it. The leader of the elders took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He had no choice but to sacrifice Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle. The other elders also sighed, but no one was willing to plead for Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle. Third son, go back and tell Tianzhu that their branch will no longer have to hold any positions in the Shao family. The Shao family will provide them with food and clothing. Elder Su said to Xiao Yuhan's third uncle. Because it was his fourth uncle who had spoken from the beginning to the end, his third brother had escaped a calamity. Xiao Yuhan's third uncle was dumbfounded. He did not understand what had happened at all, but from Heir Su's words, he was trying to strip his fourth brother of his power. From now on, although they did not have to worry about food and clothing, they had nothing to do with the core of the Shao family's power. Heir Su didn't bother with Xiao Yuhan's third uncle, who was dumbfounded. Instead, he said to her fourth uncle. At this moment, Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle also felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. As Heir Su's voice fell, he raised his right hand. When he saw this, Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle knew that something bad was going to happen. However, when he finally realized what was going on, he was already in no hurry. He would have been fine if he had confessed and left. However, he had insulted Jiang Fei in front of the elders. As a result, the elders could not help him even if they wanted to. As the 2 elders raised their palms, Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle was smacked into a million peach blossoms. Even his nascent soul was not spared. His life was over. Xiao Yuhan cried out in surprise. Although she was the one who had taken the initiative to frame fourth uncle, the girl did not expect this outcome. She had only wanted to teach fourth uncle a lesson. She wanted him to stop going against his father, Xiao Chongyun, in everything in the future. In the end, she did not expect that this would directly cause fourth uncle to lose his life. Said Elder Chi Su. He knew that Xiao Yuhan's third uncle had a good relationship with her fourth uncle. He was afraid that this kid would also be implicated, so he hurriedly chased him out. This could also be considered as protecting him. Before Xiao Yuhan's third uncle left, he cupped his fists at Xiao Yuhan. Although the few old mansions did not understand the cause of the incident, her third uncle could only watch as Xiao Yuhan provoked her fourth uncle. Xiao Yuhan was at a loss for words at the moment. Although she wanted to anger her fourth uncle, she did not expect this outcome. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he did not want to kill Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle, he did not really care that he was dead. Dear guests, this place is a little messy. The second night elder invited them. Jiang Fei nodded. The living room was filled with the stench of blood. It was indeed not suitable for a conversation. Just as Jiang Fei and Blood Mistress followed the few elders to the entrance of the living room, the second elder said to Xiao Chongyun, "Yin you should come along too." Yes. Xiao Chongyun nodded. Although he was relatively weaker, his roots were still strong. Not only was his biological grandfather the chief elder of the Xiao family, but this second elder was also his grandfather's biological younger brother. After moving to the back hall, Jiang Fei and the others took their seats. Because of the group of elders, Xiao Chongyun, the head of the Xiao family, no longer had a seat. Although he was the head of the family, the entire room was filled with true immortals. With his strength at the Mahayana stage, he could only serve tea and water. I'm really sorry. It's my Xiao family's fault for being negligent in disciplining our unfilial son. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, said the second elder before he spoke. No worries. Jiang Fei waved his hand. They had killed Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle. Moreover, they had deprived him of the power of his faction. The punishment was quite severe. Jiang Fei had no reason to continue to hold on to it. Chapter 1859. Translator 549690339. As long as Mr. Ersu nodded. Then, he asked, may I ask why Mr. Jiang has come to our Xiao residence? Although Xiao Yuhan's fourth uncle kept saying that Jiang Fei was a wild man that Xiao Yuhan had found, these elders did not believe it at all. The Xiao family had already spread out their good-looking girls. However, how could such a good thing happen in real life? Oh, Jiang Fei pointed at Xiao Chongyun. Elda Eva Stunt. Then, he turned his gaze to Xiao Chongyun. Second grandpa, it's like this. Mr. Jiang is a miracle doctor. When I invited him back, I wanted to treat his injuries. Xiao Chongyun answered truthfully. There was no need to hide anything. Oh, Ersu was stunned for a moment. At the same time, he laughed coldly in his heart. If that's the case, the death of that blind guy wasn't unjustified at all. If he were to anger this godly doctor away, then his elder brother's life might not even be saved. The other elders also sighed. They were all glad that second brother was decisive enough. Otherwise, he would have really delayed the major matters of the Xiao family. Mr. the second elder asked anxiously. Xiao Tingsu was the pillar of the entire Xiao family. Therefore, his safety was very important to the entire Xiao family. I haven't seen the patient yet. Jiang Fei did not take on all the responsibility this time. After all, this was the first time he had encountered something like qi deviation. Jiang Fei did not dare to make any rash promises. That's right. That's right. Ersu nodded and said, Mr. Jiang, is it convenient for you now? If it's possible, I would like to invite you to visit my grandfather first, Xiao Chongyun said at this time. He did not have the right to take the initiative to speak. However, because he was concerned about Xiao Ting's safety, he could only speak at this time. Of course. Please lead the way, Master Xiao, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Thank you. Mr. Xiao Chongyun bowed deeply to Jiang Fei and then looked at the elders. After all, these true immortals were present. It would not be appropriate for him to take Jiang Fei away without permission. Okay. Of course, the second elder also hoped that Jiang Fei would go and see his big brother as soon as possible. Following that, Jiang Fei followed Xiao Chongyun all the way through the Xiao family until they arrived at the back garden. There was a rockery there. When Xiao Chongyun activated the mechanism, the rockery cracked open and revealed a secret passage. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. As the secret passage was very deep, Xiao Chongyun was afraid that Jiang Fei would be overthinking things, so he explained. Jiang Fei nodded. He was brave because he was skilled. In addition, he had Blood Mistress protecting him. Therefore, he was not afraid that the Xiao family would plot against him. After Jiang Fei and the others entered the secret passage, a few elders of the Xiao family followed them in. The group passed through the long passage and finally came to a secret room. Jiang Fei felt a strong cold air as soon as he entered the secret room. Moreover, this cold air contained a strong spiritual energy. Blood Mistress, who had almost never spoken, actually muttered to herself. Jiang Fei was stunned. If it was anything else, he might not know about it. However, he had heard about this mysterious ice bed because this thing was the 10 Directions Clear artifact that the Xiao family owned. The 10 Directions Clear artifact was a legendary magical artifact. Moreover, it was naturally formed. It could be said to be an unparalleled treasure in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Moreover, these treasures were not all hidden weapons or defensive equipment. There were also mysterious ice beds that could help people cultivate. Jiang Fei could not help but sigh in his heart as he felt the pure water-type spiritual energy that the dark ice bed emitted. Grandfather has gone mad from practicing martial arts. He can only rely on the dark ice bed to suppress the evil fire in his body, Xiao Chongyun explained. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he quietly opened the Eye of the Violet and looked at Xiao Tingsu. Jiang Fei snorted. He did not find any abnormal energy on Xiao Tingsu's body. Although the Eye of the Violet could see through the source of energy, Xiao Tingsu's spiritual power was all his own. However, there was a problem with the circulation of the spiritual power. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not see anything wrong with it without understanding the Xiao family's cultivation method. He could not see anything wrong with it. Therefore, under the Eye of the Violet Orchid, Xiao Tingsu's water-type spiritual energy was pure and uniform. Moreover, it was circulating according to a certain pattern. There was nothing unusual about it. Mr. Elder Su asked. Yes, I can cure it. Jiang Fei's developed brain quickly figured out the problem. What do you mean, Mr. Old Su asked. Jiang Fei was secretly happy when he said this. He was currently lacking water-type martial arts. The Xiao family was practically offering themselves to him. Mr. Old Su frowned and asked. After all, breaking the family rules was not a small matter. It's easy to save him. I just need to dissolve the spiritual energy in his body and make him a cripple. Jiang Fei said. Xiao Chongyun, who was standing at the side, could not accept it. No, Mr. Jiang, please save him until the end, Xiao Chongyun said. The other elders also nodded. After all, Xiao Tingsu was the pillar of the Xiao family. His strength was one of the best among true immortals. Then, the entire Xiao family strength would be greatly reduced. The second method is more troublesome. Jiang Fei said. Thank you, sir. The second elder said. We will talk about it in the future. The problem now is that I do not know how this person's martial art works. How can I channel his spiritual power into the right path? Unless you are willing to show me the Xiao family's martial art and let me read it. However, I want outsiders to read the Xiao family's martial art. This must be against the family rules, right? The few elders hesitated when they heard this. It was obviously impossible to show the martial art to outsiders. If it was another doctor who said this, they might have taken out the martial art and let him read it. After that, they would wait for him to cure Xiao Tingsu and then kill him to silence him. However, the problem was that the bodyguard beside Jiang Fei was too ruthless. Therefore, this path was impossible. Elders, I am sure that you are allowed to make this exception. Xiao Chongyun spoke at this time. He knew that his grandfather could not fall. Therefore, at this time, he had to put pressure on the elders. Chapter 1860. Translator 549690339. The elders of the Shao family hesitated. On one hand, they could not go against the family rules. On the other hand, Shao Tingsu was indeed a pillar of the Shao family. Once he was finished, he would face the revenge of the Wang family. The entire Shao family might not be able to handle it. Logically speaking, I should not have rushed you. However, this person's injuries are already very serious. If this continues, I'm afraid. Although Jiang Fei said that he would not rush them, however, these words had already caused a great deal of pressure to the elders. Xiao Changyan had no choice but to kneel down and beg Elder Ursu. After all, he was Xiao Tingsu's biological younger brother. Brothers, although my big brother is injured, I may be a little selfish in saying this. Elder Ursu turned around and said to the others, "Sai, Mr. One of the elders asked." Jiang Fei smiled and said. Then, Mr. Another elder asked. Jiang Fei nodded and promised. The other old men looked at each other. Although they were not related to Xiao Tingsu by blood, they knew that the Shao family relied on Xiao Tingsu to support them. If he fell, the Shao family would be in real danger. Therefore, after Jiang Fei made his promise, they also compromised. The second elder saw that the others had nodded and immediately said to Xiao Changyan. Xiao Changyan was overjoyed when he heard that. Then, he immediately took out a jade ring from his body. Mr. Jiang, this is the jade pupil scroll that records the Shao family's technique, Xiao Changyan said as he handed the jade ring to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. However, he was very pleased with himself. This was really something that he had not found even after searching for a long time. This water-type martial arts technique was actually given to him on his own accord. After receiving the Jade Eye Scroll, Jiang Fei immediately activated it. A stream of spiritual sense entered his mind and left a mark on it. The moment the Shao family's martial arts technique entered Jiang Fei's mind, his developed brain began to operate at a high speed. This was Jiang Fei. If it were anyone else, they would need several years just to study this kind of high-level technique. After that, they would have to practice and master it on their own. Perhaps it would take another few decades before they could use it again. Xiao Tingsu's bones were rotten. Jiang Fei sat cross-legged. His mind was working rapidly. At the same time, all the spiritual energy in his body had been converted into water. After about 2 hours, the spiritual energy in Jiang Fei's body began to circulate according to the Shao family's cultivation method. Everyone present had their eyes wide open. Sai, Elder Ursu looked at Jiang Fei and thought to himself, if such a talented person was a member of the Shao family, the Shao family would definitely protect him in secret. However, he did not belong to the Shao family, so he was definitely a hidden threat to the Shao family. Unfortunately, although the elders of the Shao family wanted to get rid of Jiang Fei, they could not do so because of the existence of the blood demon bees. This god was so powerful that the people of the Shao family did not dare to act rashly. In fact, it was not only the people of the Shao family. Even Blood Mistress was now looking at Jiang Fei in a new light. However, this was because of the promise that Jiang Fei could save her child. Speaking of which, Blood Mistress really did not think much of Jiang Fei. Even though Jiang Fei had the power of a true immortal, he had never displayed the power of the 10th dimension in front of Blood Mistress. Therefore, Blood Mistress had never regarded him as an expert of the same level. However, this was the first time Blood Lady had started to look at Jiang Fei seriously. This kind of heaven-defying comprehension ability and amazing talent were too rare. As time passed, he would definitely become a super expert in the future. For hours later, almost all of the ice spiritual power that was released from the dark ice bed was taken away by Jiang Fei. The spiritual energy released from the bed had been completely absorbed by Jiang Fei. After 6 hours, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Then he opened his eyes. 2 flashes of electricity shot out from Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei stood up and felt very refreshed. If he did not have something on his mind and knew that he still had to heal Xiao Tingsu, he might have been able to cultivate here for a few years. After all, the dark ice bed was a rare treasure. The spiritual energy that it released was not only pure, but it was also very easy to convert. If he could train on the mysterious ice bed, it would definitely have a double effect with half the effort. Mr. Xiao Changyin came forward and asked, "It's fine." Jiang Fei nodded. If he received the benefits, he would have to work for the other party. Then Mr. Old Air Su asked, "Help him sit cross-legged. You don't have to worry about anything else," Jiang Fei said. Xiao Changyin nodded and helped Xiao Tingsu sit down. The rest of the people retreated to the side. "Don't disturb me," Jiang Fei reminded him and sat cross-legged behind Xiao Tingsu. "Bah." Jiang Fei's palms were imprinted on Xiao Tingsu's back. "Sigh," Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then he began to adjust the spiritual energy in Xiao Tingsu's body. As they were of the same origin, the water-type spiritual energy in Jiang Fei's body and the spiritual energy in Xiao Tingsu's body did not reject each other. Therefore, he easily used his own spiritual energy as a catalyst to guide Xiao Tingsu's spiritual energy into his body. The originally chaotic spiritual energy in Xiao Tingsu's body began to converge into the correct meridians under Jiang Fei's guidance. Then it began to circulate according to the normal meridians. The entire secret chamber was completely silent. Everyone in the Xiao family was focused on Jiang Fei and Xiao Tingsu. None of them dared to breathe loudly, afraid that they would disturb Jiang Fei. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 to 10 hours had passed. If it was an ordinary person, even if they were not hungry, they would have long passed out from exhaustion. Even an expert like Jiang Fei appeared to be extremely tired at this moment. "CK, I won't take this kind of work anymore," Jiang Fei complained in his heart. At this time, the spiritual energy in Xiao Tingsu's body had basically returned to the correct meridians. As the last bit of chaotic spiritual energy was successfully channeled, Jiang Fei finally opened his eyes. Mr. Xiao Changyun and the others asked with concern. "It's okay." Jiang Fei appeared to be very tired at this time. Chapter 1861. 1861. Translator 549690339. Thank you. Mr. Ersu bowed deeply to Jiang Fei. Then he turned to Xiao Changyun and said, "Changyun, quickly arrange a guest room for Mr. Jiang. If there's anything, let Mr. Jiang rest first." Xiao Changyun immediately nodded. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "Mr. Jiang, Xiao Changyun is unable to repay your kindness today. Please come with me to the guest room to rest. Our Xiao family will definitely not mistreat you." Jiang Fei nodded and followed Xiao Changyun out of the secret room. After Jiang Fei went to rest, Xiao Tingsu woke up in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. "Ho!" Xiao Tingsu let out a long sigh. Although his body was unable to move during the period of qi deviation, his mind was clear. He knew that he had been through a near-death experience. He also knew that Jiang Fei had pulled him back from the brink of death. Old Air Su asked, "Hee, you might not believe it." Xiao Tingsu said. He did not know what kind of method this godly doctor had used to not only heal him, but also restore him to his best condition in an instant, and it'll put him back in top shape in no time. Toot toot. An old man sighed. Yes, this man's medical skills are superb. Xiao Tingsu said. All martial artists had some hidden diseases. Moreover, the more skilled one was, the more serious the hidden diseases were. These were all left over from long-term high-intensity battles. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to get rid of them. However, this kind of thing was easy for Jiang Fei. He directly touched the energy cord and removed the lesion. Then, he used his spiritual power to catalyze the patient to grow new tissue cells. It was just like a surgical operation. However, unlike a surgical operation, Jiang Fei was able to remove the lesion by changing the frequency of the vibration of the energy string. This level of precision had already reached the level of material origin. It would not cause any accidental injury or spread of the lesion. That's right, Old Man Ersu said. Xiao Tingsu asked. After all, he had gone mad previously. Although he could sense things around him, He was unable to use his divine sense to investigate. There is someone with this divine Dr. Jiang. This person's strength is something I have never seen before in my life. Elder Ursu said. Oh, who is this person? Xiao Tingsu asked. This person is not a human cultivator. Ursu had lived for such a long time. This experience was not given to him for free. Although he cannot see through the background of blood concubine, he could roughly guess it. Xiao Tingsu guessed. Sigh. It's hard to say. He has such medical skills. Ursu sighed and said, That's true. Prepare a big gift for me later. Xiao Tingsu said, In the world of cultivators, craftsmen were usually the ones who could not be offended. Whether it was alchemy masters or artifact masters, these people might be average in their own strength, but because of their own craftsmanship, they were very popular. If you provoked him, he might not do anything. A large group of experts who were trying to curry favor with him would be able to eat you up. Therefore, when faced with a godly doctor like Jiang Fei, the Xiao family also adopted a strategy of roping him in. After all, regardless of whether or not they wanted Jiang Fei in the future, it was better not to offend him. Jiang Fei rested in the Xiao mansion for a night. The next day, when it was almost noon, Xiao Changyin came to visit him personally. At this time, Xiao Changyin was even more respectful to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. After a night of rest, his fatigue had been swept away. I am relieved. Yesterday, Mr. Jiang looked so tired. It really made me feel guilty. Mr. Jiang, you have done so much to treat your grandfather's injury. I am really grateful, Xiao Changyin said. Although Jiang Fei knew that it was just a formality, he felt more comfortable listening to it. Master Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. As the saying goes, the heart of a doctor is the heart of a parent. At this moment, Jiang Fei had to be polite. Otherwise, how could he show his noble character? Regardless, thank you, Mr. Xiao Changyin stood up and bowed to Jiang Fei again. Jiang Fei quickly stood up and helped him up. Mr. Jiang, it's getting late. I have already prepared some wine. I hope that you will do me the honor, Mr. Jiang, Xiao Changyin said. All right. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He knew that the main event was coming. His benefits were most likely going to be settled at the dinner table. Although Jiang Fei had already obtained the Xiao family's martial arts manual, it was the Xiao family's initiative to send it over. Moreover, it was a medicinal primer to heal Xiao Tingsu's injuries. It was not considered Jiang Fei's reward. To be honest, Jiang Fei really did not care about the Xiao family's treasure. The only thing that Jiang Fei liked was the dark frost bed. However, Jiang Fei also knew that the Xiao family would never give the 10-directional clear artifact to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to take advantage of the Xiao family's debt to him to drag the Xiao family into the water and use them as cannon fodder in the outside world. Very soon, Jiang Fei followed Xiao Changyin to the living room. There was already a banquet prepared there. Moreover, there were already many people waiting there. Grandpa, second grandpa, elders, Mr. Jiang is here. Xiao Changyin bowed to everyone in the living room. Although he was the master of the Xiao family, he was the one with the lowest seniority in the room. All of the elders present were true immortals. No one else had the right to enter. Mr. Jiang, thank you for saving my life. Xiao Tingsu walked up to Jiang Fei and bowed to him. Jiang Fei smiled and helped Xiao Tingsu up. Mr. Xiao Tingsu looked at Blood Lady and asked. He was also shocked by Blood Lady's powerful strength because Xiao Tingsu's strength far surpassed that of Elder Ursu and the others. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of Blood Girl's terror. Blood Girl, my friend, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Although Blood Girl did not say anything, there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. Clearly, the way Jiang Fei addressed her as a friend had touched her a little. In the 5 directions of the world, humans and ferocious beasts were belittling each other. Very few people could become friends. Chapter 1862. Translator 5496-903-39 come. Xiao Tingsu pulled Jiang Fei's wrist and made him sit beside him. The seat beside Jiang Fei was left for Blood Mistress. The rest of the people sat down with their hands hanging down. I still have to thank Mr. Jiang for saving me today. Xiao Tingsu continued to thank Jiang Fei after he sat down. It's nothing, it's just a small matter, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Blood Mistress was expressionless as she sat quietly beside Jiang Fei. In her opinion, the small talk between Jiang Fei and Xiao Tingsu was nothing more than human hypocrisy. However, be it hypocrisy or etiquette, Jiang Fei and Xiao Tingsu were human beings. Naturally, they cannot talk about benefits right away. That would be too much. Therefore, the two chatted for a long time. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xiao Tingsu finally brought the topic back to the main topic. Mr. Jiang, I heard from Changyan that you have been to the Wang family before. Xiao Tingsu asked. This was also a question that everyone was very concerned about. After all, the Xiao family and the Wang family were not on good terms. If Jiang Fei and the Wang family were old friends, it would not be easy to handle. It's not like we have an old relationship. We just have a cooperation between us, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Working together? Is it convenient for you to tell me about it? Mr. Xiao Tingsu asked tentatively. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not only working with the Wang family. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then he said to Xiao Tingsu and the others, what do you guys think of the 5 directions? Xiao Tingsu and the others were stunned by Jiang Fei's sudden words. Jiang Fei added, Mr. Everyone present was smart. They understood what Jiang Fei meant. That's right. I have already mentioned this to the Wang family, the Yuan family, and the Moon Goddess sect. Jiang Fei was frank and did not hide anything. Moon Goddess sect. Is it Mr. Xiao Tingsu said in surprise, although Jiang Fei had only stayed in the Xiao family for 1 day. With the Xiao family's huge intelligence network, most of the public information about Jiang Fei and the 5 directions of heaven and earth had already been collected. So what? The Hall Master is worried about the chair under his, but and won't let the valiant Marshall Hall disciples follow me out. Then, I will have to find another way, Jiang Fei said with a smile. So Mr. Xiao Tingsu asked. That's what I mean, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Xiao Tingsu actually agreed without any hesitation. However, after pausing for a moment, he added to Jiang Fei, but, Mr. Jiang, I have a small request. Tell me about it, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Xiao Tingsu was not stupid. The reason why he agreed to Jiang Fei's request so easily was that he did not even bargain. Just because the Wang family has taken the lead in joining this plan, if the Xiao family does not want to fall behind, then must follow closely behind. Of course, Jiang Fei had no problem with that. Although he needed cannon fodder, it would be better if his subordinates could carry out his orders seriously. Xiao Tingsu immediately nodded. He did not doubt Jiang Fei's words at all. Would he lie like that? All right. Jiang Fei picked up the wine glass in his hand and clinked it with Xiao Tingsu's. It was considered a deal. After reaching an agreement with the Xiao family, Jiang Fei stayed at the Xiao family for another 2 days. During these 2 days, on one hand, Jiang Fei was trying to steal the dark ice bed. On the other hand, he also wanted to get some information from the Xiao family. 0541 asked Jiang Fei after the banquet ended. Not much, other than knowing that they have a top-tier metal-type martial art. I know almost nothing about their family, Jiang Fei said as he shook his head. In fact, it was not only Jiang Fei, even the natives of the 5 directions of heaven and earth knew very little about the CF family. In the 5 directions world, almost everyone knew that the CF family was one of the 4 big families. They also knew that their metal-type martial art was unprecedentedly powerful. Almost no one could tell. It could be said that the CF family was the most mysterious of the 4 big families. Then what should we do? Right now, we don't even know where the CF family is, 0541 said worriedly. We don't know. However, the Xiao family should have some information. Jiang Fei said, that's true. Big families will always know something that ordinary people don't know. 0541 nodded and said. Blood Lady, who had not taken the initiative to speak up, actually interrupted. Jiang Fei was not surprised that she was able to eavesdrop on the conversation between Jiang Fei and 0541. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. I'll take you there. However, you're not allowed to kill anyone, Blood Mistress said expressionlessly. Oh, Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. He subconsciously asked, Could it be that the Sief family is not human? Blood Mistress did not have to lie to Jiang Fei. After all, when they reached the Sief family, Jiang Fei would be able to tell with his abilities. No wonder. But they hid it well enough. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. The Sief family had always avoided the world and never participated in disputes. So, it was because they did not belong to the human world. No wonder they never meddled in the affairs of the human world. Blood Mistress asked. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. The reason he stayed at the Shao family was to inquire about the Sief family and steal the Dark Ice bed. Then, the Shao family might not know as much about them as Blood Mistress did. On the other hand, Shao Tingsu would not leave with the Dark Ice bed, unless he robbed it openly. The chances of Jiang Fei stealing it would not be high. Moreover, Jiang Fei was still working with the Shao family. Obviously, it was impossible to rob them openly. Therefore, there was no point for him to stay in the Shao family anymore. After making up his mind to leave, Jiang Fei bade farewell to Shao Changyan. Although the Shao family had repeatedly urged him to stay, Jiang Fei had already made up his mind to leave. After leaving behind his communication device, Jiang Fei left the Shao family in the afternoon. Blood Girl said expressionlessly. Jiang Fei nodded and followed behind Blood Girl on his sword. The two of them traveled through the mountains and ridges. The more they walked, the less people there were. Finally, they arrived at a huge primeval forest. No wonder everyone could not find the Sief family's location. Jiang Fei nodded. In such a desolate place, it would be a miracle if anyone could find it. Chapter 1863. 1863. Translator. 549690339. In a dense forest, Blood Lady brought Jiang Fei to a towering tree. Blood Lady waved her hand, and a stream of light appeared between her jade-like palms. The stream of light instantly entered the trunk of the giant tree. A wave of energy spread out from the trunk. Following that, the environment around Jiang Fei suddenly changed. Jiang Fei was shocked. He did not even realize that he was in an illusion just now. This is the Maha tree. It can create an extremely realistic illusion, Blood Mistress explained. Jiang Fei nodded. Through his heart, he could feel the terrifying and suffocating spiritual power from the tree. Even though Jiang Fei had a huge amount of spiritual power after he had fused with the 3 pieces of the will's core, such power was only relative to intelligent creatures like the cosmic behemoth or the Mahakasyapa tree, which were large in size but not very intelligent. Their bodies usually contained a larger amount of spiritual power. However, their poor intelligence could not use this spiritual power perfectly. They could only use it instinctively. After the illusion dissipated, a hidden teleportation portal appeared not far from the Maha tree. "Come on," Blood Lady said expressionlessly. Jiang Fei was even more impressed by the Sief family's caution. After entering the teleportation portal, Blood Lady used a very strange method to open the ancient-looking teleportation portal. A white light flashed. Jiang Fei felt as if he was thrown into a blender. The violent shaking and rolling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This damn teleportation portal is a few hundred years old. Jiang Fei complained in his heart. However, he did not know that the teleportation portal was not a few hundred years old. It was a product from 10,000 years ago. About 5 minutes later, when Jiang Fei's stomach was surging up like a tidal wave, his teleportation finally ended. Phew! Jiang Fei could not hold it in anymore. He poured out all the food he had for lunch in one go. Sigh. These guys are really stingy, Blood Mistress muttered softly. Although she did not have such a strong reaction as Jiang Fei, it was not easy after the teleportation. Who? Jiang Fei asked while panting heavily. They will come and pick us up, Blood Lady said expressionlessly. As expected, in less than half a minute, a few rays of light flew over and 2 young couples appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Good God, Jiang Fei thought to himself. He had activated the violet eye in advance. Otherwise, no one would have been able to tell that the 4 people in front of him were not humans based on their auras. The Sief family has a unique shapeshifter technique. Outsiders would not be able to see through their background. Therefore, when the beast family deals with humans, they do it through their family, Blood Mistress explained. Jiang Fei was puzzled. Even if the beast family was not as cunning as humans, how could there not be a traitor after thousands of years? Who says they don't know? The three major families, Marshall Valiant Hall, and even the Moon Goddess sect all know about it. It's just that everyone knows about it, said Blood Mistress. Jiang Fei nodded. Not only did the berserk beasts need a middleman to trade with humans, but humans also needed the special products of the berserk beasts. Therefore, they tacitly allowed the CF family to exist. For CF family disciples see Blood Concubine, immediately go up, saluting Wei. Jiang Fei's mouth twitched, did not expect this Blood Concubine seniority so high. Yes, Blood Girl pointed at Jiang Fei. Although a few CF family disciples did not know Jiang Fei, but with the appearance of Blood Concubine, they naturally did not dare to say anything more. Great 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 dash. Blood Concubine nods Wei. A few CF family disciples to Blood Concubine saluted, then in front lead the way. I'm afraid that this teleportation circle is not only in disrepair for a long time. Jiang Fei looked at the four Xie disciples in front of him and suddenly thought to himself, the teleportation formation might look bumpy and uncomfortable, but it would not hurt you. If it was an ally, it would only hurt for a little while. When you were feeling extremely uncomfortable, the CF family would not give you time to rest. They would definitely take advantage of the enemy's illness to kill them. Along the way, Jiang Fei passed through the dense forest and found countless sentries. It seemed that the CF family had put in a good amount of effort to defend themselves. Even in times of peace, they would still be on high alert. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for a ferocious beast family to be able to survive in the human world for thousands of years. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived in front of a large house. This house was built in front of a picture and had a backstop. It was situated along the mountains and rivers with excellent feng shui. If no one had told you, you would never have thought that this was a ferocious beast family. Once they entered the house, the servants' yard was orderly. The architectural decorations were also very exquisite, not to mention the average human family. Even the other three big families were not as luxurious as the CF family. My senior sister's family has monopolized the trade between humans and ferocious beasts. Moreover, they have monopolized it for thousands of years. The wealth that they have accumulated is simply unimaginable, Blood Mistress explained. Good Lord, they are not rich anymore. Jiang Fei said with his eyes wide open. The CF family would probably be able to buy all of them together. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others passed through the CF family's house and finally came to a large hall. Madam, please have some tea first. The disciples left after offering Jiang Fei and Blood Mistress some fragrant tea and fruits. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Fei was shocked. He felt a big mountain slowly approaching him. So strong, Jiang Fei thought to himself. This person's strength was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen in the 5 directions. My senior sister is here. She has a bad temper. Blood Mistress reminded him. After all, Jiang Fei's safety was related to her child's life. Therefore, she did not want Jiang Fei to be killed because he had offended her senior sister. Chapter 1864. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei nodded after listening to Blood Mistress' advice. He had been out for so many years. Even if he had not learned anything else, he must have learned how to respect the strong. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. Not long after, a middle-aged woman in a white robe walked into the hall. Facing this middle-aged woman, Jiang Fei did not dare to open the Eye of Violet to spy on her. This person must be the senior sister of Blood Mistress, the ancestor of the Xie family. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he did not dare to spy on this god easily to avoid angering her. The ancestor of the Xie family was not like Blood Mistress, who had a straight face all day long. When she appeared, she was full of smiles. To most people, she was no different from an ordinary lady. I've been busy recently, Blood Mistress said expressionlessly. Who is this young man? The ancestor of the Xie family asked. No, he's a doctor. Blood Mistress was still expressionless. This made her senior sister, who had spoken out to tease her, feel a little disappointed. The ancestor of the Xie family pursed his lips. It was obvious that he did not see Blood Mistress' bashful look. This made her very disappointed. When the ancestor of the Xie family saw that he could not flirt with his junior sister, he turned his gaze to Jiang Fei. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled and replied. My name is Xie Tianxin. However, it has been a long time since anyone has called me by my name. Xie Tianxin was very polite to Jiang Fei. It was unknown if it was because she was giving face to Blood Mistress. All right, Jiang Fei bowed to Xie Tianxin again. It could be considered as a new junior greeting. Jiang Fei did not care at all about being considered as a junior. Judging from Blood Mistressage, Xie Tianxin would probably be tens of thousands of years old if she could become her senior sister. It might even be advantageous for Jiang Fei to call her grandma. After all, almost everyone in the Xie family called this god their ancestor. All right, junior sister, why are you looking for me? Xie Tianxin nodded at Jiang Fei before turning around to ask Blood Concubine. It's not that I'm looking for you. It's that he's looking for you. My child was born prematurely. Blood Concubine did not speak much. Basically, she would answer whatever Xie Tianxin asked. Premature birth? Xie Tianxin frowned. She was at her wits' end when it came to such matters. It seemed that her junior sister could only seek help from this human doctor. Blood Mistress nodded. Sigh, don't worry too much. As long as it can be saved, there will be no problem, said Xie Tianxin consolingly. Blood Mistress still nodded. She was still as reserved as ever. Forget it. It's so tiring to talk to you. Xie Tianxin rolled her eyes and then turned to Jiang Fei. After all, talking to Blood Mistress was really too uncomfortable. Xie Tianxin asked, Actually, I really did not specifically look for you. Otherwise, I would have gone up to the 10,000 Beast Mountain. I originally wanted to look for the Xie family. Jiang Fei said awkwardly. Oh, so what if it's not a human family? Xie Tianxin raised his eyebrows. Racial discrimination was never a small matter, especially in the eyes of those who were discriminated against. No. I have no prejudice against anyone. Whether it's humans or ferocious beasts, they're all the same in my eyes. They are all intelligent creatures, Jiang Fei quickly explained. He does not discriminate against us. At this time, Blood Princess took the initiative to speak up for Jiang Fei. Xie Tianxin was stunned. It was rare for humans to not discriminate against beasts. You can go to Qinxing and ask around. There are many friends of mine in the Greenwood Forest. Jiang Fei quickly found a witness for himself. Otherwise, Xie Tianxin's anger would not be easy to bear. Xie Tianxin was stunned. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. I heard that kid betrothed his daughter to a human. Xie Tianxin's eyes suddenly lit up. This, Jiang Fei said awkwardly. Xie Tianxin's face fell. No. Jiang Fei suddenly felt a pressure that was as strong as a mountain. His forehead broke out in sweat. Xie Tianxin said with a cold expression. Sometimes, one would be so unlucky that one would have to swallow a mouthful of cold water. Jiang Fei was like that today. Xie Tianxin had once been abandoned when she was young. Moreover, the person who had abandoned her was a human cultivator. Therefore, She hated humans to the bone. Jiang Fei could be considered to have taken the blame today. However, looking at Xie Tianxin's burning anger, Jiang Fei knew that if he continued to explain, he would have to open the 10th dimension to escape. Then, his trip to the Xie family would have been in vain. Jiang Fei was secretly regretting it. However, there was no such thing as selling regret medicine in this world. Grandma Xie, please calm down first. I did not abandon Qingsheng. She is now my territory. Jiang Fei could only admit defeat. That's more like it. All right, you actually have a territory. Xie Tianxin's expression eased up a little. On Skoda planet, Jiang Fei said honestly. It was impossible to lie to such a superpower house. Any slight spiritual fluctuation would be clearly sensed by them. Skoda planet? Xie Tianxin was stunned. Although she had lived for thousands of years, she still knew nothing about the things outside the 5 directions. Jiang Fei said, outside the 5 directions? Xie Tianxin frowned. She looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked, You can say yes, but you can also say no, Jiang Fei replied. Xie Tianxin asked, I am indeed from the outer realm. However, the planet I was born on has the same origin as the 5 directions. Back then, someone left the 5 directions and left the seed of civilization on the planet where I lived, Jiang Fei replied. Chapter 1865, 1865. Translator, 549690339. Xie Tianxin nodded thoughtfully. She did not doubt Jiang Fei's words. After all, with her current strength, she could easily tell when someone was lying. Xie Tianxin asked, I came to the 5 directions of heaven and earth for a lot of things. For example, although our martial arts civilization came from the 5 directions of heaven and earth, it was not completely preserved. By now, more than half of it has been lost. Therefore, one of the reasons why I came to the 5 directions of heaven and earth was to learn the complete martial arts technique, Jiang Fei said honestly. Martial arts? Xie Tianxin asked. All of my constitution, Jiang Fei said. Nonsense. Xie Tianxin's face fell. From her point of view, Jiang Fei was definitely making things up. Jiang Fei said. He knew that it was useless to explain. Only facts spoke louder than words. Therefore, he immediately activated his origin power and allowed the spiritual energy of the 5 attributes to change freely in his body. This is impossible. How can there be such a person with such a physique? Xie Tianxin, who initially did not believe it, stood up from her chair in shock when she saw Jiang Fei's full attributes. Jiang Fei said with a slightly smug tone, Good, good, good. Xie Tianxin had to admit that Jiang Fei's talent was unparalleled. Thank you for your praise, senior. Jiang Fei smiled. Xie Tianxin asked, I had the intention to. However, I will not take the Xie family's cultivation technique for free. Jiang Fei said. Hee. Xie Tianxin was not bothered by it. The Xie family had monopolized the trade between humans and beasts for thousands of years. The wealth they had accumulated was unimaginable. What kind of treasure did the Xie family not have? How could she be interested in Jiang Fei's junk? Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Although he had a lot of treasures in his hands, there were not many that Xie Tianxin was interested in. Moreover, he definitely could not give away the 9 revolving astrolabe among them. Then, the only things left were the 2 decagonal clear weapons. Jiang Fei had obtained the Crimson Flame Sex Vulcan's Tooth and the Green Woodcliffe's Blood Brambles from the players previously. These 2 decagonal clear weapons were used to hurt people. However, Jiang Fei did not use them very often. If he could use one of them to exchange for a top-tier metal-type cultivation method, it would not be a problem for Jiang Fei to gather a set of cultivation methods. Jiang Fei took out the wood-type Bloodthorn. 10 directions clear artifact? I did not expect you to be so capable. Xie Tianxin recognized the treasure at a glance. Jiang Fei looked at Xie Tianxin's expression and immediately felt that there was a way. Xie Tianxin waved her hand. It was not that she did not like the 10-directional clear artifact, but it was because the 5 elements countered each other. The Bloodthorn was a wood-type treasure, and Xie Tianxin was a metal-type master. Once her spiritual power was injected into the Bloodthorn, the 10-directional clear artifact would definitely be destroyed. However, a legendary treasure had become a one-time use item. No matter what, it was a little wasteful. Zhang Fei was a little troubled. He did not want people to know that he had two 10-sided clear artifacts. Moreover, it would be the same even if it was the tooth of the fire god. Because fire was the enemy of metal, this treasure was not suitable for the Xie family to use. All right, kid, it's not impossible for me to give you the Xie family's cultivation technique. You just have to promise me one thing, said Xie Tianxin. Zhang Fei asked, This is very simple for you. Xie Tianxin laughed. Huh? Zhang Fei was stunned. He had never thought that Xie Tianxin would make such a request. This request was not beneficial to the Xie family at all. Actually, Zhang Fei did not know that Xie Tianxin had made such a request because Zhang Fei had shown his talent in all attributes. People with such a physique were like what Xie Tianxin had said. It was a rare occurrence. If the human race had such a talent, it would be a potential threat to the entire ferocious beast race. Although Zhang Fei had already told Xie Tianxin about the world outside the five directions, Xie Tianxin had lived in this closed environment for thousands of years. Therefore, her thoughts were still limited here. Therefore, she felt that a genius like Zhang Fei could not be monopolized by the humans. However, Zhang Fei's background had already determined his identity as a human. What could he do if he did not want the humans to monopolize him? That was to find him a fierce beast wife. Moreover, Zhang Fei happened to have Hui Qingshang by his side. Therefore, Xie Tianxin had this idea. What? Xie Tianxin saw that Zhang Fei was hesitating, and her face fell immediately. Moreover, that overwhelming pressure had also appeared. F*CK. Zhang Fei felt a headache coming on. There were so many girls in his family, but none of them had any status. If Hui Qingshang caught up with them, Bella and the others would explode? It's not about this matter. Zhang Fei originally intended to use his parents' name to shirk the responsibility. However, as soon as he said it, he regretted it. His parents were both ordinary people. Why would they drag them into this mess? This is easy. Go back and fetch your parents. As expected, Xie Tian said matter-of-factly, Senior, to tell you the truth, Qingsheng is not the only girl beside me. Zhang Fei could only tell the truth helplessly. What's the big deal? Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? She hated people who were ungrateful. However, living in the 5 directions of the world, and the ferocious beasts were strong enough to dominate many of their spouses. In her opinion, it was not a big deal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as Zhang Fei did not disappoint these girls, everything would be fine. Zhang Fei really had not thought about a group wedding. Moreover, he was the only groom. Captain, I think this is really an opportunity. With this god making the decision, it will be easier for the girls to accept it. Moreover, they have been with you for so long. They have been birthdays and deaths all day long. It's time for you to give them a status. 0541 interrupted. 0541's words naturally could not hide from the stronger Xie Tianxin. Chapter 1866. Translator 549690339. This. Zhang Fei hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. It was indeed time for him to give these girls an explanation. After making up his mind, Zhang Fei did not reject Xie Tianxin's request so much. Therefore, he said to Xie Tianxin, Senior, I agree to your request. All right, then, you can find a time to bring the girls over. Xie Tianxin was also a person who would not give up until he saw the rabbit. If Zhang Fei wanted to get the cultivation technique now, there was no way he could do it. Although Zhang Fei was slightly disappointed, since he had made a decision, he would not go back on his word. Therefore, it did not matter if he took the Xie family's cultivation technique earlier or later. After this topic was over, Zhang Fei remembered the matter of recruiting strong men for him. Therefore, he asked Xie Tianxin tentatively, Senior, what do you think about the outside world? Nothing much, Xie Tianxin said calmly. Ferocious beasts were different from humans. They did not have such strong desires. As long as their territory was sufficient to survive, they did not like to expand their forces. Jiang Fei did not expect such a situation. When he told the human forces about the world outside the five directions, these people were filled with curiosity and yearning. The world outside was broader and had more opportunities. However, the ferocious beasts clearly did not think that way. The instincts of the beasts told them that the unknown meant that the world was full of danger. Moreover, their territory was enough for the survival and continuation of the race. Therefore, they naturally did not want to go out and take risks. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Originally, he had expected the ferocious beasts to be a new force. After all, the ferocious beasts were actually slightly stronger than humans. Moreover, they had a strict hierarchy system. They were very obedient. With a little training, they would definitely be the best army. However, now, it seemed that Jiang Fei did not need to go to the Mountain of Beasts at all. The ferocious beasts had almost the same thoughts. They were not interested in the outside world. Moreover, that place was filled with unknown dangers. Therefore, these guys would definitely not leave the Myriad Beasts Mountain, unless they could not stay here anymore. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. If the Five Directions world could not stay here anymore, would the ferocious beasts follow him and leave? Moreover, he could still become the leader of the ferocious beasts as the savior. Jiang Fei had many ways to make the ferocious beasts unable to stay in the Five Directions world. For example, he could destroy this place. With the 9 rotating astrolabe, Jiang Fei could easily travel between the Five Directions and the outside world. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to get a bunch of nuclear bombs or star-destroying bombs. When the time came, he would only need to detonate a planet. Then, everyone in the Five Directions would be in danger. However, although this method was feasible, it would not be able to pass the test that Jiang Fei had in mind. Although the population density of the Five Directions was far less than that of the outside world, there were still tens of millions of people on a single planet. With the addition of other living things, hundreds of millions of living things would be reduced to ashes with a single thought from Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was not one of those players who were inhumane. Therefore, he could not commit such a massacre. Therefore, he could only think of other ways to make the ferocious beasts give up this idea of living in a corner. Let him explore the outer universe. For a moment, Jiang Fei could not think of any other way. Therefore, after chatting with Xie Tianxin for a while, he could only stay at the Xie family for a while. Although Xie Tianxin had the intention of forcing Jiang Fei to marry her, she did not force Jiang Fei too much. Usually, when Jiang Fei was willing to look for her, she would chat with Jiang Fei for a while. If Jiang Fei did not come, she would be happy to chat with her junior sister, Blood Princess. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, Jiang Fei was still at his wit's end. Captain, if you really can't think of a way, we might as well go back first, 0541 advised Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, when we go back, we can ask for everyone's opinion. After all, there's strength in numbers. We might be able to get along well with each other, 0541 said with a smile. Although that's true, I still feel that you have a conspiracy, Jiang Fei said as he pursed his lips. What conspiracy could I possibly have? I'm doing this for the sake of Captain. I don't want you to waste your time here every day, 0541 said. TSK. The Five Directions of heaven and earth have a 12 times time flow deficit compared to the outside world. So what if I stay here for a few days? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at 0541 and said, Hee, a few hours is still time, 0541 said with a cheeky smile. I think you want me to bring the girls in to get married as soon as possible, Jiang Fei said unhappily. 0541 laughed dryly. It was a tacit agreement. Jiang Fei frowned and said, as your support system, I have to worry about everything about you. You're not young anymore. Logically speaking, you should have an heir. However, you are still a little virgin. 0541 said in a strange tone. Jiang Fei was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. F*CKU. You're the one with the problem. Jiang Fei was furious when he heard that. Any man would not be able to tolerate such a question. 0541 asked, Well, I'm still young. Jiang Fei said guiltily. Hee, Captain, don't make excuses. If we were to calculate according to Earth's time, you are indeed not 20 years old. However, the problem is how long you have been practicing in the time room. 0541 exposed Jiang Fei's lie with disdain. Jiang Fei was rendered speechless by 0541. Captain, I think you're a coward, 0541 said disdainfully. Although Jiang Fei spent all his time with a group of girls, when it came down to it, he did not dare to go any further. 0541, something is wrong with you. Suddenly, Jiang Fei came to a realization. Why did 0541 start to rush him for no reason? Logically speaking, his mother should be worried about these things first. This 0541 suddenly became hesitant. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He did not believe 0541 at all. Chapter 1867. 1867. Translator 549690339. Well, Captain, you should at least have a best man for your wedding. 0541 said a little embarrassedly. It was obvious that he wanted to volunteer himself. You want to be the best man? But you don't even have a body. Oh, Jiang Fei said halfway before he understood 0541's intention. This kid was tired of staying in the ring space. He wanted to have an independent body to walk freely. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei had long wanted to give 0541 a body. He had even made preparations when he was in Chunxing, was to leave a good carrier for 0541. However, after that, Jiang Fei had been busy with other things. Moreover, 0541 could also help him closely in the spatial ring. Therefore, this matter had been delayed. Now that 0541 had taken the initiative to bring it up, Jiang Fei did not want to disappoint him. He might as well give him a body so that he could become a real person. Speaking of which, 0541's help to Jiang Fei was already very limited. At most, he could only do some menial work. Unlike before, Jiang Fei would not be able to live without him. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very supportive of 0541's request. Jiang Fei was very supportive. Jiang Fei said to 0541. 0541 was even more embarrassed when he said this. Say it. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, 0541 stammered. His voice was so soft that it was almost as soft as a mosquito. D** a minute. You brat. You keep telling me that I already have a son. Jiang Fei was annoyed by 0541. I've never experienced it before. I am curious. 0541 laughed dryly. Then, he did not forget to stab Jiang Fei. Captain, aren't you curious? Jiang Fei said angrily. Even if he was curious, he could not lower his status in front of 0541. Oh, at this moment, 0541 was completely like an instigator. Cut the crap. I will help you solve this problem. Jiang Fei said angrily. After 0541 said that, it would be nonsense for him to say that he did not have any thoughts at all. After all, he was a hot-blooded young man. Although he was quite timid in his heart, he still had some instinctive impulses when it came to these things. 0541 was in a great mood after receiving Jiang Fei's promise. That night, Jiang Fei returned to his room. After that, he started to work alone. Because Blood Mistress had been living with Xie Tianxin for the past few days, Jiang Fei lived alone in a small courtyard. No one disturbed him. A huge cultivation chamber was released from the spatial ring. Open the cultivation chamber. Jiang Fei instructed 0541. 0541 immediately began to carry out the instructions. After all, 0541 was creating a body for him, so 0541 worked even harder. After a wave of spatial fluctuations, Jiang Fei released Wan Li's body from the 10th dimension. After Wan Li's body entered the cultivation cabin, the cabin door closed. Then, 0541 began to inject nutrient solution into the cultivation cabin. Very soon, Wan Li's body was completely immersed in the dark green nutrient solution. All right, the preparatory steps have been completed. 0541, are you ready? After all, after becoming a human, the risks you will face will greatly increase. Jiang Fei said to 0541 before the arrival ceremony began. 0541 nodded. He had already made preparations beforehand. He knew that once he had a body, he would face the threat of death. Moreover, the process of becoming a human was irreversible. In other words, once 0541 became a human, it would be impossible for him to become a support program again. Jiang Fei said. 0541 nodded. Joe. At that moment, Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress suddenly appeared in the small courtyard where Jiang Fei was staying. Jiang Fei nodded to the two of them, because when he took out Wan Li's body, there would inevitably be spatial fluctuations, so it was within Jiang Fei's expectations that Xie Tianxin would appear. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not only interested in Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress observing the process of him giving 0541 a new life. On the contrary, it was beneficial to Jiang Fei. He had turned an artifact spirit into a living person out of thin air. This was clearly more proof of Jiang Fei's identity as a godly doctor. It also made Blood Mistress more confident in him. Xie Tianxin asked curiously. Senior, just watch. Jiang Fei deliberately kept her in suspense. Xie Tianxin's curiosity was indeed aroused. Jiang Fei's ability to climb smoothly was also top-notch. Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress did not stand aside for nothing. They had to protect Jiang Fei. This way, Jiang Fei was not afraid of being disturbed by others. After everything was ready, 0541's descent ceremony was about to begin. This time, Jiang Fei had to personally control the instrument. After all, 0541 was the main body of the descent this time. Fortunately, 0541 was only a high-level intelligent program, therefore the consciousness body seal was very smooth. Prepare to start infusing. Infusing. Fusing. Warning, there is a slight repelling reaction. When he saw the red light on the cultivation pod begin to flash, Jiang Fei immediately activated his spiritual power. It was still to stabilize 0541's consciousness body. Then, he would help 0541 to fuse. Jiang Fei's experience in using spiritual power quickly helped 0541 to stabilize. Fusion progress 75%, 80%, 85%, 90%, 99%, 100%. Fusion complete. Consciousness decompressing. Channeling complete. Initiating activation procedure. 0541's descent ceremony was carried out in an orderly manner. As he had already resurrected Bella and the other girls, Jiang Fei was very familiar with these things. However, the rejection reaction was not too strong. After Jiang Fei's help, 0541 quickly completed the fusion with a new body. When Jiang Fei saw that the activation procedure had been activated, he silently chanted in his heart. The cultivation cabin opened. Dark green nutrient fluid poured out, and a naked man stood in the cultivation cabin. It was obvious that he had not fully adapted to his new body yet. Chapter 1868. 1868. Translator 549690339. The naked man opened his eyes and looked around blankly. It was obvious that he had not adapted to the new way of living. Xie Tianxin and Blood Concubine were watching with great interest. Even though 0541 was naked, these two female heroes had lived for thousands of years and had seen many things before. They would definitely not be shy because of the strange thing on 0541's body. This cough. 0541, who had never really had a body, could not control his vocal cords. Therefore, when he spoke, he sounded very strange. It's okay. Don't worry. Jiang Fei smiled and said. 0541 nodded. It was the first time that he had seen the world through his own eyes. It was also the first time that he had heard Jiang Fei's voice from his ears. Everything felt so wonderful. 0541 cried out in his heart. The muscles on his face twitched slightly. On one hand, he was still unable to control his own muscles perfectly. On the other hand, he was also excited. After about an hour, 0541 had finally completely taken control of his new body. 0541 slowly walked in front of Jiang Fei and thanked Jiang Fei sincerely. Jiang Fei patted 0541's shoulder. Captain, since I've become a real person, calling me 0541 is too ugly. I want a new name, 0541 said. That's true. A living person called 0541 is not very good. Jiang Fei smacked his lips. He was having a headache about naming. Captain, I've already thought about it. I want to have the same surname as you. 0541 said. Jiang Zhong? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. It was obvious that he had remembered the story from the water margin. 0541 was stunned. Although he had stored a lot of information, it clearly did not include the story of the water margin. Forget it. Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand. He had left Earth for a long time. It was difficult to resonate with the jokes on Earth anymore. 0541 said happily. Jiang Fei nodded. It could be considered that he had approved 0541's new name. Jiang Zhong was happy to have received the new name. He felt a chill on his body. When he looked down, he felt extremely awkward. Now, he was no longer the support program of 0541. Naturally, he had lost control of the ring's space. Therefore, if he wanted to take anything from the ring, he would have to ask Jiang Fei for it. I'm so happy that I'm here. Jiang Fei smiled and quickly took out a set of clothes and handed it to Jiang Zhong. After Jiang Zhong took the clothes, he quickly put them on. As a program, he did not have the concept of being shy. However, after becoming an independent person, the feeling of being naked really made him feel awkward. Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress saw that Jiang Zhong had put on his clothes and walked over. Yes, Jiang Fei smiled. Xie Tianxin asked curiously. She saw Jiang Fei fiddling around for a long time. Then, an iron cabinet suddenly opened up and a lot of disgusting, sticky green water leaked out. Then this guy walked out naked. However, Xie Tianxin was still confused about the trick that Jiang Fei mentioned. Jiang Fei smiled and said to Xie Tianxin. After hearing Jiang Fei's words, Xie Tianxin was also interested. She immediately began to look at Jiang Zhong carefully. The gaze that seemed to be able to see through people scared Jiang Zhong so much that his hair stood on end. Brodirsti demonic vine? Interesting. With just a glance, Xie Tianxin could see the nature of Jiang Zhong's physical body. This soul fluctuation is very strange. After a moment, Xie Tianxin frowned. That's not right. Xie Tianxin suddenly said with her eyes wide open. That's right. Jiang Fei smiled smugly. That was exactly what he wanted. But, Xie Tianxin said a few buts in a row. However, she could not say anything. At that moment, she was so shocked that she could not speak. If such a thing had not appeared in front of Xie Tianxin, she would have thought that the person had gone mad. Although there was a concept of possession in the 5 directions, heaven and earth, the body and primordial spirit after possession were not compatible. Although it could revive the primordial spirit that had lost its body, it was just a temporary vessel. The two would reject each other. At that time, the primordial spirit would have to find a new body to possess. Moreover, Xie Tianxin had sensed 0541 before. She knew that 0541 was a tool spirit. After all, there was a fundamental difference between a tool spirit and a primordial spirit. A tool spirit was more similar to a soul, and was much weaker than a primordial spirit. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to possess someone else. However, at this moment, Jiang Zhong's soul had not only completed the possession, but his soul and physical body had also perfectly fused together. It was as if they were one. Xie Tianxin had never even heard of it. Blood Mistress could not hold it in anymore. At this moment, her eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. This is the technology from the outside world. The soul and the body can be fused at will. It is similar to possession, but it is not, said Jiang Fei. Soul? Xie Tianxin asked. Theoretically, yes. However, the body of a powerhouse is more troublesome. One needs to erase their consciousness in advance, Jiang Fei said. Xie Tianxin asked again. Yes, I can. Jiang Fei shrugged and said. Xie Tianxin asked. Theoretically, yes. However, the problem is that I can't beat him. As Jiang Fei said this, his heart suddenly moved. Could it be that? Xie Tianxin nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had thought that Xie Tianxin would have something to ask of him. Senior sister has a grandson. Although he is extremely intelligent, his meridians are naturally crippled. Initially, senior sister had already given up and wanted him to live a normal life. But now, you have given her new hope. Most importantly, because that kid is unable to cultivate, his lifespan is about to end. The remaining blood mistress explained to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1869. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei nodded. Blood mistress suddenly asked. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not difficult to possess him. The key is to have a strong physical body. You don't have to worry about that. Senior sister will take care of it," said blood mistress. "All right, if your senior sister really wants me to help her grandson to possess someone else, there is one thing that she must remember. The body that she has found must not suffer too much damage," said Jiang Fei. Blood mistress nodded. "Also, if your senior sister wants her grandson to practice the Xie family's martial arts, then it would be best for her to find a body with the same attributes," Jiang Fei added. Blood mistress nodded again. When she saw that Jiang Fei had nothing else to say, she turned around and left. Jiang Zhong asked, "Yes, that's right. It's just a little energy consumption anyway. If I can make Xie Tianxin owe me a favor, this deal is worth it," Jiang Fei said with a smile. After all, Xie Tianxin was the strongest intelligent life form he had ever seen. There was no harm in befriending such a person. Jiang Zhong nodded. Jiang Fei said as he looked at Jiang Zhong. Previously, when he was channeling his consciousness, he had also passed on the wood attribute martial arts from the Greenwood Cliff, as Jiang Zhong's body was derived from the bloodthirsty demonic vine. The wood attribute martial arts were most suitable for him. "I will, Captain, rest assured." Jiang Zhong nodded. Although his body had not reached the tribulation stage, he was not far from it. His combat strength was close to 19 million. As long as he practiced well, he would definitely reach the tribulation stage. Jiang Fei smiled. If Jiang Zhong really grew up, it would be a great help to him. Although Jiang Fei had recruited a large number of experts from the Five Directions, especially the Wang and Xiao families, they had already agreed to Jiang Fei. Once they left the Five Directions, their people would follow Jiang Fei's orders. However, these people were not Jiang Fei's direct descendants after all. Although they were powerful, Jiang Fei would definitely not be completely at ease with them. However, Jiang Zhong was different. When Jiang Fei was still weak, he had followed Jiang Fei as 0541. He could be said to be Jiang Fei's most loyal confidant. Then, Jiang Fei could completely leave many things to him to handle. On one side, Jiang Fei was left to practice martial arts with Jiang Zhong. On the other side, Blood Mistress had already come to Xie Tianxin's side. Blood Mistress asked, "Yes, seventh brother is a smart and intelligent child. He is the one who controls many things in the Xie family. Unfortunately, this child is born with crippled meridians. His lifespan is limited because he is unable to train. I had already given up," Xie Tianxin said with a smile. "If you really want old seven to possess you, Jiang Fei asked me to give you a message," said the blood concubine. Xie Tianxin thought that Jiang Fei was asking for a sky-high price. He asked you to look for the metal attribute when you search for a physical body. This way, it would be easier for old seven to learn the Xie family's martial arts after successfully possessing a physical body. Secondly, after he asks you to find a physical body, you just need to subdue him. Do not destroy the physical body. The blood concubine told Xie Tianxin the truth. Xie Tianxin asked. Blood Mistress nodded. "This kid is different from ordinary humans," Xie Tianxin said in surprise. As the Xie family was the hub of the trade between humans and ferocious beasts, she had seen too many human profiteers. Which one of those guys was not mercenary? Which one of them was not greedy? Therefore, when Xie Tianxin heard that Jiang Fei did not mention any conditions, she was very surprised. Actually, Xie Tianxin did not know that Jiang Fei was just playing hard to get. He knew that a big shot like Xie Tianxin would not be swayed by force. It would leave a bad impression on this god. At most, he would only be able to get some immediate benefits. He might even be able to earn money, but not spend it. However, if he gave up on the immediate benefits to gain Xie Tianxin's favor, or even make her owe him a favor, Jiang Fei would be able to ask Xie Tianxin for help in the future. When that time came, it might even be possible for the Xie family to send troops to help him fight in the outside world. Therefore, in the end, Jiang Fei wanted to have a good relationship with the Xie family, not the slightest bit of immediate benefits. Xie Tianxin was not completely unaware of Jiang Fei's intentions. However, Jiang Fei was playing a dirty trick. He was not afraid of her knowing that if she knew that Jiang Fei wanted to be on good terms with her, would she be able to let go of her grandson and not save him? Since Jiang Fei wanted to save her grandson and did not want any benefits, how could she not owe him a favor? If she owed him a favor, some people could shamelessly not return it. They could even repay kindness with enmity. However, the key was that Xie Tianxin was not that kind of person. However, if Xie Tianxin was really the kind of person who shamelessly took advantage of others, or even repaid a debt of gratitude with enmity, Jiang Fei would not have made any connections with her. He would have already paid her the price and saved her life. Therefore, an open plan was invincible. Even if you knew that, you still had to think about the good of others. Because at this moment, Jiang Fei really did not have any desires. He would help you save her for no reason. Then, Xie Tianxin had to think about Jiang Fei's good. She had to owe him a favor. Sigh. Xie Tianxin sighed and said, although her seventh grandson was just an ordinary person with almost no strength, he was extremely intelligent. With him in the Xie family rarely suffered losses, especially when dealing with human profiteers. Blood Concubine asked, yes, but you have to do me a favor, Xie Tianxin said. Senior Marshal's sister, tell me. Blood Concubine said expressionlessly, help me kidnap someone. That guy isn't weak. Although it's not difficult for me to defeat him, it's not easy to capture him alive without any injuries, Xie Tianxin said. Blood Concubine asked, that's right. Since seventh brother wants to possess him, then let's give him a good body. The Xie family has been indebted to him all these years. Xie Tianxin said, all right. Blood Concubine didn't care. The fierce beasts were like this. They didn't have any concept of good or evil, nor did they have any morals or etiquette. They were truly helping their relatives, but not reasoning with them. As long as they could save their relatives, killing a few outsiders was nothing. Chapter 1870, 1870. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei did not have to worry about Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress capturing metal-type powerhouses. For the next few days, he had been helping Jiang Zhong with his adaptation training. Other than that, he had been guiding Jiang Zhong in his wood-type cultivation. In the blink of an eye, about a week had passed. There was still no news from Xie Tianxin. Jiang Fei had also asked the Xie family about it. However, the Xie family only said that their ancestor had gone out to do something. They could not tell where he had gone. Jiang Fei had no choice but to leave Jiang Zhong in the Xie family to cultivate. After all, the density of the spiritual energy in the five directions was much denser than in the outside universe. Jiang Fei had activated the 9 rotating astrolabe once again. He returned to the main universe from the five directions. A white light flashed. Jiang Fei appeared again on the empty planet. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. When he teleported through the 9 rotating astrolabe, he appeared at the location of the five directions randomly. However, the location that he appeared in the main universe was where he had left. After Jiang Fei left the cave that he had dug, he subconsciously instructed 0541. Unfortunately, 0541 had already become Jiang Zhong. Naturally, he could not be his personal assistant anymore. Sigh. This guy suddenly became independent. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he took out the shuttle from the spatial ring. When 0541 was still around, Jiang Fei could do these things himself. It was just that it was more convenient for 0541 to do these things. Jiang Fei drove the shuttle to the Merchant Alliance's side of the Sala Cloister. His fleet was still guarding the place. Although Jiang Fei had wasted a lot of time in the 5 directions due to the 12 times time difference, only a few days had passed in the main universe. At this time, Eamon's fleet had not encountered the Vizari army's fleet yet. A day later, Jiang Fei returned to his own fleet. At that moment, the bunch of idiot captains were still carrying out Jiang Fei's orders. The small fleet with more than 10 heavy patrol ships, as the core, was still waiting for orders. Jiang Fei's return made the idiot captains feel much more at ease. After all, they did not have much ability. Therefore, when Jiang Fei left, it made them panic. It felt like they had been abandoned in this godforsaken place. Now that Jiang Fei was back, they had a backbone. Yes, prepare a Lone Star for me. I still have to leave for a period of time. During this period of time, you guys continue to stay here and wait for orders. You must keep a close watch on the situation at Salhu Cloister. Jiang Fei ordered these idiot captains. Although the captains did not want Jiang Fei to leave again, they were the Grand Marshal. Therefore, they had no choice but to carry out Jiang Fei's orders. One of the captains asked, "You don't need to know so much," Jiang Fei said with a straight face. He really had nothing to say to these idiotic people. Very soon, a Lone Star-class unmanned reconnaissance ship was ready. Although the ship was an unmanned reconnaissance ship, the internal space could still carry people. The main reason why Jiang Fei wanted to get such a ship was because the reconnaissance ship was the fastest. It was far from being comparable to a shuttle. Moreover, the reconnaissance ship had another advantage. It was equipped with the most advanced jump engine. During interstellar travel, most of the interference factors could be ignored. Jiang Fei's purpose for this trip was to return to Skodastar. On one hand, he wanted to inform Aurelia and the rest about the cultivators coming to the main universe. On the other hand, Jiang Fei also wanted to give the girls an explanation. He was prepared to bring the girls to the 5 corners of the world and give them a grand wedding. It was for this reason that Jiang Fei needed a fast and stable transportation tool. The Lone Star-class unmanned reconnaissance ship was clearly more efficient than the shuttle. Very soon, the reconnaissance ship that Jiang Fei wanted was ready. After all, he was the supreme commander in name of the Universe Empire. Moreover, this small fleet was directly under his command. Therefore, Jiang Fei's orders were very effective. I might be leaving for a little longer this time. You guys continue to monitor the Saru Cloister. Jiang Fei ordered the idiotic captains before he left. The idiotic captains accepted the order. Jiang Fei drove the scout ship to Skoda, Star alone. After the galactic coordinates were set, the scout ship entered auto-navigation mode. Jiang Fei directly activated the 9-turn astrolabe in the scout ship. When the 9-turn astrolabe was teleported, it would be teleported randomly in the 5-sided universe. However, it would travel in and out of the outer universe. Therefore, Jiang Fei was teleported to the 5-sided universe in the scout ship. When he came out, he was naturally in the scout ship. This way, it would not delay his journey at all. After all, the 5-sided universe and the outer universe had a 12 times time flow deficit. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not delay too long outside. Previously, he had used more than a day to return to the fleet. Jiang Fei had already disappeared for more than 20 days. If he was to travel in the main universe for more than a month, wouldn't the 5 directions take more than a year? By then, Xie Tianxin's grandson might have died. A white light flashed, and Jiang Fei returned to the 5 directions. Following that, the 9 rotating astrolabe turned into a stream of light and returned to his hand. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and felt around. The wood attribute spiritual energy here was very dense. It was clearly in Stellar Star. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. However, at this moment, Jiang Fei did not have any intention of staying in Stellar Star. He was prepared to go straight to the teleportation portal and then teleport to the town star. A few streams of light rushed towards his position. Jiang Fei frowned. The people who came were very powerful. They were all at the Mahayana stage and above. Although the strength of the Mahayana stage seemed very ordinary in the town star, this was Stellar Star. There were far fewer experts than in the town star. Therefore, it was very rare for such a level of experts to come together. A moment later, 7 or 8 sword lights appeared in front of Jiang Fei. The person in the lead had also noticed Jiang Fei. "Hey," the young man shouted at Jiang Fei, looking down on him. "Hee, didn't your mother teach you?" Jiang Fei smiled faintly. "Kid, are you tired of living?" Before the young man could say anything, the lackey beside him became anxious. "That's right. You know how to be clever and help your master." Jiang Fei still had a smile on his face. Moreover, he did not make any movements. However, the young man who had just berated Jiang Fei suddenly fell from the flying sword. The young man fell to the ground. His entire body was sunk in half. Fortunately, he was a Mahayana stage expert. Otherwise, if he had fallen from a height of more than 10 floors, he would have already become a pancake. Chapter 1871. 1871. Translator 549690339. As Jiang Fei did not kill him. Although the kid's fall was not light, it was only a superficial injury. Therefore, although it hurt so much that he was screaming like a pig, his internal organs were not hurt. So powerful! The young master was not a fool. After Jiang Fei showed off his skills, he immediately understood that the other party's strength was far greater than his own. "I am Chen Luocheng of the Iron Thread sect. I have offended you just now." After knowing how powerful Jiang Fei was, the young master immediately lowered his body and cupped his fists in front of Jiang Fei. After all, he was a member of a big family. He had received a strict upbringing since he was young. Although he was usually arrogant and domineering, he did not hesitate to show respect to the strong. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. "Senior, it was my fault for not disciplining you properly just now. That's why I allowed my subordinates to be unbridled and rude. If you have any complaints, you can punish me. I hope you can allow me to save my companions," Chen Luocheng said. At this time, he did not forget that his little brother was suffering. "Yes, he's fine. I only gave him a little punishment." Jiang Fei nodded. He did not want to make things too difficult for these people. They had no grudges with each other. It was just that these people were too arrogant. A little punishment would do. Chen Luocheng bowed to Jiang Fei again. Then, he walked to the boy who had fallen earlier. Chen Luocheng took out a pill and fed it into the man's mouth. In a moment, the man woke up. Actually, Jiang Fei did not do anything to this guy. He only used his spiritual power to knock him out temporarily. However, this guy was flying in the air on his sword. When he fainted, he naturally fell down. Therefore, the fall was not light either. Fortunately, the alchemy skills of Chun Xing were popular. Every sect had good alchemists. Therefore, after the elixir entered his stomach, the guy who had only suffered superficial injuries quickly recovered. The man stood up and quickly bowed to Chen Luocheng. "Why are you thanking me?" At that moment, Chen Luocheng's back was facing Jiang Fei. Therefore, he quickly took the opportunity to wink at the kid. "Oh." After the kid received Chen Luocheng's signal, he immediately turned around and knelt down to Jiang Fei with a plop sound. Since the man was good at flattery, he naturally had no shame. Therefore, he knelt down and cried as he pleased. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He could not be bothered to argue with Chen Luocheng. Naturally, he would not be angry at such a despicable person. "Thank you, senior." After kowtowing to Jiang Fei a few times, the person scrambled to his feet and stood behind Chen Luocheng. "You guys are making such a big fuss." Jiang Fei asked Chen Luocheng curiously. "Yes, senior. We are chasing a thief," Chen Luocheng answered honestly. He had been educated since he was young. He knew that he must not lie in front of a superpower house. Otherwise, he would definitely be seen through. Jiang Fei was stunned. He thought that it was a pursuit between enemies of the sect. Chen Luocheng replied. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Chen Luocheng suddenly revealed an awkward expression as he said this. Jiang Fei became even more curious. This, Chen Luocheng did not dare to lie. So after a long while, he still answered truthfully. Jiang Fei almost spat out. He had never expected such an answer. Jiang Fei asked. Chen Luocheng shook his head. Jiang Fei asked again. Chen Luocheng continued to shake his head. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. We knew that he ran this way, so we chased him all the way here." As he said this, Chen Luocheng and the others suddenly looked at Jiang Fei awkwardly. Bullsh asterisk T. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes, although Chen Luocheng said that his eyes were clearly suspicious of Jiang Fei. That was because they had chased him all the way here. They did not see anyone else at all, nor did they see the shadow of that pervert. In the end, they ran into Jiang Fei here. After all, this was a poor rural area. There was nothing much here. Yet, such a powerful person appeared out of nowhere. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? F asterisk CK. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He would not take the blame for this. Chen Luocheng's expression was extremely aggrieved. It was obvious that he had found the pervert, but he could not do anything about it. Use your brain. If I were that pervert, why would I steal clothes? I would just take your sister away. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said. Chen Luocheng thought about it, and it made sense. The powerhouse in front of him was most likely a legendary true immortal. If he really took a liking to his sister, he would just wave his hand, not to mention snatching her away. His father would pack up his sisters and send them to the mansion overnight. All right. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you guys. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He never thought that he would encounter such a bad thing. Moreover, with his character, he would not kill all these people just because of such a small matter. Therefore, he could only wave his hand and tell these people to scram because he found them annoying to look at. Yes, Chen Luocheng said as if he was about to be pardoned. When he was facing Jiang Fei just now, he was also on pins and needles. After all, he was facing a true immortal-level powerhouse. If he were to accidentally offend the other party, the lives of these people would be lost. It might even implicate the entire Iron Line sect. After watching Chen Luocheng and the others leave, Jiang Fei pursed his lips and said, "Damn it, I'm so unlucky. I did not look at the almanac today. How did I encounter such a disgusting thing?" However, after Jiang Fei said that, a wave of energy suddenly distorted around him. A hidden assembly dissipated and a figure was revealed. This hidden assembly was exceptionally effective. Even Jiang Fei was fooled. This person was right beside him just now. He did not even notice it. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. "Ah!" Jiang Fei's angry shout clearly shocked the person. However, from the sound of the voice, it was a girl. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a vague sense of déjà vu. Chapter 1872, 1872. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei took a closer look. The person who walked out of the hidden enchantment was a girl. She was about 16 or 17 years old. Although her face was not beautiful, she did not look ugly either. She looked like the girl next door. Her strength was around the tribulation stage. She was definitely a dazzling star in constellation. However, what Jiang Fei paid the most attention to was not the girl's strength and appearance. Instead, it was the dress that she was holding in her hands. Because this dress was almost exactly the same as the dress that Chen Luocheng had described about his sister being stolen. Just when Jiang Fei was stunned, the girl suddenly jumped in front of him. Her little face was almost touching the tip of Jiang Fei's nose. When he heard the name handsome, a name suddenly appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. Natasha? This player fan could be said to have helped him a lot. Of course, her enthusiasm towards Jiang Fei was also very hard for Jiang Fei to bear. "Oh, that's right. I look a little different now. Handsome, I'm Natasha," Natasha said to Jiang Fei with a smile. "Natasha?" Jiang Fei asked. I saw that this set of clothes was very nice, so I brought it over." Natasha looked as if she had been wronged. It was as if she had completely forgotten that she was a thief. Jiang Fei was speechless. Chen Luocheng and the others were not chasing after a set of clothes. They thought that there was a pervert. That was why they had made such a big fuss. If they knew that the person who stole the clothes was also a woman, they would not be so exaggerated. "All right, Natasha, didn't you leave?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. They did not have any fun at all. "This place is more interesting," said Natasha with a pout. After the end of the Five Directions quest, most of the players had switched to Star Wars. They were frantically farming skill points and saving money to buy a battleship. Flying a spaceship was not interesting at all. Therefore, she returned to the 5 directions. That's not right, Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, it was not appropriate for him to ask Natasha about this. Therefore, Natasha's identity became even more mysterious in Jiang Fei's heart. Natasha asked, "I'm here for some business. I'm going to the Town Star later," Jiang Fei said. "Town Star? I want to go too." Natasha had finally found Jiang Fei, who she admired the most. If he was willing to let Jiang Fei go so easily, it was obvious that he wanted to go with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. On one hand, Vinolin had told him before that he must be on good terms with this Natasha. Jiang Fei had also deeply experienced Natasha's mystery. Therefore, he was willing to communicate with Natasha more to find out about this girl's background. Yay! After receiving Jiang Fei's approval, Natasha was very excited. All right. Jiang Fei smiled and rode his sword. His target was the teleportation portal to the Town Star. Natasha also rode her sword. The flying sword under her feet was like a rainbow. Under the dreamy light, there were countless murderous intentions hidden. Jiang Fei, who was proficient in the art of smithing, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although Jiang Fei's shadow-bearing sword had awakened the sword spirit and devoured countless spirits, it was still nothing compared to Natasha's divine weapon. It was still nothing compared to that. This girl's consciousness and ability are very ordinary, but why are all the things in her hands full of treasures? Jiang Fei thought to himself. The interference scroll that Natasha used to help him was a treasure that was hard to come by among players. Coupled with the divine sword under Natasha's feet, it was not surprising that Jiang Fei had such a guess. At this time, Natasha had already run in front of Jiang Fei. Although she was only in the crossing calamity stage, her speed was slightly faster than Jiang Fei. From this, it could be seen that the divine sword under her feet was powerful. Jiang Fei suddenly accelerated and caught up with Natasha. He could only maintain the same speed as Natasha by consuming more spiritual power. After half a day, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the teleportation portal of stars. This time, Jiang Fei was very familiar with it. "Okay, 2 middle-grade spiritual stones," said the guard who was in charge of the teleportation portal. "Ah," Jiang Fei asked curiously. Young master, you may not know this, but recently we have been caught up in the immortal feast of the Town Star. Therefore, there are a lot of people going to the Town Star." Although the guard did not say it explicitly, Jiang Fei could understand. After all, back when he was on Earth, the price of the train tickets for the Spring Festival was still going up. However, Jiang Fei was very curious about this grand banquet. Before Jiang Fei could speak, Natasha, who was beside him, asked, "Haha, this must be the first time this young lady has gone on a long journey, right?" The guard then explained the details of the grand banquet to Jiang Fei and the others. Frankly speaking, the Immortal Feast was a large-scale exhibition organized by the CF family. When the time came, they would sell the products of the ferocious beasts and purchase a large number of magical items from the human world. Then, they would sell them to the Mountain of Beasts. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. With his relationship with the CF family, he might even be able to find some treasures at the Immortal Feast. That's great. Natasha was also very excited. Although the teleportation fee had increased, Jiang Fei was not sure of money. Therefore, after paying the fee, Jiang Fei and Natasha were quickly teleported to the Town Star. As soon as they arrived at the Town Star, Natasha urged. Jiang Fei waved at Natasha. Then, he waved his hand and set up a barrier to block his figure and voice. Then, he took out his communicator and dialed Jiang Zhong's number. Jiang Zhong, who was training in the CF family, was very excited when he received Jiang Fei's call. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not spend much time in the main universe, he had spent more than 20 days in the 5 directions. Chapter 1873. 1873. Translator 549690339. How's it going? Jiang Fei asked. Nothing much. The ancestors of the CF family and Blood Mistress have not returned yet, Jiang Zhong said. A moment later, he added, "Oh, right. The Xie family's immortal feast has begun. They seem to have invited you once, but you were not there. Okay. Zhang Fei nodded. Then he asked, do you know where the immortal feast is held? Oh, I heard about it from them. It's at the foot of Mount Wuji, said Jiang Zhong. Okay. Jiang Fei then asked Jiang Zhong a few more questions before hanging up. Although Jiang Fei was not a native of the 5 directions of heaven and earth, he had heard a lot about Mount Wuji. This was the holy mountain of the town star. It was also the place with the densest earth-type spiritual energy in the entire town star. This place was even known as the birthplace of the town star's spiritual energy. It was also because the spiritual energy here was too dense that it attracted even more powerful factions to claim it as their own. However, after thousands of years of war, everyone realized that no one had the strength to occupy this place alone. This was because once you occupied this place, all the cultivators in the entire town star would gang up and attack you. No matter how powerful a person was, he or she would not be able to go against the entire planet. The reason why these cultivators were so united was that once Mount Wuji was controlled, the spiritual energy in the entire planet would become thinner. This way, the forces that occupied Mount Wuji would feel great, and their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. But what could the other cultivators do? Using their spiritual energy resources was undoubtedly equivalent to poking the lungs of all the cultivators in the world. Could they not fight you to the death? Therefore, after thousands of years of struggle, all the martial artists in the world had formed an unwritten rule, which was that Mount Wuji was a sacred mountain. No one in forces could take it for themselves, and the sacred mountain was surrounded by a wizardry barrier set up by several major forces. Even a super force like the Valiant Martial Hall or the Heart Moon Divine Sect could not break through the wizardry barrier alone and sneak into Mount Wuji. In the end, although the Xie family held the Feast of Immortals here, they could only do so at the foot of the mountain and not near the sacred mountain. It was precisely because Mount Wuji was so famous that Jiang Fei did not even need to ask for directions to find this place. He and Natasha rode their swords and flew straight to Mount Wuji. On their way, Jiang Fei and the others met many people from the same path. These people were clearly also here for the Feast of Immortals. Many of them had even come from the other 4 planets to come to the town star. Hey, this immortal gathering is held every 4 years. You guys are really lucky. You know, I had to wait for 3 years before I had the chance to go. I did not expect that you guys would come to such a gathering as soon as you came out to train. A senior disciple was lecturing a few juniors. A junior brother asked, TSK, let alone high-tier magical equipment. Even super-tier magical equipment is nothing new. I remember the year when I first came to the Feast of Immortals. The senior brother said proudly. One of the junior brothers asked, Bye, your senior brother is already lucky enough to be able to take a look at it. People like us can actually look for that kind of treasure. The senior brother said as he pursed his lips. Jiang Fei did not follow the group of people for too long. After all, there was nothing to hear from the senior. He just smiled slightly and rode his sword past them. Along the way, there were many people who brought new people to join in the fun and see the world. After all, there were not many treasures in small and medium-sized sections. It was a good thing for the disciples to come out and see the world, especially the sects on the 4 outer planets. Every time they came to the Feast of Immortals, it was like a pilgrimage. Only the most outstanding disciples of the sect had the chance to go with their elders. After 2 days of traveling, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the foot of Mount Wuji. Once they reached the foot of Mount Wuji, Jiang Fei was shocked by the scene. Although the 5 corners of the world was a place where cultivators were prevalent, it was still mostly ordinary people. After all, cultivators were a minority. However, there were many cultivators here. There were tens of thousands of cultivators who participated in the Feast of Immortals. It's so lively here. Natasha was very excited when she saw how lively the place was. At this moment, 2 flying swords appeared in front of Jiang Fei. One of them asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei replied, The area of the Feast of Immortals is a no-fly zone. If you are here to participate in the feast, please land, the person said to Jiang Fei. Oh, I see. "We will go down now," said Jiang Fei. Although he was powerful, he had to follow the rules since he was here for fun. If no one followed the rules, the immortal feast would not be able to go on. After the two patrolmen left, Jiang Fei and Natasha landed. Then, Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's arm and asked him to accompany them for a stroll. "Kulme, Kulme, Kulme. Don't miss this opportunity. This is a high-grade immortal wine. Drinking it will not only refresh your mind, but it will also speed up your training. The Crimson Fire deer meat is cheap. Friends of fire elementalists, don't miss it. First-grade beast inner core. Only mid-grade flying swords. Nothing else." In the outer area of the event, the independent cultivators usually set up their own stalls. It had nothing to do with the exhibition of the Sief family. They were just here to ride on the heat. At this time, the cultivators were gathering. There was no guarantee that they would not have anything useful in their hands. It was a treasure in the eyes of others. Therefore, it was a good choice to exchange it at this time. "Handsome brother, I want to eat that. Handsome brother, that looks delicious. Handsome brother, do you want to have a sip of that?" What Jiang Fei did not expect was that Natasha seemed to have activated the gluttonous mode. As long as she passed by the stalls that bought food or drinks, she would almost certainly have a taste. The prices of these things were also quite expensive. Along the way, Jiang Fei and the others gradually left these unaffiliated cultivator stalls and entered the main venue of the Immortal Feast. This was the Sief family's territory. They had also established a loft shop here. It looked much more formal than those outside. Of course, the prices were also much higher. But there was one thing that could be guaranteed when buying and selling things in the Sief family, and that was that they wouldn't be fooled. It wasn't like when you bought something from an unspecialized cultivator outside. You might turn around and realize that you had been fooled, but looking for someone else was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 1874, 1874. Translator, 549690339 Jiang Fei was accompanying Natasha for a stroll. However, not long after they arrived at the Sief family's exhibition, they met an acquaintance. "Boss, can you make this inner core cheaper?" "Cheaper? This is a first-class wood-type inner core. It's not considered expensive to ask for 4 middle-grade spirit stones. If you feel that it's too expensive, you can go to the stand outside to have a look. Perhaps they have defective goods there, but we really don't have that much money on hand. That can't be helped. Our CF family has a clear price tag. We don't bargain." But when Jiang Fei arrived at the shop, a group of people was bargaining with the boss. However, after the CF family's business grew, how could they allow you to bargain? They were all indifferent. There were a total of 3 men and a woman. Jiang Fei did not know any of the 3 men. However, the girl had met him once. This girl was none other than Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun had once blocked Jiang Fei's path for a while in Qinxing. The last time Zhang Chun was chosen by a sect at the Fish Leaping Festival, he became a disciple of that sect. Moreover, Jiang Fei had made enemies everywhere at that time. Therefore, the girl had parted ways with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not pay too much attention to this little tour guide. He did not expect to meet her again today. However, the relationship between the two of them was only a nodding acquaintance that they had only met once. When the waiter saw Jiang Fei enter, he immediately left Zhang Chun and the other guests whom he thought were poor and turned to greet Jiang Fei. The waiter's greeting made Zhang Chun see Jiang Fei as well. "Hee, I didn't expect you to still remember me. However, Yuan Xiao is just my alias. My name is actually Jiang Fei," Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. A man who was with Zhang Chun asked with a frown. "Yes, before I joined the Fallen Flower Valley, I once served as a guide for this master. It was precisely because of this master's financial support that I was able to participate in the Fish Leaping Feast," Zhang Chun said truthfully. "Umph." Zhang Chun Sr. snorted coldly. He himself had a little interest in Zhang Chun. Therefore, he had a certain amount of hostility toward the men that Zhang Chun had known in the past. Moreover, the shop owner had just finished mocking them and was already welcoming Jiang Fei warmly. This made Zhang Chun Sr. even more displeased with Jiang Fei. "Yes," Zhang Chun nodded. Her senior was very strong. He had already reached the early stage of the Mayana realm. He also had a lot of power in the Fallen Flower Valley. Therefore, Zhang Chun had some respect for him. On top of that, she did not have any feelings for Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei had brought a group of girls with him back then. Today, he brought a new one. In Zhang Chen's eyes, Jiang Fei was a proper playboy. Hee. The staff in the shop was very enthusiastic about Jiang Fei. The reason was very simple. Natasha was holding a bunch of expensive snacks in her small hands. Those who had money to make such things were all rich. Jiang Fei smiled. He and Zhang Chun were just acquaintances. Since they were not willing to talk to him, he did not have to take the initiative to talk to these little ants. Jiang Fei did not know if Natasha had done it on purpose or not, but she had actually taken a liking to the wood attribute in her core. Oh, Jiang Fei had just heard the price, so he casually threw out 2 middle-grade spirit stones and said, "Okay." When the shop owner saw that Jiang Fei was spending money so casually, it was obvious that he was a big financier. Therefore, he was so happy that his eyes were squinting together. Hey, why are you guys like this? However, if that was the case, the people who were with Zhang Chun would not accept it. Hey, are you guys trying to cause trouble? I just told you the price. Although the shop owner was very polite to Jiang Fei, he was not nice to Zhang Chun and the others. Who said we won't buy it? Zhang Chen Sr. gritted his teeth and took out a middle-grade spirit stone from his storage bag. Then, he gathered another 100 low-grade spirit stones. TSK, TSK, TSK. All right, brothers. If you don't have the money, don't force yourself. When the shop owner saw Zhang Chen Sr. gather a handful of change, he rolled his eyes. Although 100 low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1 medium-grade spirit stone, the problem was that if they sold it to a bunch of poor people at the same price, they would be able to get a business. Moreover, they would have offended the benefactor beside them. They would have to sell it to Jiang Fei. Perhaps there would be more business to do. As for offending a bunch of poor people, who would care? What? Zhang Chen's senior brother was also used to being arrogant and domineering. After all, in Chunxing, the Fallen Flower Valley was a top sect that was second only to the Greenwood Cliff. Fallen Flower Valley? I've never heard of it. The shop owner sneered. In terms of background, their Sief family was one of the 4 great clans. Moreover, they had the ferocious beast clan of the Myriad Beast Mountain as their backing. They might not give them face. When had Zhang Chen's senior ever been so angry? He was about to turn hostile on the spot. However, a few of his junior brothers who were smart enough to pass through stopped him in an instant. Senior brother, calm down first. This is the Myriad Immortals Feast. A few of his junior brothers hugged Zhang Chen's senior brother tightly, afraid that he would bring disaster to the entire sect. Jiang Fei watched the show as if he was watching a clown. What are you laughing at? Just you wait. Zhang Chen's senior brother also remembered that the Grand Banquet of Immortals was held by the Sief family. He also knew that the Sief family was many times stronger than the Fallen Flower Valley. Therefore, he did not dare to make a scene here. However, he was not willing to lose face, so he vented his anger on Jiang Fei. Oh, you want me to wait? Jiang Fei smiled happily. He was really happy this time. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since Jiang Fei had been threatened like this. However, Senior Zhang Chen's threat was like a kindergarten child suddenly running into a university classroom to threaten an adult. It was simply overestimating his own abilities. Sir, don't lower yourself to these people's level. The shop owner immediately came over to hold Jiang Fei's hand. He did not want Jiang Fei to go out and fight with these people out of anger. If that happened, his business would be ruined. Chapter 1875. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei shrugged and continued to browse through the items in the shop. Get out, get out. The shop owner chased Zhang Chun and the others out like he was chasing away flies. Until this moment, Zhang Chen Sr. was still unwilling to let Jiang Fei go. Natasha asked curiously. Jiang Fei casually found an excuse. In fact, he really did not like Zhang Chen Sr. Beating up that kind of person was simply dirty to his hands. Natasha did not dig into Jiang Fei's excuse. After all, Natasha also did not care about such a small character. At this time, the shop assistant took the wood-type inner core over. "Put this pearl on for me," Natasha said excitedly. The shop owner and the shop assistant were dumbfounded. They never thought that the two people in front of them were so rich to the point of making nonsense. This type of first-class inner core was very precious. Usually, it was used to make first-grade or even top-grade magical equipment. Who would be willing to use it as a decorative item? However, no matter what, Jiang Fei and the others had spent money to buy the inner core. Even if it was broken and used as a cannon, the shop owner and the shop assistant had no objections. Therefore, they quickly took out their tools and wasted everything they had. They drilled a hole in the first-grade inner core and wore it with a pearl necklace. This way, although the necklace was beautiful, the inner core had been broken. The aura had leaked out, and the beast's soul had also dissipated. It was as if it was completely useless. Jiang Fei said to the excited Natasha. Natasha was not polite at all. She asked for several things in one go. These things were not too expensive. After all, Natasha did not look at the effects of the items. She only chose the good-looking ones. Jiang Fei nodded and paid. After leaving the shop, Jiang Fei found that he was being targeted by someone. Needless to say, it must be that annoying senior of Zhang Chen's. He did not know whether it was because he did not look at the almanac when he went out or because he deserved to die soon. Therefore, he was simply courting death today. Now, he was even following Jiang Fei. Natasha was really heartless. Although she had the carrier of the crossing calamity stage, she was not guarded at all. Being followed by a Mahayana stage person, she actually did not notice it at all. Along the way, Jiang Fei walked and stopped. He did not have any purpose. He came here with the heart of treasure. Therefore, he was just strolling around with Natasha. It was fate that they could meet treasures. It did not matter if they did not meet. Jiang Fei had never paid any attention to him. Hey! At this moment, a wretched old man suddenly appeared and whispered to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked at the old man. His strength was around the void interpretation stage. His combat strength was around 16 million. He was dressed in rags and his body had a faint stench. Good. Natasha's ears were sharp. Moreover, she did not mind the old man being sloppy at all. She just stood beside an old man who had a bad smell. She was actually eating the snacks in her hand with great interest. "Follow me. It's not convenient here," the dirty old man said as he led Jiang Fei and the others to the outer area of the grand gathering. He looked just like the thieves on Earth who stole mobile phones and sold them on the spot. Okay. Natasha immediately followed. Jiang Fei saw Natasha chasing after him and could only laugh bitterly. Moreover, he was also very curious if the old man had stolen some treasures. After all, Jiang Fei came here with the intention of picking up scraps. Although the things in the CF family shop were authentic, it was impossible for him to pick up scraps. Otherwise, what would the appraisers of the CF family do? Therefore, if he wanted to pick up the loot, he had to do it in the outer area. Although the chances were not high, there were still some lucky ones. This was especially so for stolen goods. It was the easiest to pick up the loot. After all, the thieves might not know the value of the items they had stolen. They might even sell them at a lower price. After all, this was a no-cost business. No matter how much they sold, they would still make a profit. Jiang Fei and the others followed the dirty old man. Soon, they passed through the CF family's exhibition area. After they left, the old man still had no intention of stopping. What does this old man mean? Jiang Fei frowned slightly. Although private fights were prohibited in the Myriad Immortals Feast, there was a regional area. As long as they were outside this area, they could attack the CF family however they wanted. Just as Jiang Fei and the other two left the core area and walked out, two people quietly followed behind them. One of them was Zhang Chen Sr., and the other was his junior. Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to the two little guys. After all, these two ants did not even have the right to threaten him. After a moment, the old man brought Jiang Fei and the other two to a remote corner. The location was very clever. It was in the area of the Feast of Immortals, but it was also at the edge. Private fights were also prohibited here, so it was easy for people to let their guard down. However, because it was remote enough, the CF family's patrol officers only appeared once in a long time. They had already snatched the things and ran away. "The two of you, come and have a look," the dirty old man said to Jiang Fei and the old man with a smile. At the same time, he took out a small wooden box from his pocket. The small wooden box was made very delicately. There were many gemstones inlaid on it. Although in the world of cultivators, such bright gemstones were worthless, the exquisite workmanship was really eye-catching. Natasha was really not wary at all. She just foolishly went up to it. However, Jiang Fei was not as stupid as Natasha. When the old man turned around, he had already opened the eye of the violet. At this time, the wooden box had not been opened yet. The things inside had already entered Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. This old man really did not have any bad intentions. He did not want to plot against Jiang Fei and Natasha. He did have a treasure in his hand. Moreover, he had just stolen it. At this time, Natasha had already opened the small box. A bright seven-colored light shot out. Although the light was bright, it was not dazzling. Natasha looked at the small bead in the box blankly. It was not round and looked lumpy. Although it was dazzling, it was not beautiful, so Natasha was not interested in it. Chapter 1876. 1876. Translator, 549690339, Natasha asked. The dirty old man said. Name your price, Jiang Fei said calmly. The dirty old man clearly did not know what this treasure was. Otherwise, he would not have taken it out and sold it. It was obvious that this pearl was a piece of stolen goods. After the dirty old man stole it, he did not know its origin. That was why he wanted to find a buyer at the immortal feast. Moreover, he had been paying attention to Jiang Fei and the dirty old man for a long time. Jiang Fei and the dirty old man had spent a lot of money at the immortal feast. Natasha's snacks alone were worth several middle-grade spirit stones. Such a young lady and young master who was not old, but had spent a lot of money, immediately became the dirty old man's target. However, the dirty old man clearly did not expect Jiang Fei to have a divine skill like the eye of the violet. He could see through the essence of matter with one glance. Therefore, Jiang Fei immediately became interested in the pearl. Jiang Fei did not care. As long as it was in the hands of Jiang Fei, the name of this thing would be Jiang. Hee. The dirty old man complimented Jiang Fei. At the same time, he tried to look for any clues on Jiang Fei's face. Although he did not know what this thing was, he had seen countless people. He could completely judge the value of an item based on the buyer's expression. This was also a skill that could be used to sell stolen goods. Hurry up and give me a price. Jiang Fei showed an impatient look. Moreover, his gaze did not linger on the pearl for too long. It was similar to the expression he had when he bought snacks for Natasha. This little guy is good. He doesn't show his emotions. Is it because he's shrewd? Jiang Fei's indifference made the dirty old man hesitate. Because he had been with Jiang Fei for some time, he knew that Jiang Fei and Natasha spent money very casually. Even if it was not something that they particularly liked, they would still spend money to buy it. However, the problem was that if they did not like the pearl and only wanted to buy it out of curiosity, then the dirty old man could not ask for too much. Otherwise, the buyer would run away. Hey, on the other side, Natasha also urged. She was not cooperating with Jiang Fei. She just thought that the pearl was ugly, so she was not interested at all. How about this, young master? The dirty old man made up his mind. As the saying goes, if you want to run away, don't ask for less. Therefore, he offered a price that he thought was relatively high. Jiang Fei threw out one upper-grade spirit stone expressionlessly. The dirty old man was a little regretful. Whether it was because Jiang Fei simply did not care about the money, or because the item was priceless, it was obvious that he still wanted less. However, the price was his own. Now that Jiang Fei nodded, it was too late for him to raise the price. Jiang Fei extended his hand toward the old man. The old man wanted to go back on his words, so his eyes rolled around. Kid, there's a way to heaven, but you don't want to go. At that moment, the dirty old man's savior arrived. Someone had suddenly appeared here. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. This guy was none other than Zhang Chen Sr., who had followed them all the way. Jiang Fei glanced at Zhang Chen Sr. with extreme disgust. Kid, Hurry up and hand over that first-class intercore. Zhang Qin's senior shouted. Jiang Fei saw that the dirty old man who had taken the money wanted to take the opportunity to run away, so he glared at him fiercely. With just one glance, the dirty old man's heart trembled. In an instant, he felt a threat of death. At that moment, Zhang Qin's two senior brothers had already rushed up. They pulled out the long swords on their waists. Clearly, they were planning to kill Jiang Fei. Natasha, turn around, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. Natasha asked curiously. Jiang Fei smiled at her. Seeing that her idol was smiling at her, Natasha immediately turned around unconditionally. Her back was facing Zhang Qin's two senior brothers. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Then he opened the fingers of his right hand and pushed forward. Then his 5 fingers gathered into a fist and squeezed hard. With 2 muffled sounds, Zhang Qin's 2 senior brothers were instantly turned into dust. They did not even have time to scream. The 2 sharp swords fell to the ground. However, as a breeze blew past, the 2 people who were holding the long swords seemed to have never existed. True. The dirty old man was so scared that his upper and lower teeth were chattering. His entire body was in a mess. Although there were countless experts in the 5 directions, there were also quite a number of true immortals. However, other than the core disciples of the big sects, there were still very few ordinary people who had seen true immortals. To them, true immortals were legendary figures. Natasha asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Natasha asked curiously. Jiang Fei laughed. He had just told Natasha to turn around because he did not want her to see him make such a bloody move. What a bunch of trash. In order to escape, they even gave up their weapons, said Natasha, as she pouted. To her, Jiang Fei was her idol. Her idol would not lie. She chose to believe him. On the other hand, Natasha had absolute faith in Jiang Fei. However, the dirty old man, who had witnessed Jiang Fei's murder scene, was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He was now afraid that Jiang Fei would kill him to silence him. Therefore, his entire body had turned into a ball. Jiang Fei walked to the dirty old man and asked, "This?" The dirty old man handed the pearl to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. After identifying the pearl, he put it into the ring's space. This. Sir, that pearl is my gift to you." The dirty old man was extremely regretful. He was not picking a buyer. It was as if he had picked the Grim Reaper for himself. Why would I want your things for free? Jiang Fei smiled. Sir. The dirty old man was on the verge of tears. The more Jiang Fei smiled at him, the more afraid he was. If Jiang Fei really scolded him, he would kick him in the ass, then he would tell him to scram. That way, he would feel at ease. Forget it, Natasha. Jiang Fei could not be bothered with the dirty old man. Anyway, he had obtained the treasure. This made him very happy. Chapter 1877. 1877. Translator 549690339. After leaving the dirty old man's place, Jiang Fei brought Natasha back to the CF family's exhibition area. This place was equivalent to a safe zone. It was more suitable for him to look at the treasures that he had just obtained. Natasha asked curiously. Jiang Fei did not know what the real name of this thing was. However, he could clearly see the effects of this thing through the violet eye. Natasha pouted. She thought that Jiang Fei did not want to tell her. Jiang Fei did not deliberately explain. After that, the two of them came to a tea house. After Jiang Fei ordered a pot of tea and a plate of tea and snacks, he began to study the pearl in his hand. Natasha, on the other hand, was angrily drinking tea and eating tea and snacks. She deliberately turned her face away from Jiang Fei. Under the eyes of the violet orchid, the pearl had completely taken on the form of an energy string. The vibration frequency of these energy strings was very strange. They appear to have a strange resonance. It released a kind of fusion energy factor. Although Jiang Fei had a lot of knowledge about alchemy cauldron, he had not seen many real things. He did not know its name. Forget it, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Based on the energy contained in the 10 complete supplement pill, Jiang Fei's brain was working rapidly. He He began to calculate the specific effect of the pill after taking it. After about 15 minutes, Jiang Fei's calculation came to a conclusion. Good God! Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Previously, although Jiang Fei had refined a blood alchemy pill, the main ingredient was only the heavenly giant tree of the tribulation stage. However, the effect of this perfect supplement pill was equivalent to the blood alchemy pill refined by the body of a true immortal level ferocious beast. It was enough to allow an expert of the distraction stage to directly reach the tribulation stage. Natasha pouted and said, "I've seen enough." Jiang Fei asked with a smile. The reason why he wanted to go shopping again was because he had received inspiration from this 10 complete supplement pill. When he saw this 10 complete supplement pill, Jiang Fei thought of the blood alchemy pill. He could refine this kind of pill himself. The only thing he lacked was the main ingredient, which was the body of a top-tier ferocious beast. This was the immortal feast. It was the best place to shop. Yes. She was so excited that she immediately grabbed Jiang Fei's hand and ran out of the tea house. Jiang Fei did not have time to ask the waiter to change the money. He threw a low-grade spirit stone on the table and followed Natasha out. Jiang Fei and Natasha strolled around for 3 days. It was not that there were no ferocious beasts sold at the Feast of 10,000 Immortals, but most of them were below the void interpretation stage. Jiang Fei had only seen one of them at the Mahayana stage. There was not even one at the tribulation stage, let alone one at the true immortal stage. Natasha was tired of shopping after 3 days. She did not want to go shopping anymore. "I'm just looking around," Jiang Fei replied casually. "I don't like it now. Handsome, I'll wait for you at the inn." After Natasha said that, she ran away quickly. Jiang Fei shook his head inexplicably. Then, he continued to search for what he wanted at the Feast of Immortals. On the other side, Jiang Fei went to a few more shops. However, he still did not find anything. However, at that moment, someone suddenly called out to him. "Is that Mr. Jiang Fei in front?" Jiang Fei turned his head and saw a woman standing at the corner of the street with a few guards. This woman was none other than Xiao Yuhan of the Xiao family. She had met Jiang Fei once before. "So, it really is you, Mr. Jiang." Xiao Yuhan walked in front of Jiang Fei in a few steps. When she saw Jiang Fei's back, she felt that he was very familiar. However, she did not dare to use her parapsychic sense to spy on others. Therefore, she could only try and ask. She did not expect that it was really Jiang Fei. "Hee, so it's the lady of a Xiao family. What a coincidence," Jiang Fei laughed. Xiao Yuhan said politely, "Is that so? When you go back, please send him my regards too," said Jiang Fei. "Mr. asked Xiao Yuan. I do want to buy something," said Jiang Fei with a sigh. "I wonder what Mr. Jiang wants to buy." Xiao Yuhan said. Jiang Fei said, "Ah." Xiao Yuhan was shocked when she heard that. "What's wrong?" Jiang Fei asked in surprise. "It's not just difficult to buy it," Mr. Xiao Yuhan said with a troubled look. Jiang Fei asked. Mr. Xiao Yuhan saw that there were a lot of people around, so she said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and followed Xiao Yuhan to a quiet place. "Mr. Jiang, please don't say that you're buying the corpse of a true immortal-level ferocious beast here," Xiao Yuhan said. Jiang Fei was stunned. "There's something I have to tell you. But please don't tell anyone." Xiao Yuhan lowered her voice and said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, "This myriad immortal feast is organized by the Xie family." This Xie family. Xiao Yuhan first looked around vigilantly before she spoke to Jiang Fei carefully. Jiang Fei pretended to be enlightened. "Therefore, do not mention to the Xie family that you want to buy the corpse of a true immortal-level beast," Xiao Yuhan said. Jiang Fei asked curiously. "Normal beasts and true immortal-level beasts are two different things. The Xie family can be said to be the agent of the entire mountain of 10,000 beasts. The mountain of 10,000 beasts is made up of true immortal-level beasts. Normal beasts are just ants in their eyes. Killing some of them would not have anything to do with humans exchanging for resources. However, true immortal-level beasts are equivalent to their clansmen," Xiao Yuhan explained. Jiang Fei thought about it carefully. No wonder the CF family looked at him strangely when he proposed to buy a true immortal-level beast body. "Mr. Jiang, how about this?" Xiao Yuhan suggested. Chapter 1878. 1878. Translator 549690339. That won't be necessary. The CF family will do something to me, Jiang Fei said to Xiao Yuhan with a smile. Xiao Yuhan was clearly grateful to Jiang Fei. After all, if Jiang Fei had not intervened, Xiao Tingsu, the pillar of the Xiao family, would have died. Xiao Yuhan's father's side would not have a good ending. "It's okay. You don't have to worry about the CF family." Jiang Fei was not afraid that the CF family would harm him. After all, the ancestors of the CF family still had something to ask of him. Although Jiang Fei might have been disrespectful to the beast family by purchasing a true immortal-level beast body, he was not going to hunt a true immortal-level beast. Therefore, there was not much animosity between the two sides. The CF family would not risk their own children's lives just because of such a small matter. Xiao Yuhan was a little hesitant, however. In the end, she still said to Jiang Fei, "Mr. Jiang, you may not know this. Although there will be fights between humans and true immortal-level beasts, there are very few deaths and injuries. Even if a human powerhouse really killed a true immortal-level beast, they would still clean up the matter. Otherwise, if the Myriad Beast Mountain finds out about this, on one hand, they will take revenge. On the other hand, they will also ask the powerhouse to return the true immortal beast's corpse and inner core. Therefore, even if someone gets what you want, they will use it secretly for their own use. They will never tell anyone about it." Jiang Fei nodded. The Mountain of Beasts was even stronger than the valiant Martial Hall and the Moon Goddess sect. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, although the overall strength of humans was slightly higher than the ferocious beasts, one should not forget that the power of humans was complicated. There were hundreds of sects and sections. However, what about the ferocious beasts? As long as they were true immortal-level ferocious beasts, they were almost all members of the Mountain of Beasts. Therefore, although the overall strength of the human race was slightly stronger, they were unusually scattered. And the beast race was a united group. So no human sect interfered to provoke the 1,000 Beast Mountain. Therefore, once the situation that Xiao Yuhan had described happened, basically, the human experts would make a judgment after killing a true immortal-level beast. If this matter was done without anyone knowing, then they would take the beast's corpse and inner core and then use it secretly for themselves, absolutely not revealing it to the outside world. Then, after the human experts killed the true immortal-level beast, they would have to take the initiative to go to the Myriad Beast Mountain and beg for forgiveness and send the beast's corpse back. Moreover, the Myriad Beast Mountain was a reasonable place. Killing a true immortal-level beast didn't mean that they would have to pay with their lives. This was because they were afraid that if the humans were forced into a corner, they would unite and attack them. Therefore, as long as the human experts who took the initiative to beg for forgiveness admitted their mistakes and offered enough treasures, then the Myriad Beast Mountain wouldn't pursue the matter. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. Then, things would not be so simple. In short, it was a matter of weighing the pros and cons between the big forces. So, Mr. Jiang, if you really want the true immortal-level beast body, then the Myriad Beast Mountain is probably the only way, Xiao Yuhan said. Jiang Fei asked, "I really don't know about that, but it should not be so simple. The CF family is just the representative of the entire Myriad Beast Mountain. Although they are powerful, they should not have the authority to make such decisions," Xiao Yuhan said. Jiang Fei nodded. Although the CF family had a request for him, even so, the CF family could only help him get a true immortal-level beast carcass. However, Jiang Fei's demand was not limited to that. He had a large group of girls around him who needed to increase their strength. Therefore, he needed a large number of true immortal-level beast carcasses. Jiang Fei thought to himself, the Mountain of Beasts was a faction formed by true immortal-level beasts. There should be quite a number of true immortal-level beast corpses in their graves. At this moment, Jiang Fei was clearly eyeing this point. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei bade farewell to Xiao Yuhan and returned to the core area of the gathering alone. This time, as soon as Jiang Fei returned, someone came looking for him. A shop assistant pointed at Jiang Fei from afar and said to a person. The fifth elder of the Xie family was stunned. These shop assistants and shopkeepers might not know Jiang Fei, but as the fifth elder of the Xie family, he had seen Jiang Fei before. He also knew that this kid had a close relationship with the old ancestor. All right, this matter ends here. Don't tell anyone about it. The fifth elder suppressed the matter. He did not know the relationship between Jiang Fei and Xie Tianxin, so he did not dare to make a rash decision. Now, he could only invite Jiang Fei back to the Xie family and let the old ancestor Xie Tianxin decide everything. After making up his mind, fifth elder came to Jiang Fei. So it's fifth elder. Jiang Fei had also met fifth elder in the Xie family. Sigh, young Master Jiang. The last time you left without saying goodbye, the old ancestor had scolded us harshly. He said that we did not treat you well, which made you feel neglected, said the fifth elder. It was obvious that he was criticizing Jiang Fei. As for the scolding, it was all nonsense because Xie Tianxin had not returned after leaving with the blood mistress. Last time, it was because I had something important to deal with. Grandma Xie was not around, so I did not have the time to ask her for leave. Moreover, Grandma Xie said that I could enter and leave the Xie family at will, so I did not pay too much attention to it. I did not expect that fifth elder would be reprimanded. What a sin, Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. Although he apologized, the meaning was clear. What is the relationship between me and your ancestors? When do I come, and when do I leave have anything to do with a servant like you? The fifth elder laughed awkwardly. Although he was choked by Jiang Fei, he did not dare to flare up. Jiang Fei asked. The fifth elder suddenly did not know what to say. He originally wanted to invite Jiang Fei back to the Xie family, and then wait for the ancestor to make the decision himself. However, Jiang Fei's meaning was clear now. He was very close to the ancestor. He did not need anyone's permission to enter and leave the Xie family. He was just a servant. How could he ask for an invitation? All right, Jiang Fei said and turned around to leave. He originally did not have any objections to the fifth elder. However, this fellow actually spoke to him with a questioning tone. How could Jiang Fei tolerate it? Seeing that Jiang Fei had left, the fifth elder felt humiliated. The fifth elder made up his mind and decided to go around Xie Tianxin. He would directly report the matter of Jiang Fei spying on the true immortal level beast corpse to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. Chapter 1879. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei could not have predicted the fifth elder's evil intentions. Therefore, he was not prepared for it. After leaving the fifth elder's place, Jiang Fei returned to the inn and found Natasha. Natasha asked. Jiang Fei shook his head. Natasha continued to ask. Jiang Fei sighed. Since Xiao Yuhan had already told him that no one would sell the body of a true immortal level beast at the grand banquet, Jiang Fei naturally would not continue to waste his time here. When Natasha heard that Jiang Fei was not looking anymore, she immediately became excited. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Natasha asked curiously. Jiang Fei smiled. He also wanted to see if Xie Tianxin and the blood mistress had returned. After helping Xie Tianxin save her grandson, Jiang Fei planned to go to the Mountain of Beasts once. After all, he was still very interested in the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Xie family? Sure. Natasha did not care where they went. As long as it was a novel place, and she had Jiang Fei, her idol, to accompany her, she would be happy wherever she went. Jiang Fei said as he walked out of the inn. Okay. Natasha nodded as she followed him out. After that, the two of them came to the outside of the no-fly zone. Then, they rode on their swords. As they had come to the Xie family once, Jiang Fei was very familiar with it this time. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the Maha tree. Jiang Fei activated the Maha tree using the same method that Blood Mistress had used before. Instantly, the illusion dissipated and the teleportation circle was revealed. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. However, there was no other way. If he wanted to go to the Xie family, he had to go through this teleportation circle. After the two of them stepped into the teleportation circle, Jiang Fei activated the teleportation circle. Instantly, a wave of dizziness enveloped Jiang Fei and Natasha. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Natasha's screams continued to ring in Jiang Fei's ears. This made Jiang Fei feel a lot better. Sometimes, people were like this. Although he was unlucky, he would feel much better if he had someone by his side. Last time, although he had Blood Mistress by his side, the little girl had a cold expression on her face. Even when she was sitting in the teleportation circle, she did not have any expression on her face, let alone screaming like Natasha. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not feel the pain of Blood Mistress at all. Therefore, he felt extremely uncomfortable. After an unknown period of time, when Natasha felt that she was about to vomit her intestines out, the teleportation had finally ended. Natasha's reaction was even more intense than Jiang Fei's back then. Although Jiang Fei was also feeling very uncomfortable, he felt much better when he saw Natasha like this. A moment later, while Natasha was still retching, a few disciples of the Xie family rushed over. "Oh, it's Mr. Jiang Fei." One of the disciples recognized Jiang Fei. "Oh," Jiang Fei asked. "Yes, she just came back yesterday," the disciple said. "Okay," Jiang Fei said. The disciple nodded and said. Although not everyone could meet Xie Tianxin, Jiang Fei was clearly an exception, because Xie Tianxin had something to ask of Jiang Fei at the moment. As soon as she came back, she had instructed the Xie family's disciples to immediately bring her to see Jiang Fei. As soon as she saw Jiang Fei, she immediately brought him to see her. Under the leadership of the two disciples, Jiang Fei and Xie Tianxin went through the house and passed through the courtyard. Soon, they arrived at Xie Tianxin's small courtyard. "Mr. Jiang Fei, please wait for a moment. I will go in and inform them," the disciple said to Jiang Fei. "No need." Before Jiang Fei could answer, Xie Tianxin's voice came from the small courtyard. The two disciples bowed to the small courtyard and then said to Jiang Fei, "Mr. Jiang Fei, the ancestor invites you in." Jiang Fei smiled faintly and then walked in. Natasha did not know what fear was and immediately followed him in. Xie Tianxin was very happy when she saw Jiang Fei. Then, she looked at Natasha and asked, Could it be that she's one of them?" No. She's a friend that I met outside," Jiang Fei said. "Oh," Xie Tianxin nodded. Then, she said to Blood Mistress, "Junior sister, arrange a place for this young lady first. We'll have a meal together later." "Okay." Blood Mistress nodded. Of course, she knew that her senior sister was trying to send Natasha away on purpose. Natasha clearly did not want to leave. "You go first. I'll come and find you later," Jiang Fei said. Natasha nodded obediently. After all, sometimes, the words of her idol were more effective than the words of her own father. After Natasha left, Jiang Fei asked Xie Tianxin, "Senior, you're in such a hurry to see me. I'm afraid that the matter of your physical body has been settled, right?" "Hee, little guy, you're really smart. I have indeed prepared a suitable physical body," Xie Tianxin said. Jiang Fei asked. Xie Tianxin nodded. Jiang Fei was the one who had to perform the soul transfer. Therefore, he would see the physical body sooner or later. Now that he was looking at it, he would be able to detect the problem in advance. After that, Xie Tianxin brought Jiang Fei to a secret chamber. There was a crystal coffin in the secret chamber. There was a naked, bald man lying inside. Xie Tianxin pointed at the crystal coffin and said. Jiang Fei came before the crystal coffin. At the same time, he opened his violet eye and began to examine the body. Jiang Fei said to Xie Tianxin after 10 minutes. The bald man in the crystal coffin was not dead yet. His consciousness was already in chaos, but it was still there. His body was also perfectly preserved. He did not suffer any damage. Xie Tianxin asked the question that he was most concerned about. Jiang Fei nodded. This body was very perfect. As long as he used his mind power to wipe out this guy's consciousness body, he would be able to perform a perfect soul transplant. Other than that, Jiang Fei also realized that this man was not a transformed ferocious beast. Instead, he was a human expert. However, Jiang Fei did not mention anything about this person's identity and background. In any case, he was only responsible for helping Xie Tianxin's grandson to transplant a soul. As for how this body came about, he did not care at all. That's great, Xie Tianxin asked. This was because when she returned this time, she heard that old Seven was sick again. Moreover, he was very sick. She was really afraid that old Seven would not be able to wait. Chapter 1880. Translator 549690339. We can start anytime, Jiang Fei replied. That's great. Brother Seven's health has been getting worse lately. Although Xie Tianxin did not explain it clearly, Jiang Fei had completely understood what she meant. Then, I'll start tonight. Where's the patient? I'll take a look at the situation first, Jiang Fei said. All right, said Xie Tianxin as she led Jiang Fei to a small building at the back. When they reached the front of the small building, Xie Tianxin said to Jiang Fei, "This is where Old Seven lives. Because Old Seven likes to be quiet, very few people come here on weekdays." Jiang Fei nodded and followed Xie Tianxin into the small building. The small building was not big. It was only 3 stories tall. Moreover, there were only 3 to 4 rooms on each floor. Jiang Fei followed Xie Tianxin to the 2nd floor very quickly. "Ancestor, you're here. Master Seven has just fallen asleep," an old man who looked like a butler said to Xie Tianxin. "Okay, let's go up and take a look," Xie Tianxin nodded. The butler asked. Xie Tianxin looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei shook his head. "Then there's no need to wake him up." Xie Tianxin sighed. Her heart ached for this 7th grandson from the bottom of her heart. "Yes." The butler nodded and brought Jiang Fei and Xie Tianxin to the 3rd floor. In a small room, Jiang Fei finally met Xie Tianxin's 7th grandson. However, from the looks of it, this guy looked like a grandfather. As he was very weak, the traces of time were especially obvious on his face. In addition, this person was seriously ill. Therefore, he looked even more haggard and aged. Jiang Fei opened the violet eye and began to observe the patient on the bed. After seeing the patient, Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was able to live until now because Xie family was rich and generous. They used all kinds of treasures to hang his life. Otherwise, she would have been able to do it herself. Now, the corpse had rotted away. At this time, the patient on the bed was already beyond cure. Almost all the organs in his body had already collapsed. Even his mental strength was beginning to decline. It was already impossible to treat him with normal methods. Otherwise, Xie Tianxin, who loved him so much, would not have given up on treating him. However, normal methods were no longer effective. However, Jiang Fei's method was not a problem at all. Because it was a soul transplant, the changes in the body were no longer important. However, there was one thing that made Jiang Fei very troubled. That was that the guy's spiritual power had begun to shrink. If he were to be transplanted in such a state, he might suffer some damage. If he were to turn this guy into a half-fool and half-evil, would Xie Tianxin be able to avoid Jiang Fei? What's wrong? Xie Tianxin clearly saw that Jiang Fei was in a difficult position. His spiritual power is starting to weaken. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment and then told Xie Tianxin the worst outcome. Xie Tianxin had clearly not thought of such a possibility, so she was stunned for a moment. "It's just a possibility," Jiang Fei said. Even so, Xie Tianxin gritted her teeth and said, "Grandma Xie, don't worry. I will do my best. An injury to Chili is only the worst-case scenario. I will use some remedial measures midway. However, it is not a 100% success rate, so I will inform you in advance," Jiang Fei said. "Yes, I know. Do as you wish." Xie Tianxin knew that Jiang Fei was giving her a shot in the arm. She was afraid that she would vent her anger on Jiang Fei if something went wrong during the rescue process. "Okay, then you can transfer the patient downstairs tonight. Leave the rest to me," said Jiang Fei. Xie Tianxin nodded. When she sent Jiang Fei downstairs, she looked at her grandson who was lying on the bed lovingly. When he came down from the small building, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Xie Tianxin and returned to his own small courtyard. At this time, Jiang Zhong and Natasha were already waiting for him. "Captain, what's the meaning of this?" Jiang Zhong ran to Jiang Fei's side and asked in a low voice. "Accept my ass. That's Natasha." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. After all, when Jiang Zhong was still 0541, Jiang Fei did not hide anything from him. Jiang Zhong said and winked at Jiang Fei. Then, he put on a knowing expression. Jiang Fei glared at Jiang Zhong. Then, he walked up to Natasha. "Handsome, you're finally back. This guy is too poor." As soon as she saw Jiang Fei coming over, Natasha immediately went up to him. Then, she hugged Jiang Fei's arm and began to complain. "TSK, you're already hugging him." Jiang Zhong pursed his lips at the side. "Ignore him." Jiang Fei glared at Jiang Zhong again. On the other hand, Jiang Fei arranged for Natasha to stay in the small courtyard. Then, he called Jiang Zhong over and said, "I'm going to help Xie Tianxin's grandson perform a soul transfer tonight. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her get into trouble." Jiang Zhong said with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded and began to prepare the things that he needed for tonight. After dinner, the Xie family members came to invite Jiang Fei. After all, Xie Tianxin was burning with anxiety. She hoped that her grandson would be able to recover as soon as possible. Following the Xie family's disciples, Jiang Fei came to the bottom of the small building. At this time, Xie Tianxin's grandson and the human true immortal master were already in position. At this time, there were 2 beds in the empty space below the small building. On one of the beds was Xie Tianxin's grandson, and on the other bed was the unlucky guy who was about to be possessed. When Xie Tianxin saw that Jiang Fei had arrived, she took the initiative to welcome him. "Hee, Grandma Xie, let's begin. It's still the same old rules. You will help me protect the Dharma. However, I won't call you." Jiang Fei reminded her. Yes. However, she knew nothing about this soul transfer. If she were to do something in a hurry, it would only help Jiang Fei. Therefore, she said to Blood Mistress beside her, "Junior sister, if I am impulsive later, I will remember to hold me back." Blood Mistress was still expressionless. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei began to make his move. The large-scale cultivation pod was released. Then, Jiang Fei put the unlucky guy in. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to deal with it before the official start. Chapter 1881. 1881. Translator 549690339. Brother, I'm sorry. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the unlucky guy who was placed in the cultivation pod. However, the unlucky guy could no longer understand Jiang Fei's words. Although he still had his consciousness had already been messed up by Xie Tianxin. He was like a fool. "Brother, when you get there, you have to remember the right person. It was the ancestors of the Xie family who caused you to be like this," Jiang Fei said in his heart. If Xie Tianxin heard this, she would probably be so angry that she would roll her eyes. "All right." Jiang Fei suddenly activated the violet eye. At the same time, his spiritual power surged out and squeezed into the unlucky fellow's consciousness. Although this unlucky fellow had become a fool, his consciousness was still fighting bravely out of his survival instinct. Jiang Fei sighed and increased the intensity of the corrosion. Although this guy was stronger than Jiang Fei, his spiritual power was not as strong as Jiang Fei's. Moreover, he could only fight back through his instincts. Therefore, he was not Jiang Fei's opponent at all. Arg! The painful wails penetrated the cabin door. The people outside could not help but feel a chill down their spine. After about 10 minutes, the poor guy's consciousness was completely devoured. Jiang Fei had benefited greatly from this. After all, such powerful mental strength was not a small tonic to him. Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Consuming this guy's consciousness was also very exhausting for him. Xie Tianxin was about to say something, but Blood Mistress covered her mouth. Blood Mistress waved at Xie Tianxin. Xie Tianxin immediately remembered what Jiang Fei had told her. She knew that she could not disturb him at this time. Xie Tianxin could not help but ask a question just now. Now that she had calmed her mind, she naturally would not cause any more trouble for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei waved his hand and released another cultivation pod. "Thank you, Grandma. Put your grandson in this cultivation chamber," Jiang Fei said to Grandma Xie. In response to Jiang Fei's request, Xie Tianxin immediately came over and carefully put her grandson in the cultivation chamber. The hatch door closed. Then, Jiang Fei pressed the button. A helmet fell from the cultivation chamber and landed on Xie Tianxin's grandson's head. Jiang Fei pressed the start button. The instrument began to operate, extracting memory extraction 89%, 95%, 99%, 100%. The moment the memory extraction was completed, Jiang Fei pressed a red button. In an instant, nerve gas was injected into the cabin. Xie Tianxin's grandson instantly breathed in too much nerve gas. The organs in his body that were already on the verge of collapse instantly began to fail. In less than 3 seconds, Xie Tianxin's grandson lost his vital signs. Seventh brother's aura has disappeared. Xie Tianxin was anxious. She immediately wanted to pounce on him, but was stopped by Blood Mistress. Senior sister, Blood Mistress held Xie Tianxin tightly. Yes, yes, yes. Xie Tianxin suppressed the worry in her heart. She did not even dare to look in the direction of the cultivation cabin. Jiang Fei continued to control the device and began to transfer Xie Tianxin's grandson's memories. Actually, there was one thing that Jiang Fei did not tell Xie Tianxin. His soul transfer was just a facade. His technology was just the cloning technology of the Merak people. Back then, when the Mech were exploring the galaxy from afar, once the crew members' lifespans were used up, they would clone their own bodies and transfer their memories over. This way, their knowledge could be continued. However, it was not a true resurrection. What Jiang Fei did was the same. The last thing he created was a combination of Xie Tianxin's grandson's memories and that unlucky guy's body. Although the newly born guy had Xie Tianxin's grandson's aura, Xie Tianxin's real grandson had already been poisoned to death by Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had already resurrected many people, which of those people were previously alive? Be it Bella and the other girls or 0541, they were just a part of the program. Therefore, they did not need to kill the main body at all. They could just transfer it directly. However, Xie Tianxin's grandson was different. Even if Jiang Fei transferred his memories and cloned them into a new carrier, Xie Tianxin's grandson was still alive. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only go all out and directly poison Xie Tianxin's grandson. This way, after the birth of a new person, he would have all of Xie Tianxin's grandson's memories. He would not realize that he was a clone. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei did not say anything, his actions could be said to be flawless. No one would be able to see through him. Moreover, Jiang Fei had fulfilled all of Xie Tianxin's requirements. The newly resurrected guy had all of Xie Tianxin's grandson's knowledge and memories. He could also become the new decision-maker of the Xie family. Moreover, he would not realize that he was just a clone. Therefore, from a certain perspective, as long as Jiang Fei did not tell anyone about this guy would be Xie Tianxin's biological grandson. As time passed, the transfer of the memory was completed very quickly. Jiang Fei started the next step of the program. The equipment in the training chamber began to operate crazily. It began to help the memory and brain fuse. Xie Tianxin asked Blood Mistress in a low voice. This was because when 0541 was resurrected, it was almost over. Blood Mistress was not too sure. At this moment, Jiang Fei opened the cabin door. A large amount of dark green cultured liquid poured out, revealing the person inside. Jiang Fei, who was already prepared, took out a cloak and draped it over the person's body. Xie Tianxin asked, "Almost. Although it has not woken up yet, the soul transfer was very successful," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "That's good." At that moment, Xie Tianxin's attention was completely focused on her new grandson. Jiang Fei quietly pressed a button. Immediately, a new liquid was injected into the incubator, completely corroding Xie Tianxin's grandson's body. After doing all of this, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. Although his resurrection was fake, and it was a little unfair to Xie Tianxin's grandson, that kid was already terminally ill. He would end his life in advance. Letting him be reborn in another way could also be considered compensation. Chapter 1882. 1882. Translator 549690339. Xie Tianxin asked. Not necessarily. Jiang Fei shrugged. Oh, it's okay. Xie Tianxin quickly nodded. Even if it was a day, it did not matter. At least her grandson had been saved. Junior sister, please take little friend Jiang to rest first. I'll handle this, Xie Tianxin said to Blood Mistress. Because Jiang Fei had saved her grandson, she had changed her way of addressing Jiang Fei. Blood Mistress nodded and brought Jiang Fei back to his residence. Jiang Fei asked after he returned to his residence. He had heard from Grandma Xie that his grandson was extremely intelligent and had been the decision-maker of the Xie family's matters in the past. This time, he had obtained a strong body and was free from the burden of illness. It was very likely that he would continue to be the leader of the Xie family in the future. Therefore, it was necessary for Jiang Fei to learn more about him. That is senior sister's 7th grandson. Blood Mistress said whatever she asked without saying a word. Jiang Fei continued to ask. It's hard to say. I don't know much about him. However, I heard that he's very shrewd. Even when he's facing human profiteers, he has never suffered a loss, Blood Mistress said. Jiang Fei frowned. From Blood Mistress's description, this Xie Jin was also a powerful character. However, it was no wonder. If he was not so powerful, Xie Tianxin might not have taken him so seriously. An old man like Xie Tianxin who had lived for thousands of years was actually already very indifferent to relationships. Even if they were family, she would not care if they were worthless. Although Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress were both ferocious beasts that had lived for thousands of years, the Xie family was flourishing. They did not have the same reproductive difficulties as the blood demon bees. Therefore, they did not take their children as seriously as Blood Mistress. Jiang Fei stayed in the Xie family for another 2 days. During these 2 days, Natasha appeared to be quite obedient. She did not run around and did not bother Jiang Fei. Instead, she got along well with Jiang Zhou. One day, when it was almost noon, a disciple of the Xie family came to Jiang Fei's small courtyard. Mr. the disciple of the Xie family bowed to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he gave Jiang Zhou and Natasha some advice. Then, he brought Blood Mistress to Xie Tianxin's small courtyard. Cool me. This time, Xie Tianxin was much more enthusiastic toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, Hee, old 7 has already woken up for a day. He is recovering very well now. He did not forget about what happened before. I am here today to thank you, Xie Tianxin said with a smile. Grandma Xie, you are too kind. It was just a piece of cake for me, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Don't say that. Although I don't quite understand the method you used, my grandson is alive and recovering very well. Xie Tianxin was very happy at that moment. Clearly, she did not know that the current Xie Jin was no longer the same Xie Jin from before. Jiang Fei smiled. Naturally, he would not expose his tricks. Anyway, if he did not say anything, no one would know that the current Xie Jin was just a clone. At that moment, Xie Tianxin's address of Jiang Fei changed again. After Xie Jin was resurrected, his recovery was better than expected. Therefore, Xie Tianxin naturally became closer to Jiang Fei. This was how a beast was. As long as she felt that Jiang Fei was really treating her well, she would treat him well without holding back. Jiang Fei knew that he could not hide it from her, so he nodded and admitted it. Beside him, Blood Bell's face darkened. Clearly, the corpse of a true immortal level killer was a taboo for all members of the Myriad Beast Mountain. Of course, Jiang Fei could not say that he was going to refine pills. Xie Tianxin and Blood Lady looked at Jiang Fei in confusion. Actually, I don't just want the corpse of a true immortal. I also want the corpse of a human true immortal, Jiang Fei said. Xie Tianxin asked. Of course. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment. Then, he said, I've been doing some research recently. It's about transcending tribulations and becoming a true immortal. If my theory is correct, then perhaps anyone can transcend tribulations and become an immortal. After becoming an immortal, there might be a new realm. What? Zhang Fei's words were really shocking. As soon as he said that, Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress were so shocked that they stood up from their chairs. Zhang Fei shrugged and continued. Does it sound incredible? Yes. Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress nodded in unison. Yes. At first, I also thought that it was a fantasy. However, after some small experiments, I felt that my idea and possibility were true. Therefore, I need to find a true immortal-level corpse to do more experiments. At this time, Zhang Fei had already turned on the pretense mode. All sorts of boastful words were coming out of his mouth. Xie Tianxin widened her eyes and cried out, If my theory can be proven on the corpse, then I will have to do experiments on living bodies. As Zhang Fei said this, his eyes actually revealed the kind of madness that only scientific freaks would have. Xie Tianxin turned to Blood Mistress and asked, Senior sister, it's hard for me to say. Blood Mistress's words were a great help to Zhang Fei. After all, in the theory of the 5 directions of heaven and earth, Xie Jin's life was already over. There was no way to cure him, but Zhang Fei had forcefully saved him. Therefore, in the eyes of Blood Mistress and Xie Tianxin, Zhang Fei was already a god in the field of medicine. Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress did not dare to believe him. Xie Tianxin pondered for a moment. Then, she asked Zhang Fei, Little Fei, who have you mentioned this theory to? Just the 2 of you. No one has ever asked me before. After all, it's just a theory. I don't know if it will work in the end, so I didn't tell anyone. Zhang Fei said, Don't tell anyone else yet. Just wait for me here for a few days. Xie Tianxin said. Blood Mistress looked at Xie Tianxin in surprise. It's fine if this is fake. Xie Tianxin said to Blood Mistress telepathically. Chapter 1883. 1883. Translator. 549690339. Yes. Blood Mistress nodded. Xie Tianxin's words were very clear. She needed to return to the Myriad Beasts Mountain and report the matter to the higher-ups. If the higher-ups of the Myriad Beasts Mountain approved it, it was not impossible for them to provide Zhang Fei with some corpses for research purposes. After chatting with Xie Tianxin for a while, the 3 of them had lunch together again. After that, Zhang Fei and Blood Mistress returned to their own residence. Xie Tianxin left the Xie family and headed to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. After Zhang Fei returned, Zhang Zhong smiled and asked, Zhang Fei smiled and said. Natasha jumped and ran over. Zhang Fei smiled at Natasha. After all, Natasha was a player, so Zhang Fei could not tell her everything. Natasha pouted and nodded. Although she was already quite familiar with Zhang Fei was still her idol. Therefore, in her heart, she was still a little afraid of Zhang Fei. In the next few days, Zhang Fei had a more leisurely life. During this time, he even took the time to return to the scout ship. At this time, the Lonely Star-class unmanned scout ship was still in automatic navigation mode. Traveling through the endless space, due to the time flow, it was still quite a distance away from Skodastar. This time, when he returned to the scout ship, apart from confirming the coordinates of the scout ship, Zhang Fei also adjusted the auto-navigation route. After that, he returned to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, including the time difference and the time he had to rush back to the town star from planet Taibai, a night had passed. On the 5th day after Xie Tianxin left the Xie family, she finally returned to the Xie family. However, Xie Tianxin looked very tired and did not look very well. Blood Concubine came to Xie Tianxin's side and asked. Although she did not usually talk much, she knew her senior sister very well. Xie Tianxin did not immediately go to look for Zhang Fei when she returned. That meant that her trip to the Myriad Beasts Mountain did not go smoothly. Xie Tianxin was full of anger when she mentioned this matter. Blood Mistress asked. Xie Tianxin said. Blood Mistress asked. No, They agreed to it without even considering it. They said that the corpses of their own kind are not allowed to be desecrated. It's all because these old guys fooled those young people. Xie Tianxin spat as he said this. Blood Mistress asked, "Oof." Xie Tianxin laughed coldly. Hee. Although I have not spent much time with Jiang Fei, I know that this guy is not simple. It will not be easy to control him. Blood Mistress laughed coldly. That group of old guys have long been blinded by power. Xie Tianxin said. Blood Mistress asked, "Later, you can go and have a breather with him. Consider a good deal for us. Those old men have gone crazy." Xie Tianxin said. This time, after Xie Tianxin returned to the Myriad Beast Mountain, she had held back. This time, Xie Tianxin did not mention to the big shots of the Myriad Beast Mountain that Jiang Fei had the ability to travel between the main universe and the 5 directions. Therefore, the big shots of the Myriad Beast Mountain did not know that it was impossible for them to capture Jiang Fei. Blood Lady did not care. Although she was also a member of the Myriad Beast Mountain, she was alone. Her only child was still waiting for Jiang Fei to save her life. Therefore, at worst, she would follow Jiang Fei and leave the 5 directions of heaven and earth. After coming out from Xie Tianxin's place, Blood Lady was thinking about how to tell Jiang Fei about this matter. As she did not usually communicate with others, she was somewhat at a loss when it came to her choice of words. Jiang Fei asked when he saw the troubled look on Blood Mistress' face. Blood Mistress did not usually communicate with others, let alone lie. Oh, Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. He thought that Xie Tianxin had brought him good news. Blood Mistress said, "What?" Jiang Fei asked. "That's not true." Blood Mistress suddenly did not know how to continue speaking. She also felt that Jiang Fei was a good friend. However, now that the Myriad Beast Mountain wanted to control him, Blood Mistress felt that she had let her friend down. Jiang Fei asked, puzzled. Blood Mistress could not think of a more tactful way to put it. In the end, she could only tell the truth. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. "I want to capture you and focus on working for them," Blood Mistress said. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He did not expect that the ferocious beasts would be so greedy. It seemed that things like power could really corrode human nature. Their ambitions began to swell. Blood Mistress added, "Why are you on my side?" Jiang Fei asked with a cold smile. At this moment, he was angry, so his attitude toward Blood Mistress was not very good. "I'm fine with it, but I'm afraid that senior sister can't do it," Blood Mistress said. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Blood Mistress put in a good word for Xie Tianxin. "Captain, I think that Xie Tianxin is already good enough to do this. After all, the Xie family is so big here. She can't just ignore everything and help you," said Jiang Zhong. Although Jiang Fei had helped Xie Tianxin save her grandson, a grandson was not comparable to the entire Xie family. Jiang Fei nodded. "All right, my senior sister gave this to you. She said that it's compensation for you," said Blood Mistress, as she handed over a jade pupil scroll. Jiang Fei asked curiously. "This is the Xie family's martial arts technique," answered Blood Mistress. Jiang Fei was stunned. Initially, Xie Tianxin had given the martial arts technique to him because she wanted him to marry Hui Qingqing. Yes, under the current circumstances, it's impossible for you to hold a wedding in the 5 directions world. Senior sister said that she believes in your character. "You will definitely keep your words," said Blood Mistress. Chapter 1884, 1884. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei was not as happy as he had expected. Would definitely be hindered. Thank me for telling Grandma Xie that no one wanted to do this. Although Jiang Fei had a bad impression of the beasts in the Myriad Beast Mountain, it was just as Jiang Zhong had said, Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress had already done their best. There was nothing more for him to criticize. I will tell senior sister. If you want to give up on the 5 directions, I will leave with you," Blood Mistress said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could see the sincerity in Blood Mistress' eyes. The reason why she left with him was not only to save his child, but also because she felt guilty towards Jiang Fei. Most of the ferocious beasts were relatively simple. They valued friendship between friends. This time, Jiang Fei was targeted by the higher-ups of the Thousand Beast Mountain. Both Blood Lady and Xie Tianxin felt guilty towards Jiang Fei. Xie Tianxin was dragged down by the Xie family. It was impossible for her to stand together with Jiang Fei on the surface. However, she would also help him in secret. On the other hand, Blood Lady did not have any scruples. She was alone and did not need to care about the thoughts of the higher-ups of the Thousand Beast Mountain. After Blood Mistress left, Jiang Fei began to think. He needed to change his original intentions. The ambition of the Thousand Beast Mountain this time had made it necessary for him to reduce his chances of showing his face in the world of the Five Directions. Otherwise, he would really be entangled by those guys. Other than using the 10th dimension and the 9 rotating star plate to escape, Jiang Fei really did not have any good ideas. After all, those big shots of the ferocious beast were on the same level as Xie Tianxin. After Jiang Fei pondered for a few hours, he suddenly said to Jiang Zhong. Jiang Zhong immediately came over. I want this. Jiang Fei told Jiang Zhong his thoughts through telepathy. Jiang Zhong looked troubled. Don't worry, I'll get Lux out as well, Jiang Fei said. Jiang Zhong's eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Fei laughed. Jiang Zhong's troubled expression immediately relaxed. Kid, you were just pretending, right? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Jiang Zhong. Jiang Zhong smiled embarrassedly. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had seen through his thoughts. All right, you can go and prepare later. I will pass the things to you when the time comes, Jiang Fei said to Jiang Zhong. Jiang Zhong nodded and went down. Jiang Fei said to himself. Just as Jiang Fei was making up his mind, Natasha appeared out of nowhere. Handsome, what did you just say to Jiang Zhong? Natasha pouted and asked. Well, I have something to do, and I might be away for a while. So I asked Jiang Zhong to help me, Jiang Fei said with a smile. What favor? Natasha's eyes lit up. As a fan, it was an honor to be able to help her idol. Well, your mission is to help me protect Jiang Zhong. Don't let anyone harm him, said Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. Natasha might only have the strength to cross the tribulation stage. However, this little girl had countless treasures on her. Moreover, these player-exclusive tools were very powerful. Even a true immortal expert might not be able to withstand them. Okay, Natasha stomped her feet in excitement. Thank you then, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Okay, it's a deal, Natasha said to Jiang Fei with her small hand. Okay, Jiang Fei hooked his finger with Natasha's and poked her again. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei stood up alone and went to the small courtyard where Xie Tianxin lived. Before Jiang Fei could knock on the door, Xie Tianxin's voice came from the small courtyard. Jiang Fei smiled as he walked into the small courtyard. Sigh, I know that the incident at the Myriad Beast Mountain has caused you some trouble. But don't worry, I will think of a way to protect you, Xie Tianxin said. Jiang Fei bowed to Xie Tianxin. Sigh, you don't have to thank me. Xie Tianxin sighed. Jiang Fei, if it doesn't work out, let's leave the world of the Five Directions, said Blood Mistress, who had been silent the whole time. I have an idea. Jiang Fei spoke very slowly. As he spoke, he was carefully choosing his words. Little Fei, Grandma doesn't treat you as an outsider. If you have something to say, just say it, said Xie Tianxin. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to Xie Tianxin, Grandma Xie, I want to meet the higher-ups of the Myriad Beast Mountain. What? Xie Tianxin shouted. Didn't they want you to do research for them? My goal is to confirm whether my idea is correct or not. I think we can work together, Jiang Fei said. Little Fei, although I'm also a member of the Myriad Beast Mountain, you are the benefactor of our CF family. Therefore, there are some things that I cannot hide from you. They do not want to work with you. Xie Tianxin said very seriously to Jiang Fei. My research results can be handed over to the Myriad Beast Mountain. That will not be a problem, Jiang Fei said with a smile. It's not about the research results. They want to control you. Regardless of whether your research is successful or not, they will never let you leave. They want you to serve the Myriad Beast Mountain for the rest of your life. For free. Xie Tianxin had already said that, it could be seen that the ferocious beasts were indeed more grateful than humans. They would not betray their benefactor even when faced with the benefits that were right in front of them. Let me tell you the truth. Jiang Fei smiled. Ah. Xie Tianxin was stunned. Let me put it this way. Since I dare to walk into a trap, I have the confidence to escape. To be honest, I value these true immortal-level dire beast corpses very much. I really want to perfect my experiment, Jiang Fei said. Xie Tianxin asked when she saw that Jiang Fei had made up his mind. Jiang Fei nodded. Xie Tianxin closed her eyes and stopped talking. Chapter 1885. Translator 549690339. Xie Tianxin did not say anything. However, Jiang Fei had to say something. After all, he still needed Xie Tianxin's help to carry out his plan smoothly. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Xie Tianxin asked, "Help me contact the leader of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Let's meet. Leave the rest to me." Jiang Fei did not want Xie Tianxin to participate too much. After all, his goal was to scam the 10,000 Beast Mountain. If Xie Tianxin was involved too much, she might get involved. Now that the 1,000 Beast Mountain had asked Xie Tianxin to control Jiang Fei, Xie Tianxin had sent Jiang Fei to the 1,000 Beast Mountain under orders. Then the big shots of the 1,000 Beast Mountain would not blame Xie Tianxin. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. There are countless people with my strength in the 1,000 Beast Mountain. When the time comes, don't get yourself involved. Xie Tianxin still wanted to persuade Jiang Fei to give up. Grandma Xie, I know what to do, Jiang Fei said to Xie Tianxin with a straight face. All right then. Xie Tianxin saw that Jiang Fei had already made up his mind, so she did not try to persuade him further. I will go with you, Blood Lady said with a little worry. No need. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Then he asked Blood Lady to wait for him at the Xie family. When the time came, he would naturally come and meet Blood Mistress. Blood Mistress nodded. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei stayed at the Xie family for another 2 days. During these 2 days, he arranged everything that needed to be arranged. Then, he followed Xie Tianxin to the 1,000 Beast Mountain. The 1,000 Beast Mountain was opposite the Valiant Martial Hall. It was located at the North Pole of the Town Star. Although it was not as sacred as Mount Wuji in the Town Star, its reputation was also known by everyone. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and Xie Tianxin arrived at the foot of Mount Wanshou. Grandma, from here on out, we cannot be so close to each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will implicate the Xie family, Jiang Fei said to Xie Tianxin. Xie Tianxin had a good impression of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei cupped his fists at Xie Tianxin. Xie Tianxin sighed. As the saying went, there was no turning back. Now that things had come to this, she could only do what Jiang Fei had said before. As they had followed Xie Tianxin here, Jiang Fei and Xie Tianxin could be said to be unimpeded in the Myriad Beast Mountain. Xie Tianxin's strength was ranked among the top in the entire Myriad Beast Mountain. In fact, she was also one of the big shots in the Myriad Beast Mountain. Otherwise, the Xie family would not be able to monopolize all the trade between the ferocious beasts and humans. In other words, Xie Tianxin was the big shot who held the financial power in the entire Myriad Beast Mountain. However, when it came to Jiang Fei, although she was biased toward him because Jiang Fei had done the Xie family a favor, she was still alone, facing the determination of the other big shots. She was still unable to protect Jiang Fei. Greetings, Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you're back. Along the way, Jiang Fei was used to seeing high-tier ferocious beasts bow to Xie Tianxin. Although these ferocious beasts had also reached true immortal level, they were still very respectful to Xie Tianxin. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered something. He had heard that there were 2 mystical maiden of the 9 heavens in the 5 directions. One of them was the Saintess of Valiant Martial Hall, and the other was the female beast queen of the Myriad Beast Mountain. That depends on your luck. Xie Tianxin shook her head. Oh, Jiang Fei smiled and said. Xie Tianxin shook her head. Although this female beast empress was extremely powerful, she was temperamental. It could be said that a second ago, she was still nice to you and drank happily with you. You might die in her hands. After listening to Xie Tianxin's explanation, Jiang Fei could not help but break out in a cold sweat. However, if he really had to face a powerhouse who could instantly suppress him, Jiang Fei might not be able to escape. Because of Xie Tianxin's leadership, no one dared to stop Jiang Fei and Xie Tianxin on the mountain. Soon, the two of them arrived at the top of the mountain from the foot of the mountain. "The few of you go and call the others over," Xie Tianxin said to the few servants after they arrived at a palace. Jiang Fei could clearly sense the aura of a Mahayana stage ferocious beast from these servants. Jiang Fei thought to himself, even the servants serving tea had the strength of a Mahayana realm. How powerful was the entire Myriad Beast Mountain? "Let's drink some tea first. They will be here soon," Xie Tianxin said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he drank his tea and waited quietly. After about the time it took for a meal, a few powerful auras came from outside the palace. Jiang Fei could almost feel that these people had the strength of Xie Tianxin. A bald man walked in with a loud laugh. He looked at Xie Tianxin with a hint of affection in his eyes. Clearly, this bald man was interested in Xie Tianxin. Of course, who doesn't know that Boss Xie wants to be swift and decisive? A middle-aged, beautiful woman came in with a strange tone. Even though Jiang Fei did not know these people at all, he could sense that this woman was not on good terms with Xie Tianxin. Is this the guy? He doesn't look like a godly doctor. A pleasant-looking fatty entered. However, he clearly doubted Jiang Fei's medical skills. We'll know if he's capable or not. The last person to enter was a woman with a scar on her face. If she was not disfigured by the scar, she should be a peerless beauty. Her beauty was at least above Xie Tianxin and her old enemy. Xie Tianxin ignored the bald man and his old enemy. Instead, she asked the friendly fatty. They were all called away by Her Majesty the Empress. "I wonder what happened," said the fatty with a shrug. The woman with a scar on her face seemed to have some hostility toward Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei did not know that this woman had hostility toward any doctor. This was especially true for those who were known as godly doctors. None of these people could heal the scar on her face. Chapter 1886. Translator 549690339. You want to see what I can do? Jiang Fei did not wait for Xie Tianxin to speak up for him. He stood up on his own. "Kid, don't be too arrogant," the scar-faced beauty said with a cold smile. "Beauty, don't be so full of yourself." Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had just observed the scar-faced beauty's injuries through the violet eyes. He knew that the reason why the scar on her face was difficult to remove was because there was an even stronger force preventing it from healing. Although there was not much of this force left, its purity was extremely high. Moreover, the level of the force was very high. It was impossible for an ordinary person to remove it. Although the so-called divine doctors were very skilled in medicine, they were unable to remove the remaining force. Therefore, they were naturally unable to remove the scar. In other words, although the scar-faced beauty's injury did not affect her own combat ability, it was essentially the same as the third lady of the Wang family. The residual power in her body could not be removed, so her injury could not be healed. However, such a thing was not a problem for Jiang Fei. The purer the remnants of the power, the higher the level. On the contrary, Jiang Fei was happier because this was a great tonic for him. Although Jiang Fei was confident about the scar-faced beauty's injuries, he had never heard of such frivolous words. Jiang Fei smiled slightly, but did not say anything. However, he slowly walked towards the scar-faced beauty. For some reason, when the scar-faced beauty saw Jiang Fei walking towards her, she suddenly felt a sense of panic in her heart. Xie Tianxin muttered to herself in her heart. However, her face showed an indifferent expression. Interesting, Xie Tianxin's opponent snorted coldly. The bald man frowned. This kid is really something. He actually dared to flirt with the Black Widow. The fat man was smiling as if he had seen something interesting. As Jiang Fei was not far from the scarred-faced beauty, he arrived in front of her in a few steps. The two of them were almost standing face to face. The tip of their noses were almost touching. Jiang Fei could even smell the orchid-like musk on the other party's body. The moment he smelled the fragrance, Jiang Fei knew that he had been poisoned. Damn, Jiang Fei thought to himself. At this moment, his body had been poisoned by a strange poison. When he first ingested it, the poisoned person would not have much of a reaction. However, very soon, his limbs would become numb and his movements would become sluggish. If he was not treated at that moment, his organs would quickly fail and he would die an unnatural death. After feeling the power of the poison, Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. He shifted his attention to his own body. These people would definitely not attack him at this time. The poison in Jiang Fei's body was definitely a test given to him by Black Widow. If Jiang Fei passed the test, these big shots of the myriad beast mountain will believe in Jiang Fei's medical skills. Only then would Jiang Fei be able to obtain the true immortal level ferocious beast corpses. Otherwise, why would they give such a precious thing to a guy of unknown origin? After closing his eyes, Jiang Fei entered the state of inner vision. Due to the activation of the Eye of Violet, Jiang Fei could see that his body had already turned into the most basic state of the energy string. Jiang Fei quickly discovered the basic particles that made up the poison. Jiang Fei began to attempt to stir the energy string. Under the guidance of Jiang Fei's spiritual power, the energy strings were slowly being stirred. However, he had already firmly grasped the corresponding frequency of his own origin power. Therefore, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to change the vibration frequency of the energy strings, converting all the poisonous energy into his own origin power. When Jiang Fei opened his eyes, his body had already memorized the changes in the vibration of the energy cords. When Black Widow's poison was once again absorbed into Jiang Fei's body, there was no need for Jiang Fei to deal with it himself. His body would instinctively convert the poison into source power and store it away. This was the ultimate skill that Jiang Fei had created for himself through his research on the energy cords. At that moment, Jiang Fei was like a holy warrior. The same skill would not work on him twice. Hee, pretty lady, you smell so good. Jiang Fei asked Black Widow with a smile. Black Widow snorted coldly. Although her poison was not untreatable, the fact that it was removed so quickly was enough to prove that Jiang Fei's medical skills were godly. Fatty laughed. Beauty, it's not polite to not reciprocate. As Jiang Fei said this, he suddenly raised his right hand and swept it across Black Widow's face. When Jiang Fei's hand moved to the center of Black Widow's brows, Jiang Fei's middle finger gently tapped the center of her brows. Well, had Black Widow ever been treated this way? Just as she was about to cripple Jiang Fei, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her forehead. The hateful energy that had been bothering her for a long time was instantly cleared away. Black Widow was instantly dumbfounded. She no longer had any intention of teaching Jiang Fei a lesson because her heart was very clear. After this hateful energy was cleared away, her scar did not need anyone to heal it. She could heal it herself. Appearance was something that was very important to any woman, especially an extremely beautiful woman like Black Widow. They could not tolerate a single flaw in their beauty. Black Widow did not even dare to look at herself in the mirror. She was afraid to see her disfigured face. However, things were better now. Although she did not look at herself in the mirror to verify it, she was very clear in her heart that her beauty had returned. F***CK. When Jiang Fei's large hand gently brushed across Black Widow's face, the fatty immediately widened his eyes. At that moment, the scars on Black Widow's face were fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 1887. 1887. Translator 549690339. This time, Jiang Fei was truly astounded. The problem of Black Widow's scar was an old problem that the Mountain of Beast had not been able to solve for hundreds of years. Speaking of which, The Mountain of Beasts was such a large organization. It could be said that it was a place where almost all the true immortal-level ferocious beast masters gathered. They had not been able to solve this scar for hundreds of years. That was enough to show how difficult this scar was to deal with. Black Widow stroked her cheeks with both hands. The original scar had long disappeared. At this time, her face was so exquisite that even a magnifying glass couldn't find a single flaw. Xie Tianxin's old rival curled his lips. Although she had no beef with Black Widow, women were always jealous. The return of the former goddess of Mount Wanshou naturally made her feel somewhat ashamed of her inferiority. Xie Tianxin was genuinely happy for Black Widow. First of all, she was a businesswoman who had fallen into the eyes of money. Her interest was far more important than her appearance. Therefore, she was not so jealous of Black Widow. Secondly, it was also because of Jiang Fei. Now that Black Widow had received Jiang Fei's benefits, it could be considered that she owed him a favor. In this way, Jiang Fei would be considered as one of the big shots in the Mountain of Beasts. With two backers, Xie Tianxin could be considered to have gained an ally. Sister, pinch me. Black Widow was like a little girl at this moment. After all, the pain that had accumulated in her heart for hundreds of years was suddenly lifted. This made her feel very unreal. Xie Tianxin smiled and said, "Thank you." Black Widow was excited for a long time before she turned around and said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. "Not bad, kid. Not only are you good at medicine, you're also good at flirting with girls." The fatty moved closer to Jiang Fei and said. Jiang Fei smiled awkwardly. "Didn't what? Since you're still alive, it means that the #1 beauty of the Myriad Beast Mountain still has a good impression of you." The fatty laughed. "Hey," Xie Tianxin's enemy, who was standing at the side, said in a very unpleasant manner. "Tianxin, this kid seems to be quite capable." The bald man kept his eyes on Xie Tianxin. Even when he was facing the #1 beauty of the Thousand Beast Mountain, he did not even look away. From this, it could be seen that the bald man was really infatuated with Xie Tianxin. "Do you guys want to give it a try? You guys can discuss it." Xie Tianxin deliberately kept a relationship with Jiang Fei aside, so that when she helped him in the future, others would see through her. All right. After seeing Xie Tianxin's attitude, the bald man could only turn to the others and ask. Fatty said, "I don't have any objections either." Xie Tianxin's old enemy said. Black Widow took the initiative to speak before anyone else could speak. This time, even the bald man was dumbfounded. After all, there was not even a male rabbit around Black Widow's cave. It was really something new for her to let a man stay at her place. Holy sh**t. Girl, you're not really interested in this human, are you? The fatty clearly did not expect this outcome. Although he had just said that Black Widow had a good impression of Jiang Fei, he was only teasing Jiang Fei. Based on Black Widow's hatred towards males, how could she be interested in a man? Cut the crap. He has done me a favor. As Black Widow said this, she did not forget to glare at Xie Tianxin, her enemy. Fatty and Baldy nodded. As members of the Dire Beast clan, they could understand Black Widow's thoughts of repaying a favor. Xie Tianxin's enemy had already shown a strong hostility towards Jiang Fei just now. Therefore, it was understandable that she would protect Jiang Fei like that. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. He had long known that he might face a situation where he could not help himself once he entered the Mountain of Beasts. He did not expect this situation to happen now. However, in order to obtain the true immortal-level beast corpses, Jiang Fei had to endure it for the time being. After Black Widow requested for Jiang Fei to stay with her, no one else in the area raised any objections. Even Xie Tianxin's enemy did not dare to say anything. Although Black Widow was only a woman, she was a ruthless person. It was difficult to describe how strong she was. However, there was one thing that everyone in the entire Mountain of Beasts knew. The wound on Black Widow's face was left behind by the strongest human being, the shadowless sword god Dai Li. The fact that Dai Li was able to escape unscathed with only a scar on his face showed how powerful Black Widow was. In the Mountain of Beasts, other than the female Beast Queen, She was the only one who could defeat Black Widow. It was unclear if anyone else could defeat her. However, based on her strength, she would definitely be able to squeeze into the top 5. Therefore, when Black Widow made Zhang Fei stay with her in the name of repaying her kindness, no one dared to open their mouths again. After all, among the ferocious beasts, the most important thing was freedom. The second thing was repaying kindness. No one dared to provoke her. Otherwise, it would be a life and death battle. When the bald man saw that Zhang Fei's matters had been arranged, he asked Xie Tianxin politely, "I will be staying in the Myriad Beasts Mountain for a period of time," Xie Tianxin said. After all, she was not very confident in Zhang Fei, so it was impossible for her to return to the Xie family immediately. "That's great. I have been staying in the Thousand Beasts Mountain recently." The bald man's feelings towards Xie Tianxin were obvious. Xie Tianxin's answer was high. She neither agreed nor refused. She would not allow the bald man to hang around. It was not a good idea to advance or retreat. Black Widow did not want to stay here any longer. Therefore, she called Zhang Fei and got up to leave the hall. Zhang Fei nodded and followed Black Widow out. At the same time, he gave Xie Tianxin a reassuring look. After leaving the hall, Black Widow walked in front without saying a word. It was not because she did not like to talk like Blood Mistress, but simply because she hated men. It was because Zhang Fei had healed her scar. That was why Black Widow let him stay at her place in order to protect Zhang Fei. However, her hatred for men would not change. Chapter 1888. 1888. Translator 549690339. After Zhang Fei was brought to Black Widow's cave, he stayed there. Although he had 3 good meals a day, no one paid any attention to him. At Black Widow's place, Zhang Fei stayed for 3 days. Although he was now technically living with Black Widow, Black Widow's cave was very large. Zhang Fei lived in a small courtyard. He did not even know where Black Widow was. Therefore, during the time that Zhang Fei stayed here, other than researching the metal-type martial arts that Xie Tianxin gave him, he had nothing else to do. 1 or 2 days was fine. After a long time, he could not sit still anymore. "Hey, go and ask your boss for me." One day, Zhang Fei finally could not hold it in anymore. He grabbed the servant who brought him food. Don't look at him as just a servant. This guy was a ferocious beast with the strength of the Mahayana stage. The servant looked confused. "Oh, it's the person who brought me here the other day," Zhang Fei explained. The servant suddenly understood. At this time, Zhang Fei finally knew Black Widow's position in the Myriad Beasts Mountain. Go and ask her what she wants from me." Zhang Fei rolled his eyes and said, although there was good food and drinks here, he was not here to retire. Moreover, the unmanned scout ship was still moving towards Skodastar. Although there was a 12 times time flow deficit, Zhang Fei could not stay here forever. "All right," the servant nodded. After putting down Zhang Fei's food and drink, he turned around and left. Around dinner time, Zhang Fei suddenly heard the sound of the door being knocked. Zhang Fei quickly asked. Black Widow's voice came from outside the door. However, even though Zhang Fei knew that she was outside, he could not sense her aura at all. Zhang Fei could not help but sigh in his heart. Those who could possess such a technique were all top-notch assassins. Hee. Zhang Fei laughed as he opened the door. Although Black Widow was not very fond of him, Zhang Fei was already used to being called a beauty. Therefore, she was too lazy to change her words. Black Widow said expressionlessly. Zhang Fei's way of addressing her made Black Widow very uncomfortable. If it was someone else who called her that frivolously, that person would have long been lying dead in the wilderness. However, Zhang Fei had healed her scar. It was considered a favor to her. Moreover, this kid was just a little frivolous. Therefore, Black Widow did not attack Zhang Fei. Yeah, Zhang Fei was also pretending to be confused. "They want to hold you. I don't know what they want you to do," Black Widow said expressionlessly. F***CK. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes at Black Widow's words. "Although I don't know what they want you to do, at least with me, you won't die for no reason," said Black Widow calmly. Zhang Fei was speechless after hearing Black Widow's words. After all, when he was in the main hall, Jiang Fei had also felt the hostility from Xie Tianxin. Black Widow did not seem to want to be alone with Jiang Fei for too long. After saying that, she turned around and left. It was less than a minute in total. Jiang Fei frowned and sniffed himself again. Although there was no girl's fragrance, there was no strange smell. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly and returned to his room. Then, he began to study the cultivation technique Xie Tianxin had left behind. Xie Tianxin was really a good beast who knew how to repay kindness. She had passed all of the Xie family's metal-type cultivation technique to Jiang Fei without holding anything back. Therefore, over the past few days, Jiang Fei had finished studying this set of metal-type cultivation technique. He had already completed his origin power. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. That evening, Black Widow came to Jiang Fei's door again. Black Widow stood outside the door and asked. Jiang Fei quickly stood up and opened the door. I've asked them. They seem to want you to study something. They even want to use the corpse of a true immortal-level beast as a raw material. Black Widow stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked, I'm researching a theory. If my guess is true, anyone would be able to break through to the true immortal realm. Jiang Fei naturally continued to brag. Black Widow was stunned. Although she had participated in the last time, she did not know much about it. This was because when Xie Tianxin returned to the Myriad Beasts Mountain for the first time, she was not there. It's just a thought. Whether it works or not will depend on the results of the experiment. That's why I need the corpse of a true immortal-level beast. Jiang Fei said. Black Widow asked with a serious look on her face. Jiang Fei said, as if he did not have much confidence. 40%. Black Widow nodded. Ah. Jiang Fei was stunned. Black Widow said, but I have been here for so long, and no one has mentioned this. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, they went to consult Her Majesty the Empress. Unfortunately, Her Majesty did not agree. But don't worry, Black Widow said. There seemed to be an unusual light in her eyes. However, this light flashed and disappeared. Jiang Fei even thought that it was his own illusion. Jiang Fei said, I hope you can succeed. Black Widow sighed. Using the body of the deceased was very disrespectful to the deceased. However, if it could greatly increase the strength of the ferocious beasts, the price was worth it. After that, Black Widow said goodbye to Jiang Fei and went to the palace where the female Beast Empress lived. Jiang Fei did not know how she would persuade the female Beast Empress. However, Black Widow soon brought good news to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, Her Majesty has approved it. The next morning, Black Widow appeared in front of Jiang Fei's door. Chapter 1889. Translator 549690339. Okay. Jiang Fei said to Black Widow. Black Widow was stunned. It's an absolutely quiet and absolutely safe secret room. Jiang Fei then listed out a lot of things that he needed. Other than the materials needed to refine the blood alchemy pill, there were also other rare materials. Moreover, there was a huge amount of them. This time, even Black Widow was shocked. That's right. This set of experiments is quite complicated. Moreover, I still need to repeatedly experiment to confirm the results, Jiang Fei said. The reason why he wanted so many things was to hide his true purpose. Although few people knew about the dispensing room of the blood alchemy pill, it was definitely not an ancient one. There might be someone in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain who could recognize the recipe. When that time came, not only would Jiang Fei's purpose be exposed, he would also have no chance to obtain the true immortal-level ferocious beast body. However, now that Jiang Fei had hidden the ingredients of the blood alchemy pill among hundreds of other precious ingredients, it was difficult for others to suspect him. Although Black Widow felt that there were a lot of ingredients, Jiang Fei's experiment had obtained the approval of the female Beast Empress. The Mountain of Beasts could still afford it. Jiang Fei smiled. After leaving Jiang Fei's place, Black Widow went to Xie Tianxin's residence in the Mountain of Beasts. After all, this was the god of wealth in the Mountain of Beasts. The Xie family held the financial power in the Mountain of Beasts. Naturally, she had to ask for these precious materials from them. Xie Tianxin smiled at Black Widow. As both of them were on Jiang Fei's side, Xie Tianxin's attitude toward Black Widow had become much closer. Black Widow smiled at Xie Tianxin. She only harbored resentment toward men. Therefore, she still had a smile on her face when she faced Xie Tianxin. Look at what you're saying, sister. I'm just the butler of the Myriad Beasts Mountain. What's mine is yours. Xie Tianxin smiled and said. Black Widow handed Jiang Fei's list to Xie Tianxin. Good God. Xie Tianxin was speechless after reading the list. Even though she was used to the world, she was still shocked by Jiang Fei's big mouth. What's wrong, sister? Asked Black Widow. As she was not in charge of logistics, she did not know much about these things. Xie Tianxin gritted her teeth as she said this. However, such a huge sum of money still made her heart ache. Sister, you can't think like that. This matter was decided by Her Majesty the Empress. Moreover, once it's done, our Myriad Beast Mountain will definitely become the overlord of the entire 5 directions of the world. Black Widow advised. At this time, Xie Tianxin was not trying to undermine Jiang Fei. She was just being a simple businessman. She could not bear to part with such a huge sum of money. He said that he has a 40% chance. Black Widow said, 40% chance? Xie Tianxin immediately nodded. She was a businessman. She knew that risk and profit were proportional. Logically speaking, the profit that Jiang Fei had promised was enough for the ferocious beast race to dominate the 5 corners of the world. Even if the profit was equivalent to a 1% success rate, there would still be people who would take a gamble, let alone a 40% success rate. Black Widow smiled at Xie Tianxin. Leave it to me. Xie Tianxin nodded. She could not bring so many materials with her. Therefore, she had to return to the Xie family. Black Widow smiled. After leaving Xie Tianxin's place, Black Widow headed to another corner of the Mountain of Beasts. This place was the abode of a true immortal-level ferocious beast. Therefore, Black Widow had no choice but to ask the original owner to move out first. The ferocious beast did not say anything about Black Widow's request. On the same day, it cleared out the abode. After all, when faced with an elder-level big shot like Black Widow, how could a small fry like them have the courage to go against her? The next morning, the laboratory that Jiang Fei requested was ready. Under Black Widow's lead, Jiang Fei visited his new laboratory. As long as he got the true immortal-level beast's corpse and materials, he was ready to run away. Who would stay here to work for the beasts? Moreover, it was an impossible project. How is it? Black Widow asked. Yes. Jiang Fei smiled. That's good. Sister Xie will send the materials over as soon as possible. You can start your experiment then, said Black Widow. Yes. If the results are out, I will be the first to inform you. Jiang Fei said casually. Reward. Jiang Fei did not expect Black Widow to actually take him seriously. Ichimum, let's have dinner with a beautiful lady, Jiang Fei said casually. All right. Black Widow was silent for a moment. In the end, she agreed. However, she definitely did not expect that Jiang Fei's invitation was just nonsense. He would never do such a laborious experiment. Moreover, it was impossible for the experiment to produce any results. After the laboratory was arranged properly, Jiang Fei moved his own residence over. Anyway, his food and drinks were taken care of. No one would pay attention to him if he stayed at Black Widow's place. It was better to move over for peace and quiet. 5 days later, Xie Tianxin returned to the 1,000 Beast Mountain again. This time, she also brought back the materials that Jiang Fei needed. The 4 storage bags were filled with precious treasures. Almost every single one of these treasures was priceless. Only a monopoly-level tycoon like the Xie family could gather all of them in such a short time. Seeing that all the materials had arrived, Jiang Fei began to ask about the true immortal-level ferocious beast's corpse. Her Majesty has already passed down this matter. I reckon that the first corpse will be transported here very soon, Black Widow replied. Arriving? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Of course not. Black Widow rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Chapter 1890. Translator 549690339. After another 2 days, the first true immortal-level beast's corpse arrived at the Mountain of Beasts. Black Widow handed it over to Jiang Fei. This is the first corpse. The rest will arrive in a few days, Black Widow said to Jiang Fei. It's okay. Jiang Fei smiled. Although he could not wait for Black Widow to hand over all the corpses in one go, he knew that the Mountain of Beasts would not trust him 100%. If he could not produce any results, how could they hand over all the corpses of the ferocious beasts to him? All right, you can go ahead and do your work. Although Black Widow said that she did not have the slightest intention of leaving, Jiang Fei smiled. He had already expected this. Regardless of whether Black Widow was curious or wanted to supervise Jiang Fei had already expected that she would leave this behind. Therefore, for the next 2 days, Jiang Fei was busy all day. He did not even know what kind of experiment it was. Anyway, it was all kinds of bottles and reagents mixed together. It was as if it was real. Black Widow also came to watch it every day. However, even Jiang Fei himself could not understand these experiments, let alone Black Widow. Finally, on the 3rd day, Black Widow only stayed at Jiang Fei's place for half a day. She asked Jiang Fei in annoyance, "How many days do you need for this experiment?" "Experiment? My experiment hasn't started yet. Now, it's all preparation work," Jiang Fei said casually. After hearing Jiang Fei's answer, Black Widow was really disappointed. Black Widow asked, "About 3 or 4 days, Jiang Fei said. "Oh, in that case, I'll come back in a few days," Black Widow said dully. Jiang Fei replied without turning his head. He was still fiddling with the bottles and jars in his hands. Seeing that Jiang Fei was still busy, Black Widow turned around and left. Through the 2 days of observation, Black Widow could not understand anything because she was a layman in medicine. Moreover, the things that Jiang Fei fiddled with were even more baffling. Sometimes there were no effects, and sometimes it was very magical. In any case, she could not understand it. In fact, Black Widow did not know that Jiang Fei had been fiddling around for half of the past 2 days. The remaining half of the time was spent fiddling with chemical experiments in high school. Various reagents were mixed together to create bubbles, flames, and so on. Although these more obvious effects were useless, in a place like the Five Directions world, they were very effective in scaring people. As expected, Black Widow was intimidated by these chemical experiments. After looking at them for 2 days, she finally came to a conclusion. Although she did not understand, they looked very powerful. After leaving Jiang Fei's place, Black Widow went straight to the female Beast Empress Palace. This time, apart from cooperating with Jiang Fei to complete the experiments, she also acted as a supervisor. After all, the true immortal-level ferocious beast corpses were not ordinary things. These corpses were very precious as crafting materials. More importantly, they were all the guardians of the Mountain of Beasts. Using the guardians' remains to be experimented on by others was not logical in itself. If the expected benefits could not be achieved, even the female Beast Empress would not be able to convince the public. As soon as Jiang Fei waited for Black Widow to leave, he immediately opened the 10th dimension. He did not care if the corpses were the guardians of the Mountain of Beasts. Once they were in the hands of Jiang Fei, these treasures could not be wasted. After the 10th dimension was opened, Jiang Fei took the true immortal-level beast's corpse and entered it. Phew! After entering the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. After all, this was his territory. He was invincible here. Jiang Fei's mind was racing. It was obviously impossible to directly refine the beast's corpse into a pill. Then, it would be difficult for him to obtain the corpse from the Mountain of Beasts. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to give the Mountain of Beasts a reasonable explanation. I got it. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. As soon as he thought of it, Jiang Fei activated his Eye of Violet. Instantly, the corpse of the ferocious beast was restored to its original energy string state. Jiang Fei sighed. Although the ferocious beast had been dead for many years, its body still contained powerful energy. Therefore, the vibration of each energy string was extremely active. Jiang Fei used his mind power to intercept one of the most active energy strings and extracted it. Jiang Fei had just wanted to give it a try. He did not expect it to really work. After that, Jiang Fei began to follow the same pattern. He took out all the unusually active energy strings and extracted them outside. In this way, a large amount of high energy factors were extracted out of the body. After an unknown amount of time, when Jiang Fei felt that his mental strength was about to be exhausted, he exited the violet eye state. Jiang Fei took a deep breath after he stopped working. These actions, just now, had put a lot of pressure on him. At that moment, the ferocious beast's body did not seem to have changed much. After all, Jiang Fei's stealing was at the level of energy strings. Therefore, there was no change at all from a macro perspective. However, the body of the ferocious beast was no longer emitting a strong energy aura. On the contrary, the golden substance beside the body had become a new source of radioactive energy. The golden substance was so pure that it was like a mass of origin energy. The pure energy was very active. It would have evaporated completely in an instant. Jiang Fei smiled and moved himself and the corpse out of the 10th dimension. After returning to the outer main dimension, Jiang Fei opened the violet eye again. At this time, in Jiang Fei's eyes, the ferocious beast's corpse was nothing more than ordinary. The energy in his body was not even more than any other ferocious beast's corpse in the fusion stage. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. One day later, Black Widow came to Jiang Fei's laboratory again. "Jiang Fei, how is it?" Black Widow asked. Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he also knew that he had stayed in the 10th dimension for almost 3 days. Black Widow asked. Jiang Fei pointed at the corpse. Black Widow was stunned. She recognized this corpse because she was the one who had sent it over. Had actually become only around the fusion stage's energy intensity. Chapter 1891. Translator 549690339. How is it? Jiang Fei said with a proud expression. What? Black Widow asked in confusion. Yes, Jiang Fei said with certainty. Black Widow asked curiously. Previously, Jiang Fei had refused to say it out loud. The reason was that it had not been proven. It was just some unrealistic conjecture. He had also completed a part of his experiment. Therefore, he should be able to say it now, right? After Jiang Fei thought for a moment, he activated his water-blowing device mode 13. Jiang Fei said. Black Widow asked. It means that energy can move freely between carriers. As long as the conditions are met, anyone can become the carrier of energy, Jiang Fei said. Black Widow still did not understand. After all, Jiang Fei was just making things up. If she could understand it, it would be a miracle. Jiang Fei said. Black Widow was not stupid. She knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, I have just said it. I have to think of a theory called free energy transfer. In other words, energy cannot be generated out of thin air. It is transferred between carriers. Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then, he continued. You see, we cultivators and ferocious beasts have been accumulating energy all year round. We transfer the free energy in the air into our own bodies through martial arts techniques and store it. However, through my theory, we can transfer the energy from other things into our own bodies quickly. Black Widow was a little confused by Jiang Fei's words. Jiang Fei laughed. Black Widow was stunned. Extracting energy from enemies was something that existed in the world of the 5 directions long ago. However, most of them were evil martial arts. Moreover, the rate of depletion was too high. Extracting 100 portions of energy from others would only result in less than 10 to 20 portions. Most of the energy would be wasted halfway through. However, a spiritual stone could indeed help one in their cultivation. The powerful spiritual energy contained within it could speed up one's cultivation. However, no one had ever thought of extracting the energy from a spiritual stone and directly absorbing it. Therefore, if what Jiang Fei said could really be realized, then its significance would be too great. Black Widow suddenly recalled another matter. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Everything he said was just nonsense. Therefore, when Black Widow asked him this question, he could not come up with an answer for a moment. However, this was the time to test people's psychological quality. If he panicked at this time and stammered, he would definitely be seen through. However, Jiang Fei had gone out to pretend to be 13 many times. Having been used to big scenes, Jiang Fei could be said to be calm and collected. He pondered for a moment and said to Black Widow, "I still need to do some experiments to confirm this. However, I can tell you one thing. In my mind, the tribulation can be passed on to someone else." Black Widow was completely fooled by Jiang Fei. Therefore, when she heard Jiang Fei's words, it was as if she was listening to a heavenly book. She only felt that it was very powerful, but she could not understand it at all. Of course. However, the person who gets transferred will definitely die, said Jiang Fei with a gloomy face. So what? Black Widow was overjoyed. She could not wait to report the good news to the female Beast Queen. Don't get excited too early. I have only just confirmed my idea. I still need to do a lot of experiments on the specifics, said Jiang Fei. No problem. The second batch of corpses will arrive soon, said Black Widow with a smile. In fact, the corpses of the ferocious beasts had already arrived. However, they did not know Jiang Fei very well. Therefore, they could not give him all the corpses at once. That was why they only gave Jiang Fei one corpse to test him. Therefore, after Jiang Fei successfully fooled Black Widow, he immediately found the second batch of corpses. As expected, the next morning, Jiang Fei received 3 true immortal-level beast corpses in his laboratory. Beauty, my next experiment needs absolute silence. Tell them to stop delivering food, Jiang Fei said to Black Widow. Although he said that he would not let the servants disturb him, his original intention was to tell Black Widow not to supervise the work. All right, I will pass the order down. Also, ask someone to inform me when the experiment is over. Black Widow nodded and said she really believed Jiang Fei's nonsense. She was afraid that she would disturb Jiang Fei, so she took the initiative to leave Jiang Fei's laboratory. After Black Widow left, Jiang Fei set up a barrier at the entrance of the laboratory. If anyone came, this barrier would warn him in advance. After everything was ready, Jiang Fei took out the cauldron of rejuvenation. Then, all kinds of materials and fierce beast corpses were arranged in a row beside Jiang Fei. Previously, Jiang Fei had stolen the energy from the first corpse. Although the energy was pure, it was not the material for the blood alchemy pill. It could only be used for other purposes. However, Jiang Fei could not waste these corpses anymore. Just as Jiang Fei was opening the furnace to refine pills, Black Widow was chatting with the female Beast Empress. The female Beast Empress asked. He said that there is a 40% chance. However, I noticed that he has been frowning recently. Black Widow was still very serious in her analysis. Little did she know that Jiang Fei was just bluffing. The actual purpose of those corpses was to refine the blood alchemy pills for his girls. That kid really dared to brag. I think that 4% is already pretty good. The female Beast Queen tried her best to belittle Jiang Fei. However, she still looked up to him. In fact, Jiang Fei was just spouting nonsense. His success rate was 0. Chapter 1892. Translator 549690339. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. At that moment, there were 3 blood alchemy pills in front of Jiang Fei. The purity of these 3 pills was much stronger than the one that Bella had consumed previously. The blood alchemy pills that Bella had consumed previously were only made from the heavenly giant tree Chao Tian. Chao Tian was only at the peak of the crossing calamity stage. Therefore, the alchemy pills that she had made could only allow people to advance to the early stage of the Mahayana stage. Before Jiang Fei started refining the pills, he had expected that the 3 blood alchemy pills would allow one to advance to the crossing calamity stage. However, he did not expect that he would still underestimate the energy intensity of the 3 blood alchemy pills. In order to conduct experiments on Jiang Fei and to maximize the success of the experiment, Black Widow had specifically instructed the people who were transporting the corpses to pick the ferocious beasts that were extremely powerful when they were alive, when they were digging up the corpses. Therefore, the corpses that Jiang Fei used to refine the pills were not ordinary true immortal-level ferocious beasts. Instead, they were the best among the true immortal-level ferocious beasts. Therefore, the energy contained in the corpses was much stronger than Jiang Fei had expected. Moreover, after Jiang Fei had refined the pills a few times, his method of refining the blood alchemy pill was much purer than before. Therefore, the amount of energy wasted was relatively less. This way, the energy contained in the blood alchemy pills would be a little more. Therefore, after consuming these 3 blood alchemy pills, one would definitely be able to reach the peak of the tribulation stage. If there was another epiphany, the tribulation would be a piece of cake. However, since these 3 blood alchemy pills were so powerful, there were also many problems that came with it. First of all, the 3 gold cores contained more power, so the requirements for the users were even higher. Previously, Bella could consume the blood-refining gold cores only with the strength of a distraction stage cultivator. But this time, she probably didn't have the strength of a form synthesis stage cultivator. In other words, if the combat strength was below 13 million, consuming these gold cores might trigger the explosion of the body. Moreover, there was another point, which was that among these 3 gold cores, only one was of the mild wood attribute. Among the remaining 2 gold cores, one was of the more violent fire attribute, and the last one was of the earth attribute. Compared to the gentle wood attribute, the other 2 gold cores had a higher requirement for the user. Among them, the earth attribute gold core could only be safely consumed by a powerhouse at the void interpretation stage, while the violent fire attribute was even higher. It was best not to touch the gold core without the strength of the peak of the void interpretation stage. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Among the girls around him, Bella and Hua Qingsheng were both of the wood attribute. Moreover, their combat strength had exceeded 13 million. Therefore, theoretically, both of them could use this gold core. In terms of strength, Bella's shadow was close to the peak of the Mahayana stage. She had nearly 18 million combat power, while Hua Qingsheng was only at the void interpretation stage. Her combat power could break through 15 million. Clearly, Hua Qingsheng's benefit from consuming the gold core was greater. After all, Bella was not far from the crossing calamity stage by relying on her own strength. It was clearly a waste to consume this gold core. However, Jiang Fei's feelings for Hua Qingsheng were clearly not as deep as Bella's. Therefore, from an emotional point of view, he clearly wanted to give the Aurus core to Bella. As such, there was a difference between the best benefit and the emotional base. This made Jiang Fei somewhat hesitant. As for the fire-type Aurus core, although it was the most explosive and had the highest requirements for the user, Jiang Fei had nothing to hesitate about. This was because among the girls around him, there were many who had the fire attribute. For example, Hua Milan, Si Taiying, and Yuan Xiu all had the same attribute. However, the problem was that only Hua Mulan had reached the peak of the void interpretation stage. Therefore, there was nothing to choose from. As for the earth-type Aurus core, it was awkward. Only Nina was of the earth attribute. Moreover, this girl was only at the semi-god stage. Her combat power was only around 12 million. There was still a long way to go before she could consume the gold core. Forget it. I don't care. Jiang Fei shook his head. These troublesome matters could be discussed when he got back. His priority now was to think of a way to extract more corpses from the mountain of beasts. After all, there were so many girls around Jiang Fei. However, he only had a few gold cores. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei asked the servant to bring Black Widow over the next day. How is it? Black Widow was clearly very excited when she came. Jiang Fei pretended to be very embarrassed as he looked at Black Widow. Then he said with some embarrassment, "Well, there was a problem with my experiment. It failed." "What?" Black Widow was shocked. Then she immediately asked, "Could it be that your theory is wrong?" No. My theory has not been proven yet, so it's hard to say whether it's right or wrong." Jiang Fei said with an apologetic look. "Oh." Black Widow sighed in relief. When she was chatting with the female Beast Empress, the female Beast Empress had already concluded that Jiang Fei was bluffing. His experiments were definitely not that easy to carry out. Even if there were dozens of corpses, there might not be any results. Therefore, Black Widow had long been prepared. When Jiang Fei said that today, although she was a little disappointed, she could accept it. "Why don't we forget about it?" Zhang Fei used the trick of playing hard to get. Black Widow snorted coldly. Then she said to Zhang Fei, our Empress said that if you want to give up on this experiment, you have to compensate us with the 4 corpses that you wasted previously. Otherwise, you have to work hard until the experiment is completed. But, this experiment is not as easy as I expected. Zhang Fei said with a deliberately awkward expression. Do you think that we are all idiots? Her Majesty the Queen had long expected this. You humans love to brag. Don't worry. Her Majesty the Queen has said that you only need to do the experiment. Black Widow said proudly as if she had seen through Zhang Fei's bragging. You're not idiots. Your IQ has been cut off. Zhang Fei laughed in his heart. However, he still had to pretend to be embarrassed. That's fine, Zhang Fei said with his head lowered. He did not dare to look at Black Widow, not because he was ashamed, but because he was afraid that others would see the smile in his eyes. A new batch of corpses will be sent over tomorrow. Don't worry about the experiment, said Black Widow as she left. She still had to report the results to the female Beast Empress. Chapter 1893. Translator 549690339. The next morning, Black Widow brought over the corpses of the true immortal level beasts. It was unknown whether it was because she was not optimistic about Zhang Fei's success rate, or because she was too lazy to deliver the corpses again and again. In any case, this time, Black Widow gave Zhang Fei 5 corpses in one go. However, these corpses were clearly not as powerful as the previous 3 corpses. These corpses had only just reached the true immortal level. It seemed that the Mountain of Beasts was planning to use these relatively low-level corpses to train Zhang Fei. When Zhang Fei's success rate increased, they would provide higher-level corpses. However, to Zhang Fei, the more corpses, the better. No matter how bad they were still true immortals. After refining the blood alchemy pill, it was enough for the girls to reach the tribulation stage. Moreover, the level of these ferocious beast corpses was lower. Comparatively, after refining them successfully, the requirements for the girls to consume them would be lower. After all, there were many girls around Zhang Fei who only had a few million combat power. Even if Zhang Fei thought of a way to improve them, it would not be easy for them to reach the fusion stage in one go. While Zhang Fei and the Myriad Beast Mountain were scamming the corpses to refine the blood alchemy pill, the girls on Skodastar were not idle either. For example, Hua Mulan, who was a training maniac, spent most of her time training in the time room and the gravity room. On the other hand, Aurelia was leading the fleet in continuous drills to strengthen the captain's coordination and battle command abilities. Although the other girls were not as extreme as the 2 of them, they were not idle either. They either helped Aurelia or trained with Hua Mulan. There were also some girls who were cultivating a rapport with their pet beasts. No one was idle anyway. The girls' abilities were constantly improving. The military factory on Skodastar was also working at full capacity. The military factory on Skodastar was also constantly replenishing the arms of his direct line of troops. Up until now, the fleet under Zhang Fei's command had already expanded to nearly 1,000 ships. Just the enhanced version of the Grizzly-class heavy cruiser had been built to over 400 ships. It could be said that it was the absolute main force of Zhang Fei's fleet. It was not just the Grizzly Bear. The other warships also sailed out of the dock like dumplings. Even the Aiken-class battlecruiser that was the main force of the fleet had also increased by 1. The number of main force ships under Zhang Fei's command had reached 3. It had further narrowed the gap between the Imperial Army and the Resistance Army. However, just as Zhang Fei's camp was developing in full swing and showing signs of prosperity, the Imperial Army fleet and the Resistance Army fleet that were far away at the Salhu Cloister were in a bloody battle. Due to the unique terrain of Salhu Cloister, the Imperial fleet led by Eamon and the Resistance fleet led by Vizari's army had no chance to use tactics. Both sides could only engage in a head-on clash. The sky was filled with energy beams and phase missiles that shuttled back and forth, causing huge losses to both sides. To Eamon, these losses were nothing. They were players and were not afraid of death. However, Killing the enemy would bring them experience points and monetary rewards. With experience points, they could exchange for more skill points. As a result, they could pilot even more powerful warships. With money, they could purchase new spaceships from the system after the warship was destroyed. Moreover, they could buy better spaceships. Therefore, this kind of war of attrition was something that the players could not wish for more. As for the Vizari Legion, the players of the Resistance Army were happy to fish in troubled waters because they joined the game later. Hence, whether it was skill points or the spaceship they bought, they were far inferior to the players of the Imperial Army. If they fought alone, they would be beaten by the old players until they could not even find the north. However, following behind the Vizari Legion's fleet, these novice players could naturally gain experience points and kill them, although they could also be killed. However, losing some small broken ships could be exchanged for a large amount of skill points and money. They were more than happy to do so. However, compared to these players, the Vizari Army's generals were a little overwhelmed. The Vizari Army's battleship replenishment was not a problem at all. However, the outstanding captains and soldiers could not be replenished in an instant. Even for the main fleet, Jiang Fei's Star had only taken a few months to produce an Aiken-class strategic cruiser. However, an excellent captain could take years or even decades of training, especially for a captain of the main fleet. It was even more difficult to train. As the saying went, it was easy to get 1,000 soldiers, but hard to get a general. In the Salhu Cloister, the battle was like a meat grinder. Both sides had lost a large number of battleships. What followed was the death of the captain. The death of the captain was not a problem at all. After they changed carriers, they could start again. On the other hand, the Vizari Legion's captains had lost a lot. Although this situation was disadvantageous to the Vizari Legion, it was exactly what the development team wanted to see. After all, the purpose of developing this game was to make the players feel good. The players could only pay if they felt good, and they were always doing odd jobs for the NPCs. They would always be the scapegoat. This was obviously impossible to feel good about. When the captains of the Vizari Legion were almost all dead, the novice players would also level up. At that time, they would naturally become the main force of the Vizari Legion. Just like the old players like Aemon, they would become the main characters on the battlefield. Just like that, the Imperial Army and the Resistance Army continued to fight each other in the Sargo Cloister. They constantly replenished their forces. Under this kind of reinforcement tactic, the players were also growing rapidly, especially on the side of the Vizari Army. The novice players gradually became the main force on the battlefield from the beginning. Although Jiang Fei had not witnessed what had happened in Salhu Cloister with his own eyes, he had expected it. After all, the game was like this. At the beginning, the NPCs played the main role, and the players did the odd jobs. When the players reached a higher level, the NPCs would become the odd jobs. They would even be the targets of blood abuse. Therefore, Jiang Fei was also frantically hoarding his strength so that he could compete with the players in the future. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, more than 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei had already obtained 15 ferocious beast corpses from the Mountain of Beasts. Although he was very efficient in refining pills, he did not dare to ask for new ones as soon as he was done. After all, true immortal-level ferocious beast corpses were not cabbages. If he asked for them too quickly, it would arouse suspicion. However, the speed of 15 corpses in 3 months was not considered slow. On average, it had reached 1 corpse per week. The frequency of Black Widow coming to look for Jiang Fei was also increasing. After all, she had invested so much in him. Even the female Beast Empress was very concerned about Jiang Fei's situation. It's almost time. Jiang Fei estimated that his unmanned scout ship was almost at Star. Moreover, he had asked for so many true immortal-level beast corpses, but he had not gotten anything out of it. This had also aroused the suspicion of the beasts. Therefore, if he did not leave now, they would come looking for him. Chapter 1894. Translator 549690339. After making up his mind to leave, Jiang Fei took out his communicator. After all, he had to explain something to Jiang Zhong. Captain, Jiang Zhong was very surprised. HMM, I have almost finished fishing. I'm going to run away, Jiang Fei said. Jiang Zhong laughed because he could hear how happy Jiang Fei was from Jiang Fei's tone. Jiang Fei smiled proudly. Then he said to Jiang Zhong, "After I leave, you go and contact the big families and the people from the Moon Goddess sect. When I return in a few days, I will open the teleportation portal and send them into the main universe." Jiang Zhong agreed immediately. "All right, you take care of Natasha. Keep this girl by your side. She might be able to help you," Jiang Fei said. "Okay." Jiang Zhong nodded. "If you run into any trouble, you can look for the Blood Mistress and the Wang Xiao family. They should be able to help you a lot," Jiang Fei said. Jiang Zhong smiled. "Don't be so cheeky. Your boss and I have caused quite a mess this time. If the mountain of beasts tracks you down, it might implicate you. When that happens, you might run away," Jiang Fei warned. "I understand." Jiang Zhong put on a cautious face. That's good too. We don't want to implicate the Xie family. After all, Xie Tianxin has a pretty good relationship with us." Jiang Fei nodded. After giving Jiang Zhong some advice, Jiang Fei sent a message to the Wang and Xiao families and the Moon Goddess sect. He had left these people a communication device to facilitate communication. In the communication device, Jiang Fei told the three families about the change of contacts. He asked them to contact Jiang Zhong directly in the future. As for the Xie family, Jiang Fei did not contact them because Xie Tianxin was from 1,000 Beast Mountain after all. Although she had a good personal relationship with Jiang Fei still did not dare to trust her too much. After giving out all the instructions, Jiang Fei left a note in the laboratory. "I have encountered too many difficulties in the experiment. It is very difficult to solve it on my own in a short period of time. So, I will leave for a while." Jiang Fei's note did not contain much content, but it was at least a delaying tactic. After all, if he ran away without saying anything, he would have a falling out with the Myriad Beast Mountain. Everyone would have completely fallen out with him. Although the Myriad Beast Mountain would definitely arrest him, they would not kill him. If they encountered him, they would at most capture him back instead of killing him. This way, the possibility of implicating the Xie family and causing Jiang Zhong to be hunted down would be minimized. After all, with this note, Jiang Fei would not be considered to have escaped with a corpse. Instead, he would return to his sect to seek help. Although it was against the rules not to greet the Mountain of Beasts, there was at least a buffer between the two sides. Jiang Fei placed the note on the experimental table. He had used the name Zhuge Shanjin many times on Earth to pretend to be 13. He did not expect that after so many years, he would once again become Jiang Fei's shield. Once everything was ready, Jiang Fei activated the 9 rotating astrolabe. After a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the laboratory. Although there were many barriers on the Mountain of Beasts that prevented teleportation, the 9 rotating astrolabe was the #1 divine weapon of the 5 directions. Its teleportation was not something that these barriers could stop. After coming out of the 5 directions, Jiang Fei returned to his scout ship. At this time, the Lonely Star-class unmanned scout ship had already crossed the Sea of Stars and arrived at the territory of the Merchant Alliance. Therefore, the Lone Star unmanned scout ship did not encounter any obstruction within the territory of the Merchant Alliance. As the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, Jiang Fei had a lot of privileges. At the very least, before entering the capital circle, his access code could be exempted from all checks and restrictions. Therefore, the Lone Star unmanned scout ship was unimpeded. At this time, it was less than 2 galaxies away from Skoda Star. Automatic navigation, target switching, approaching the Stargate. When Jiang Fei returned, he heard the automatic voice of the computer. The Merchant Alliance really has built many roads. Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. However, after deducting the time flow deficit of 12 times, the Lonely Star Scout ship had only traveled for less than 10 days. The reason why the Lone Star Scout ship was able to get close to Skoda Star so quickly was because the Merchant Alliance had built a large number of stargates within their territory. These so-called stargates were actually artificial wormholes. They could connect the void between the 2 galaxies, reducing the time needed for interstellar travel. Stargate activated. Preparing to jump. The automated navigation voice continued to ring. Jiang Fei sat on the lonely Star Scout ship and activated the Stargate. He immediately began the interstellar jump. After the Lonely Star Scout ship entered the activated Stargate, its engine quickly shut down. The entire ship came to a standstill. Then a solidified space enveloped it. The Stargate began to accelerate the solidified space. As the speed of matter could not exceed the speed of light, space was not limited by this. Therefore, the superluminal interstellar jump could only be carried out in this way. The unmanned reconnaissance ship was frozen in a small space. Its speed was 0, but this space was accelerated to hundreds or even tens of thousands of times the speed of light. This allowed the Lone Star reconnaissance ship to achieve the effect of superluminal speed. About half an hour later, the Lone Star reconnaissance ship passed through the Stargate and arrived at another galaxy. Automatic navigation activated, warping to the Stargate. In the Merchant Alliance, interstellar travel was basically completed in this mode. A spaceship would pass through the Stargate to another galaxy, and then warping from one end of this galaxy to the Stargate at the other end. Then, they would jump to the corresponding galaxy through this Stargate. Because the Stargates were in pairs, interstellar travel could only be done from one galaxy to another. If there was no direct Stargate, then they would have to take a detour. The warp jump across the galaxy was rather time-consuming. The long interstellar journey was extremely boring. The space outside the window was always dark and dotted with starlight. Although people who had just arrived in space would feel extremely shocked, they would only feel bored after getting used to it. Finally, 3 days later, Jiang Fei arrived at the gravity well on Star and ended the long interstellar journey. Chapter 1895. Translator 549690339. As soon as they arrived at the gravity well on Star, Jiang Fei's scout ship was captured by a Blue Sky-class command cruiser. Although this type of support cruiser did not have as powerful firepower and thick armor as the Grizzly Bear, it carried a lot of multi-purpose equipment. For example, this stagnant position could capture small ships and cause them to lose power. Jiang Fei directly sent a clear code communication. Grand Marshal, the captain of the patrol team, was dumbfounded. Although they were also the captains under Jiang Fei's command, they were still a little surprised to see Jiang Fei. "Okay, let's go," Jiang Fei said. Although the captain was shocked by Jiang Fei's return, he still strictly followed the rules and regulations, requiring Jiang Fei to prove his identity. Jiang Fei did not use his official authority to pressure others. After all, this was a rule that he had to follow even if he was the Grand Marshal. Otherwise, if someone impersonated him, he would be in big trouble. After verifying the access code, Jiang Fei's Lonely Star-class unmanned reconnaissance ship was allowed to pass. Soon, a special guided ship led him to the airport. Just as Jiang Fei parked the reconnaissance ship at the designated berth, Bella led a large group of girls to greet him. Bella immediately threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms. Sylvie did not want to be outdone and squeezed a spot in Jiang Fei's arms. Although the other girls were not as exaggerated, they surrounded Jiang Fei and stayed with him. Jiang Fei felt as if he had returned home. The girls around him made him feel especially warm. Jiang Fei said in his heart. Aurelia was the last to arrive. She had too many things to deal with. Speaking of which, during Jiang Fei's absence, Aurelia was in charge of the operation of Star and the training of the fleet. The girls around Jiang Fei were really useless. Although Bella, Nina, and the other girls also had a certain level of leadership ability, they knew too little about technology. They would only be assisting Aurelia. As for the other girls, they would only be helping out with some specific small missions. They had no idea how to make decisions. "Let's go back and talk," Jiang Fei said to the girls with a smile. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other. They would definitely have a lot to talk about. However, it was too eye-catching and inconvenient to talk about in the airport. After returning from the airport to his residence, Jiang Fei and the girls gathered together. He told them about the experience and rewards of the trip to the 5 directions. The girls would smile and frown at times, They were even worried for Jiang Fei. Nina smiled. Yes. Moreover, we have gained a lot this time. With these blood alchemy pills, I'm afraid that our strength will be able to improve. Hua Milan said, This time, we have indeed obtained quite a number of blood alchemy pills. Each of you will have a share. Jiang Fei said as he looked at the girls beside him. Ariel, Si Tying, and Sila sighed at the same time. The three of them were definitely at the bottom among the girls. Their combat strength had yet to break through the 10 million mark. Therefore, if they wanted to consume the blood alchemy pills, they would have to train for a very long time. Let's not talk about you guys. Jiang Fei smiled. Although he had more than 10 blood alchemy pills on him, there were only a few girls who could consume them. However, there were only a few girls who could. After listening to Jiang Fei's words, many of the girls sighed. After all, they also wanted to consume the blood alchemy pills. Unfortunately, their strength was not up to the standard. However, Bella, Hua Milan, Hua Qingcheng, and Yuanqiu were much happier. Their faces were filled with joy, especially Hua Mulan, who was extremely obsessed with training. The desire for power in her eyes was even more apparent. All right, let's go to the time house. Bella, the four of you prepare to go into seclusion. The rest of you should also seize the time to train, said Jiang Fei. Fei, I'm afraid that I don't have much time to cultivate. Aurelia said. As the commander of the fleet, she did not really care much about cultivation. The reason why she was able to reach more than 10 million combat power was entirely due to her race's advantage. As an Odora, it was not difficult for them to reach 10 million combat power when they reached adulthood. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Aurelia's mind was not on training. Moreover, the fleet could not do without her. Therefore, other than Aurelia, Jiang Fei brought all the other girls into the time room. Bella and the other four girls took the blood alchemy pill under Jiang Fei's guidance. The other girls were all sent to the gravity room by Jiang Fei. If they did not train hard, they would not be able to take the blood alchemy pill for a long time. After some consideration, Jiang Fei decided to give the wood-type blood alchemy core to Hua Qingcheng. Bella only received an ordinary wood-type Aurus core. The main reason was that Bella was already at the peak of the Mayana stage. Even if she consumed this ordinary blood alchemy core, she would definitely be able to reach the advanced stage or even the peak stage of the tribulation. There was no need to waste the pure energy Aurus core. Hua Qingcheng was different. She was only at the void interpretation stage. If she consumed an ordinary alchemy pill, she would only be able to reach the initial stage of the tribulation. Therefore, in order not to waste resources, Jiang Fei ultimately gave the pure alchemy pill to Hua Qingcheng. As for Hua Milan and Yuanqiu, both of them were at the void interpretation stage. However, Hua Milan was slightly stronger and had reached the peak of the void interpretation stage. However, when she consumed the alchemy pill, there was not much difference between the two of them at this time. It was important to be close to each other. Therefore, Hua Milan obtained the pure gold blood alchemy pill, while Yuanqiu only obtained an ordinary one. The reason why Jiang Fei gave the pure blood alchemy pill to Hua Milan was partly due to his selfishness. On the other hand, the pure blood alchemy pill also had a higher requirement for the user. Hua Milan was stronger, therefore, the risk of taking it was relatively lower. Chapter 1896. Translator 549690339. Bella and the other girls entered seclusion after consuming the pills. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to go to the gravity room and supervise the rest of the girls to train hard. Sylvie asked first when she saw Jiang Fei coming over. You have a metal attribute. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and said. Sylvie nodded. At this time, she already had the power of the form synthesis stage. Her combat power had reached 13 million. She just needed to increase her combat power by another 1 million. Although the quest was still difficult, it was not impossible to complete. In comparison, Garona and Sarira, who both had metal attributes, were a little disappointed. Among the two of them, Garona was at the distraction stage. Her combat power was around 11 million. Sarira was even worse off. Her combat power was only around 8 million. She was almost out of reach of consuming the Aurous core. Ariel asked. Jiang Fei said. Ariel's face instantly turned sour. Even if she was at the beginning stage of the form synthesis stage, she would still have 13 million combat power. However, her current combat power was only around 9 million. The difference between them was not just ordinary. Moreover, Aurelia, who was also of the water attribute, was not interested in training. Therefore, the water-type blood alchemy pill in Jiang Fei's hand was just for show for a long time. Audiobook-style. Situing pursed her lips. She was the weakest among all of them. Her combat power was only a little over 7 million. On the other hand, the fire attribute was the most explosive attribute. The requirements were definitely the highest. Therefore, she understood that even if she asked, it would be a waste of time. In fact, it was already very hard for Situing to have her current strength. After all, she had started too late. When she left Earth, she was only level 2. She was not much different from ordinary people. To have 7 million combat power and reach the Aurous core stage was already proof of her hard work. Jiang Fei smiled as he looked at Nina, who was quietly training. If I have that time, I might as well train a little more. Anyway, when my strength has reached the Aurous core stage, you will take the initiative to inform me, Nina said faintly. However, as the former Holy Maiden of Light, this girl was also extremely strong. This time, Bella, Hua Mulan, and the others had obtained the blood alchemy pill, but she could not take it because she was not strong enough. This was also a big blow to Nina. Therefore, at this time, Nina had already made up her mind. She had to improve her strength in the shortest possible time in order to take the blood alchemy pill as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Jiang Fei encountered trouble, not only would she not be able to help, but she would also be a burden. She would also be a hindrance. All right, everyone, work hard. If you find it too difficult to increase your strength, you can study martial arts. Jiang Fei could also see that it was not that the girls around him did not work hard. It was just that the speed of his improvement was too fast. It was so fast that no matter how hard they tried, it would be difficult for them to catch up. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only take a step back and let the girls study martial arts first. As for the matter of increasing strength, he would still have to rely on the blood alchemy pill. Although the girls could not consume the high-quality blood alchemy pills that Jiang Fei had, Jiang Fei could go to the 5 directions of heaven and earth and get some tribulation stage or even Mayana stage fierce beast corpses to refine pills. By then, the medicinal effects of the pills would be reduced, but the standard of consumption would also be reduced. If that was the case, the girl's strength would be able to increase by relying on these pills. Xiang Ariel, Si Tying, and the other girls' eyes lit up. They had originally given up on consuming the blood alchemy pill. After all, the difference in strength was too great. It was impossible for them to meet the requirements. Yes, Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. In the gravity room, Jiang Fei accompanied the girls to practice martial arts. When they were tired, they would sit together and chat. As they had been separated for a long time, they had endless sweet talk. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei had spent 3 days with the girls in the gravity room. Seeing that Bella and the others were about to come out of seclusion, Jiang Fei knew that he could not stay any longer. Therefore, he came out of the gravity room and returned to Bella and the others. At this time, Bella and the others had almost reached the critical moment to break through. This was especially true for Isabella. As she had only taken the ordinary blood alchemy pill, her own strength was the strongest, therefore her ability to digest and absorb pills was naturally the fastest. As Bella shouted, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At that moment, Bella opened her eyes and 2 cold rays shot out. Following that, she soared into the sky. The girl's body gave off a shocking aura. Dark green life energy radiated from her body. It formed a miniature force field. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Although Bella had only taken the ordinary blood alchemy pill, her own strength was relatively strong. Therefore, after taking it, she was still able to break through to the peak of the crossing calamity stage. At that moment, The dark green energy on Bella's body suddenly withdrew and formed an inky crystal-like energy scale on the surface of the girl's body. This scale was many times more exquisite than Bella's previous energy scale, and it was also many times stronger. Just as Bella completed the level, Hua Mulan, who was beside her, also burst out with a delicate shout. A scorching energy burst out, and Hua Mulan leaped up. Pure white flames wrapped around the girl, forming a raging flame halo on the surface of her body. Hua Mulan, who had consumed the top-tier blood alchemy pill, had also reached the peak of the tribulation stage. She was like the embodiment of fire. The violent energy was intimidating. Hua Mulan only used half of Bella's time to withdraw the overflowing energy. This was the result of her long-term hard training. This did not mean that Bella was not hardworking when she trained. It could only be said that Hua Mulan was too harsh on herself. As a girl, she had to endure the intensity of training that even men could not endure. However, it was also because of this hard work that Hua Mulan had such amazing combat strength. Now, her combat strength was second only to Jiang Fei's in Jiang Fei's faction. Therefore, it was only natural for her to surpass Bella. She became the second strongest player in Jiang Fei's faction. Chapter 1897. Translator 549690339. After Bella and Hua Mulan, Hua Qingsheng and Yu Wanqiu also succeeded in breaking through one after another. Both of them also advanced to the crossing calamity stage. However, Hua Qingsheng, who had consumed a top-tier blood alchemy pill, directly advanced to the peak of the crossing calamity stage. As Yu Wanqiu had only consumed an ordinary blood alchemy pill, she had only reached the middle stage of the crossing calamity stage. Yu Wanqiu sighed. Although she had only reached the intermediate stage of the tribulation, she was already very shocked. It would take at least 100 years to reach this level of cultivation. Hua Qingsheng sighed as well. At the same time, she was even more determined to follow Jiang Fei. As expected, following Jiang Fei was much more promising than staying in the Greenwood Forest. Jiang Fei was very happy. After all, he had 4 crossing calamity stage experts by his side. This way, it would be much more convenient for Jiang Fei to do things. Bella, who had already adapted to the new power, walked over at this time. I still have to go back to the 5 directions, Jiang Fei said. Although he had only stayed with Bella and the others for a few days, it had already been 2 months since he went on the interstellar journey. Bella grabbed Jiang Fei's hand and asked. In the past, Jiang Fei had always used the excuse that they were not strong enough to bring them along when they went to dangerous places. Now, their strength had increased. Although they were not invincible, they could at least protect themselves. Therefore, naturally, they had to go with Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei was still a little hesitant. If they were going to other places, he would have brought Bella and the others along. However, the 5 directions were different. There were many powerhouses there. There were countless true immortal powerhouses. There were also super powerhouses like Xie Tianxin and Black Widow. Therefore, even though Bella and the others had just broken through the tribulation stage, Jiang Fei could not guarantee that he would be able to escape and scathe in front of these people. Bella asked a little unhappily. No. Jiang Fei waved his hand repeatedly. He paused for a moment, then he found an excuse and said, "The main thing is that I have a lot of things to deal with this time. It's not convenient to bring you guys along. Moreover, there are things to do on Star. You guys have to stay and help. TCH, what's going on here? Aurelia is so capable." Bella clearly saw that Jiang Fei was looking for an excuse. Aurelia can only do what's best for the fleet. However, you have to help the other sisters train hard, Jiang Fei said with a smile. I don't care. Bella decided to play along. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. It was obviously impossible to bring all 4 of the girls to the world of the 5 directions. However, if one of them was not brought along, Bella would obviously not agree. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only compromise. This time, I will bring Bella and Qingqing along. Mulan, you and Wanqiu will help the other sisters practice their martial arts, Jiang Fei said. The main reason why he arranged this was because he did not want to offend Bella. Moreover, Bringing Hua Qingqing along would also make it easier to deal with the ferocious beasts. Hua Milan was a soldier. Naturally, she would carry out Zhang Fei's orders unconditionally. Meanwhile, Yuanqiu was also a smart person. She knew Bella's position in Zhang Fei's heart. Therefore, she naturally would not fight for anything else. After arranging everything, Zhang Fei took Bella and Hua Qingqing out of the time house. When he came out, he did not immediately activate the 9 rotating astrolabe. Instead, he first went to look for Aurelia. I still have to leave for a period of time. However, I don't think it will be too long. At most, it will be around 10 days to half a month. It might not even take that long. Zhang Fei said to Aurelia. Okay, I got it. Aurelia smiled at Zhang Fei. While I'm away, if the higher-ups of the Empire give any orders, you could delay it for now. Zhang Fei said to Aurelia. He was afraid that the newly established Universe Empire would send his direct descendants to be cannon fodder. Okay, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Aurelia nodded and said. After leaving Aurelia's place, Zhang Fei opened the 9 rotating astrolabe and brought Bella and Hua Qingqing back to the 5 directions. Bella asked as she looked at the desert in front of her. It's all random teleportation. Zhang Fei shrugged. Bella turned to look at Hua Qingqing, who was beside her. I don't know, but at least it's not Qingxing, Hua Qingqing replied. As she had never left Qingxing before, she was unable to determine the location of this place. Forget it. Let's just walk around and find someone to ask, Zhang Fei said. The 2 girls nodded. In this situation, they had no choice but to do so. This random teleportation is really a scam. Bella giggled. Come on, let's ride our flying swords. That way, we can travel faster, Zhang Fei said with a smile. He had already prepared flying sword for the girls to use on their journey. It was still pretty good as a means of transportation. The 2 girls followed behind Zhang Fei and rode their flying swords as well. After choosing a random direction, Zhang Fei and the others flew all the way. Since they did not know where they were, they should leave this desert first. However, what Zhang Fei did not expect was that the desert was endless. Their flying speed could be said to be extremely fast. After 2 hours, they had already flown thousands of miles. There was still endless yellow sand around them. Zhang Fei suddenly said. Bella asked. Zhang Fei replied. He had once read related ancient books in the Crimson Flame sect. A desert of this scale could only be found on Taibai planet. Bella asked. Zhang Fei shook his head. Of the 5 planets in the 5 directions, only Sui Xing and Taibai had never been there. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know anyone here. Bella sighed and continued to follow Zhang Fei on her sword. They did not know how much time had passed. The sight of the yellow sand made the 3 of them feel tired. However, at that moment, a green dot appeared in their eyes. Hua Qingqing shouted. Zhang Fei was excited. In the endless desert, an oasis meant life. It meant human habitation. Chapter 1898. Translator 549690339. After a short while, Zhang Fei and the other 2 arrived above the oasis. At that moment, the sword light arrived and hovered in front of Zhang Fei and the others. Friends, this is the territory of the Mad Sand sect. If you're passing by, please leave as soon as possible. If you are here to visit the Mad Sand sect or to rest, please land. The person said to Zhang Fei and the other 2. His tone was rather friendly. Hehe, I'm sorry. We're new to planet Taibai. We do not know the rules here. Zhang Fei was not a bully. Therefore, he naturally would not bully others just because he was strong. From the person's words, Zhang Fei could tell that this was the Mad Sand sect's no-fly zone. He had barged into their no-fly zone, and they were still trying to talk him out of it. This was already giving him enough face. Therefore, Zhang Fei naturally would not push his luck. The man asked after they landed in the oasis. Hee, brother, I won't hide it from you. This is our first time on planet Taibai. We got lost as soon as we entered the desert. Actually, we want to go to the teleportation portal and return to planet Jun, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Oh, so, you're a friend from the town star. The person also greeted Zhang Fei. Big brother, can you help us find the way? Bella interrupted at this time. Teleportation portal? That's quite a distance. I reckon that you won't be able to get there in a day. Why don't you stay in my mad sand sect for a night? I'll bring you there personally tomorrow, the person said with a smile. Jiang Fei heard the man's words. Clearly, he was not a nobody in the mad sand sect. Therefore, he asked, Brother, I'm Jiang Fei. I'm from the Valiant Martial Hall. May I know your name? So, you're the Valiant Martial Hall's ambassador? Sorry for not welcoming you. I'm Elu Binkuan. I'm the right guardian of the mad sand sect, said the man respectfully to Jiang Fei. The people of the town star were already superior to the people of the other 4 planets, not to mention the Valiant Martial Hall's famous reputation. You are too kind, Protector Lu. Jiang Fei quickly helped Lu Bingyuan, who was about to bow. Ambassador, if I did not know your identity, it would have been fine. Now that I know, you have to give me some face. Stay in our mad sand sect for a few days. Otherwise, if the sect master finds out, he will definitely blame me for neglecting you. Lu Bingyuan said, it was not easy for the small sects on the 4 outer planets. Other than competing with other sects, they also had to pay tribute to the sect master, which was the 4 big families. Their days would be much better, Bella said to Jiang Fei. Although they were flying on swords, the yellow sand and the blazing sun made the 2 girls feel uncomfortable. Now that they had arrived at the oasis, they could not wait to take a bath and sweep away the dust and sweat on their bodies. Jiang Fei nodded. After all, he had never been to planet Tai Bai. It would be a pity if he left in such a hurry. Seeing that Jiang Fei had agreed, Lu Bingyuan was very happy. After that, Jiang Fei and the other 2 followed Lu Bingyuan through a small forest and arrived at the center of the oasis. The oasis in the desert appeared because of the water's source. This place was no exception. In the middle of the oasis, there was a small crescent-shaped lake. The clear water of the lake looked particularly beautiful under the setting sun. Hubby, this place is so beautiful, Bella sighed. Hua Qingchun was also immersed in the beautiful scenery. Our mad sand sect is right by the lake. Lu Bingyuan brought Jiang Fei and the others to the sect of the mad sand sect and sat down. Jiang Fei had a rough understanding of the mad sand sect in his heart. Because the mad sand sect did not occupy a large area, there were only about 100 houses. It would be good if there were only 180 people. It was definitely not a big sect. After following Lu Bingyuan into the mad sand sect, Jiang Fei also found a few mad sand sect disciples in the sect. The strength of these disciples were generally between the Aurus core stage to the nascent soul stage. They cannot be compared to the big sects in the town star. Guardian Lu, you're back. Along the way, many disciples bowed to Lu Bingyuan. They did not ask about Jiang Fei and the other 2. It seemed that Lu Bingyuan had a very high status in the Mad Sand sect. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the main hall of the Mad Sand sect. After Lu Bingyuan arranged for them to sit down, he asked the disciples to serve them some fragrant tea and fruits. Then, he said to one of the disciples, quickly go and invite the sect master over. Tell him that an important guest has come to visit. Yes. One of the disciples accepted the order and left. Lu Bingyuan and Jiang Fei drank tea and chatted. Not long after, Jiang Fei's divine sense sensed that the disciple from before had returned. There was another person who followed the disciple. Although this person's strength was not bad, he was only at the Mahayana stage. In front of Jiang Fei, he was not even worth mentioning. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the Mad Sand sect to be so weak. Old Lu, I heard that there's a guest in the sect. As he spoke, the sect master of the Mad Sand sect, Qin Mingxian, walked in. As soon as Qin Mingxian walked in, Lu Bingyuan immediately stood up and introduced him. This is the Valiant Martial Hall's ambassador, Jiang Fei. Valiant Martial Hall's High Ambassador? Old Lu, are you confused? Qin Mingxian glanced at Jiang Fei. Then he said disdainfully, with his strength, he could not spy on Jiang Fei and the other 2. Moreover, he was used to being arrogant, so he did not take Jiang Fei and the others seriously. Sect Master, Lu Bingyuan was dumbfounded. It was not that he was smarter than Qin Mingxian, but he had seen Zhang Fei and the others riding their swords. How was it possible for a few ordinary people who did not even have the aura of a cultivator to ride their swords? The only explanation was that the other party's strength was far greater than his. Therefore, he could not see through the other party. The man and the woman in front of him were both so young, yet they had such strength. Although there was no evidence, Lu Bingyuan was also convinced that Zhang Fei was the valiant Martial Hall's ambassador. Therefore, when Sect Master Qin Mingxian showed such an attitude, Lu Bingyuan was dumbfounded. Would be enough to annihilate the Mad Sand Sect. Chapter 1899. Translator 549690339. As expected of the Mad Sand Sect. They are really arrogant, Zhang Fei said calmly. However, his calm attitude scared Lu Bingyuan so much that he broke out in cold sweat. Brat, whether I am arrogant or not is none of your business. However, you actually dare to pretend to be the valiant Martial Hall's ambassador. Qin Mingxian laughed coldly. Lu Bingyuan's cold sweat was like a broken pearl. Protector Lu, what's wrong with you today? You actually let a few brats scare you, Qin Mingxian said as he looked at Lu Bingyuan with disdain. As he listened to Qin Mingxuan's words, Lu Bingyuan knew that it was a bad dish. In order not to follow Qin Mingxian and eat the melon, Lu Bingyuan immediately knelt in front of Zhang Fei. Then he said to Zhang Fei in fear and trepidation, Lord Ambassador, my sect leader has gone mad. Please calm down. The disciples of my Mad Sand sect are all innocent. Zhang Fei nodded lightly. Then he said to Lu Bingyuan, Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who likes to kill. Hee, not the kind of person who likes to kill. Before Zhang Fei could finish his sentence, Qin Mingxian interrupted him. Didn't your mother teach you manners when you were young? Don't you know that you can't interrupt when others are talking? Zhang Fei glared at him. The aura in his body instantly burst out. The true immortal level aura instantly enveloped the entire Mad Sand sect. What's going on? This powerful aura is... Master, I can't move. Kid, let's not talk about you anymore. I can't even take care of myself. In an instant, in the entire Mad Sand sect, other than Bella and Hua Qingcheng, who were both in the crossing calamity stage, who could withstand Zhang Fei's pressure, everyone else was pushed to the ground. They were all prostrating on the ground, unable to even raise their heads. At this moment, Qin Mingxian wanted to slap his own mouth. He had only seen Zhang Fei and the others just now. They were young, and the two girls were extremely beautiful. Therefore, he wanted to pressure Zhang Fei to hold Bella and Hua Qingxing down. However, he did not expect that Qin Mingxian, who was possessed by a sperm, not only had his plan gone awry, but he had also kicked an iron plate. True immortal. Lu Bingyuan had already thought highly of Zhang Fei and the other two. However, he did not expect that the young man who had appeared in front of him was actually a true immortal level expert. In the 4 outer planets, true immortal level experts were legendary level existences. Many of the sect leaders had never seen them before, let alone a small sect like the Mad Sand sect. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. At that moment, Qin Mingxian had also given in. He had no choice but to give in. Not to mention a small sect like him, even the largest sect on planet Tai, the Infinite Sword sect, would not dare to offend him easily. Moreover, this young true immortal was the valiant Martial Hall's ambassador. Zhang Fei sighed. Just as he had said, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, he had only killed with a nod of his head. Qin Mingxian had already knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Therefore, Zhang Fei did not want to pursue the matter any further. As Zhang Fei waved his hand, the powerful pressure disappeared into thin air. The pressure on the people of the Mad Sand sect was also lifted. Master, what happened just now? Sigh, there should be a powerhouse passing by. The disciples of the Mad Sand sect discussed among themselves. However, no one had expected that the powerhouse they were talking about would be in the main hall. This was because a small temple like the Mad Sand sect would not be able to invite such a god. Jiang Fei looked down on people like Qin Mingxian from the bottom of his heart. For people like Qin Mingxian, at best, they would call him a wise man who knew how to adapt to the situation. A real man would be able to bend and bend. At worst, he would be a really despicable person. When you were inferior to him, he would do everything he could to bully you. However, if you were stronger than him, he would kneel in front of you and listen to you like a grandson. Qin Mingxian kowtowed to Jiang Fei again before standing up. Protector Liu, please get ready. We won't be staying any longer. Please give us a ride. Jiang Fei turned around and said to Liu Bingyuan. He could not be bothered to stay in the Mad Sand sect anymore. Liu Bingyuan quickly nodded. He could not wait to send Jiang Fei away. Otherwise, if this master were to be angered again, the entire Mad Sand sect might be wiped out. At this time, Qin Mingxian could also see that Jiang Fei was not willing to talk to him, so he did not take the initiative to start conversation. Moreover, he also wanted to send Jiang Fei, the god of plague, away as soon as possible. Bella and Hua Qingxing were both very unhappy. They initially thought that they could take a comfortable bath and have a good sleep. However, they did not expect that they would have to travel all night. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others left the oasis and set off for the teleportation formation on planet Taibai. Liu Bingyuan became the guide for Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei asked Liu Bingyuan with a smile on his face. Hee, look at what you said, sir. Liu Bingyuan laughed self-deprecatingly. His strength was only at the insightful void stage. Although he was not a nobody, it was impossible for him to have his current status. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Liu Bingyuan was thoughtful and had a good character. At the very least, he would plead on behalf of the Mad Sand sect's disciples just now. Therefore, Jiang Fei intended to take him under his wing. That way, Jiang Zhong would have a helper in the Five Directions world. When that time came, it would be much easier to do things. Liu Bingyuan bowed to Jiang Fei on the spot. After staying in the Mad Sand sect for so long, Liu Bingyuan also knew what kind of person Qin Mingxian was. Therefore, he did not want to stay in the Mad Sand sect anymore, because there was really no future for him here. Being able to enter the planet Suppression and join the valiant martial hall could be said to be the long-cherished wish of every martial artist on the outer planets. Therefore, how could Liu Bingyuan not agree? However, I have to make one thing clear. Jiang Fei also understood Liu Bingyuan's thoughts, so he naturally had to say it first. Liu Bingyuan was stunned. He thought that what Jiang Fei said before was a lie. I have a status as a guardian in the Valiant Martial Hall. That is correct, Jiang Fei said as he took out his guardian token and showed it to Liu Bingyuan. Liu Bingyuan did not understand. Since Jiang Fei was already a consecrator in the Valiant Martial Hall, why did he still have to work alone? Wasn't that destroying his iron rice bowl? Chapter 1900. Translator 549690339. You don't have to ask about me. Jiang Fei smiled and continued. Now you just have to consider whether or not you want to work with me. I am eternally grateful for your nurturing. There's nothing to think about. Liu Bingyuan immediately bowed to Jiang Fei. Although he did not know why Jiang Fei wanted to leave the Valiant Martial Hall and work alone, following a true immortal powerhouse was better than working in the Mad Sand sect. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Then, he decided to give Liu Bingyuan a sweet date so that he would know the benefits of working with him. Therefore, he said to Liu Bingyuan, if you want to work with me, this little bit of strength is not enough. When we reach the town star, I will find a quiet place and help you advance to the crossing calamity stage. What? Liu Bingyuan was dumbfounded. With his status, it was impossible for him to know what the blood alchemy pills were. Therefore, when he heard Jiang Fei's words, he felt as if he was in a dream. Hee, don't be so inexperienced. It's just a crossing calamity stage, Jiang Fei said very pretentiously. Naturally, he had to act more enigmatic. The reason why Jiang Fei gave the precious blood alchemy pills to Liu Bingyuan, who he had just accepted, was firstly because he felt that Liu Bingyuan had a good character and would not easily betray him. Secondly, Jiang Fei could not stay in the Five Directions world for long. Jiang Zhong really needed someone to take care of him. Moreover, Liu Bingyuan's strength was too weak. Therefore, he could only use the blood alchemy pills to increase his strength. Last but not least, Jiang Fei still had a lot of blood alchemy pills in his hands. After he gave each of the girls and Jiang Zhong one, he still had a few left. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous. Thank you for your nurturing, sir. You have done me a great favor. At this moment, Lu Bingyuan was overjoyed. He felt that he had made the wisest choice in his life. From today onwards, he would be able to rely on someone. Jiang Fei smiled. Lu Bingyuan bowed to Jiang Fei once again. Although most of Taibai Planet was covered with endless yellow sand, the core area was still quite pleasant. Unfortunately, these places that were suitable for human life had long been occupied by the big sects. Therefore, the small sects could only find small oases in the desert to survive. After more than a day of long-distance flight, Jiang Fei and the others finally passed through the layers of desert and arrived at the core area of planet Taibai, or perhaps the largest oasis, Great Victory Capital. Sir, we are here. Great Victory Capital is right in front of us. Lu Bingyuan pointed at a patch of green in the distance and said to Jiang Fei, Okay. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Lu Bingyuan said awkwardly, On Taibai Planet, which was mainly a desert, the oasis was the largest resource. Therefore, the powerful sects in the Great Victory Capital naturally understood this principle. If the people from the small and medium-sized sects wanted to come here to buy things or find famous teachers to visit their friends, they would have to pay a hefty entry fee. To put it bluntly, this was no different from the bandits who claimed the mountain as their king. However, in the world of cultivators, having thick arms was the truth. If they were not powerful, these sects would not have the qualifications to occupy Dane capital. How could the small and medium-sized sects dare to disobey them? If they came to the capital, they would have to pay a fee. If they did not come, the small oasis occupied by the small and medium-sized sects would not be able to provide all the cultivation resources because of the geographical restrictions. Therefore, they could only come to the capital to buy. It was inevitable that they would be exploited. Just as they were talking, Jiang Fei and the others had already flown into the territory of the capital. Stop! What are you guys doing? A few sword lights flew over, and a bald disciple on top of them shouted. Huh? Jiang Fei frowned. When he had first arrived at the territory of the Mad Sand sect, Lu Bingyuan had also stopped him. However, Lu Bingyuan was reasonable and his words were very polite. Therefore, Jiang Fei would naturally give him face. However, this kid was so arrogant. Jiang Fei was born to be soft-hearted. If you were to be polite to him, even if you were not as strong as Jiang Fei, he would not bully you. However, when he met such an ignorant person, Jiang Fei would not be easy to deal with. Kid, I'm talking to you. As the bald man was used to being arrogant, he naturally did not put Jiang Fei in his eyes. They would still lower their heads because they were afraid of angering the forces behind him. Therefore, even though the bald man knew that Jiang Fei and the others were stronger than him, he did not care at all. You dare to talk to me like that? Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then he swung his hand, and a stream of astral energy swept over. A mere nascent soul stage guy dared to make a ruckus in front of Jiang Fei. This was really the birthday boy hanging himself. He was tired of living. You dare to hurt me? The bald man clearly did not expect Jiang Fei to attack him directly. After all, he had relied on his own sect to back him up. He was already used to being arrogant. However, Jiang Fei did not care about that. Not to mention that he was backed by one of the big sects on planet Taibai. Even the four big families, Jiang Fei, might not be able to buy it. Jiang Fei's attack was not something that a nascent soul stage kid could dodge. Therefore, the Gangshi hit the bald man's chest without any deviation. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the bald man did not even have time to scream before he fell from the clouds. The flying sword under his feet also fell to the ground due to losing control. The bald man fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Fei did not hurt him because the kid died immediately. The bald man's head opened and a true spirit shot out. The kid's nascent soul escaped. After all, he was already a nascent soul stage expert. Jiang Fei did not attack him ruthlessly. The nascent soul successfully escaped. However, he was just a nascent soul stage guy. Even if he escaped the nascent soul stage, the chances of him possessing another body and being reborn were not very high. It's over. It's over, Lu Bingyuan muttered. At the same time, his face revealed a look of anxiety. Bella rolled her eyes. To Jiang Fei, beating up such a guy was not considered trouble at all. Chapter 1901. 1901. Translator 549690339. Lu Bingyuan finally reacted. He was used to staying in the Mad Sand sect, so he had a sense of respect for the disciples of these big sections. Lu Bingyuan immediately felt reassured. Although these big sects on planet Taibai were existences that Lu Bingyuan could not afford to offend, who was his current boss? He was a true immortal level master and the high official of Valiant Martial Hall. Not to mention a person from planet Taibai, even the high official of the sect leader's family would have to give Jiang Fei some face. Thinking of this, Lu Bingyuan felt relieved. He stood quietly behind Jiang Fei and waited to see how these arrogant disciples of the big sects would suffer. As expected, Lu Bingyuan did not wait for the good show. Not long after Jiang Fei knocked the bald man down, the kid's nascent soul ran back to his sect. Oh no! Oh no! Ninth senior brother has been killed. F***CK. Is that true? I saw it with my own eyes. Ninth senior brother's nascent soul has escaped and is now with the sect master's uncle. F***CK. What kind of idiot would dare to touch a member of the White Tiger sect? When the sect master gives the order, we will follow him to avenge senior brother. Sigh. It's a pity that ninth senior brother is so talented that he was killed on his second patrol. I wonder which blind guy dares to go against our White Tiger sect. As soon as the bald man's nascent soul escaped back to the sect, the disciples of the White Tiger sect began to discuss. After about 10 minutes, the sect leader's order came. Disciples of the White Tiger sect Martial Hall, listen up. Immediately follow sect leader Guan, who to arrest the evil thief. Yes, we will obey the sect leader's order. After a short while, the 200 Martial Hall disciples had gathered. Then, under the leadership of sect leader Guan Hu, they rushed out of the White Tiger sect and headed straight for Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The group of people who came from afar had long been under his divine sense surveillance. Sigh, don't you find it annoying? Bella said impatiently. As a former Nephilim princess, Bella's habits as a superior could not be changed. In her opinion, Jiang Fei was bored to death with these ants. Jiang Fei shrugged. It was not easy for him to come a Taibai star. If he did not cause any trouble, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, Jiang Fei did this to establish his authority in front of Lu Bingyuan. As the boss, if he did not make his employees feel respect, how could he command good employees? Therefore, Jiang Fei took this opportunity to show Lu Bingyuan his strength. After a moment, hundreds of sword lights came and hovered in front of Jiang Fei and the others. At this time, almost everyone within 100 miles had their eyes on this place. Even many people who had received the news rushed here. After all, it was rare for the White Tiger sect martial arts hall to attack in a group. Guan Hurin had not even arrived when his angry roar arrived. His roar had a hint of sonic attack. Although he did not attack directly, it was shocking. It made people feel a sense of fear. Jiang Fei did not hesitate to curl his lips. At the same time, he helped Lu Bingyuan block the attack. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would be embarrassed if he had a lackey beside him. Lu Bingyuan said to Jiang Fei. He was only at the void interpretation stage. If Jiang Fei had not made a move, he would have made a fool of himself with the sonic kill skill. At that moment, Guan Hu had also arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the others. However, when he saw the calm expressions of Jiang Fei and the other two, his heart skipped a beat. Guan Hu was very confident in his sonic kill skill. However, after this move, the three people on the opposite side did not react at all. This made him weigh his options. Who are you people? However, there were so many pairs of eyes watching him now. Guan Hu had to punish them no matter what. Otherwise, how would the White Tiger sect have any face? Shut up. Get lost quickly, Jiang Fei said in a daze. He was going to pretend to be 13 for Lu Bingyuan to see. Naturally, he had to act cool. Guanhu frowned. When he saw Jiang Fei's attitude, he knew that Jiang Fei was not friendly. However, for the sake of the white tiger's sex face, he had to suppress Jiang Fei's arrogance. Guanhu was also a person with a temper. When he was scolded like this, he was also a little angry. Why aren't you getting lost? Jiang Fei sneered. He had already seen that Guanhu was angered, so he might as well add fuel to the fire. Shut up, you yellow-belly brat. Guanhu was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Fei's repeated contempt. Kid, I don't care what your background is. Today, you have provoked the White Tiger sect. You have already committed a capital crime. Guanhu shouted angrily, then he waved his hand and said, Marshall Hall disciples, listen up. The 200 disciples behind Guanhu replied in unison. Guanhu shouted loudly and was the first to lead the charge. The 200 disciples at the back urged the flying swords under their feet. They followed Guanhu's footsteps and charged toward Jiang Fei and the others. Lu Bingyuan, who was behind Jiang Fei, had never seen such a scene before. Although he followed behind Jiang Fei, he knew that there would not be any danger. However, he still trembled instinctively. Lu Bingyuan was not trembling because he was afraid. It was just a simple muscle reaction. After all, he was only an expert at the insightful void stage. When faced with such a formation, he was able to stand there quietly without running away. It showed that he was mentally strong. Jiang Fei curled his lips in disdain. Senior brother, that guy is really arrogant. I think he was scared silly by the White Tiger sex formation, right? I think so too. I don't know where that guy came from, but he actually dared to provoke the White Tiger sect. Guanhu is an expert at the peak of the tribulation stage. His bright moon sword technique is even more perfect. I'm afraid that this kid will die here today. Jiang Fei's confidence in the eyes of the onlookers was clearly like the fearless ignorant. In their eyes, Guanhu was a top-notch expert. With the help of 200 disciples, Jiang Fei would definitely die today. Not really, a young master said with a cold laugh. Where are you from? A White Tiger sect disciple immediately glared at him and said, although his strength was not enough to enter the martial hall, he was still duty-bound to protect the sect's dignity. It doesn't matter who I am. The young master glanced at the White Tiger sect disciple and said, and that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.